दुरितदुष्टानिष्टादिनिवारणार्थम् अपमुक्तिकण्टकपरिहारार्थं जन्ममुक्तिकालमुक्तिकालमुक्तिघोरमुक्तिदुष्टमुक्त्यधिकमुक्तिरक्षण सप्तविधमुक्तिबाधापरिहारार्थम् आध्यात्मिकादिभौतिका आदिदैविकादिनवनभजनितं रामभेदमुक्त्यर्थं दग्धज्वालाध्वजगन्धशीलसन्निपातं नित्यभूमां तरिक्षमहोग्रापाद अद्भुतदर्शनादुःसप्तादुष्टपुनादुःखिनिका संसूचिता समस्तविध अनिष्टपरिहारार्थं समस्त दुरितदुष्टानिष्टनिवारणार्थं विषमस्थानपिता कुजा चमी राहु केत्वादि ग्रहाणां दोषपीडादिपरिहारार्थं कृताभिरुच्यर्थं समस्तधर्मङ्गलामाप्यर्थं आदित्यादिनवग्रहदोषपीडापरिहारार्थं नक्षत्रदशामार्गे प्राप्तदशायां प्राप्तबुद्धो सूचिता वर्तमानसंहमितमानसमस्तुरितदुष्टानिष्टनिवारणार्थं नक्षत्रदशान्तर्दशान्तरान्तर्दशापरिहारार्थं भज जलभज माधुभज भूतभज प्रेतभज पिशाचभज राजभज शत्रुभज चोरभज विषभजात्मक सजविध भज परिहारार्थम् आदित्याख्यादि समस्तविधमोधादिध्यानपरिहार श्री श्रीनारायण परमात्मकेन आरोग्यपूर्णदीर्घायुष्यप्राप्त्यर्थम् ज्ञानभक्ति विरक्त्यतिशय प्राप्तिद्वारा समस्तधर्मङ्गलावाप्त्यर्थं ऋणेभ्यगविमोचनार्थं श्री नक्षत्र देवतां परिचारि प्रधान देवता लक्ष्मीनारायणस्य परिपूर्णानुग्रहसिद्ध्यर्थं समस्तधर्मङ्गलावाप्त्यर्थं ज्ञानशक्तितः जन्म नक्षत्र शांति होमाख्यं कर्म ज्ञानदत्तितः करिष्ये ज्ञानं ददातु तदेव लग्नं सुदिनं तदेव ताराबलं चन्द्रबलं तदेव विद्याबलं दैवबलं तदेव लक्ष्मीपते विजितं स्मरामि सुमुहूर्तोऽप्युत्तरविजितमस्तु तरे कर्मण्यविघ्नमस्तु ओम सुखिपुरोत्तरदेवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टायां शुभदिनौ पूर्वसङ्कल्पितसमस्तधर्मङ्करावाप्त्यर्थं विशेषतगत्वं गुरूणां श्रीसुगुणेन्द्रतीर्थश्रीपादानां शाखानक्षत्रे वृश्चिकराजविदातानां जन्मादिद्वादशभावेशीग्राः हरितस्थाने मुदितावतेतां धारां सकाजात्मजेताभिस्थानपरावाप्त्यर्थं सुत्तानपितानां सखानां सकाजात् विभाजय भावाप्त्यर्थं तच्चिक्षाणां अनुराधनक्षत्राणां जन्मादिद्वादशभावेशीग्राः हरितस्थानेषु स्थिताः तेषां सखानां सकाजात्मजेताभिस्थानपरावाप्त्यर्थं सुत्तानपितानां सखानां सकाजात् समस्तविधदुरितदुष्टानिष्टादि निवारणार्थमग्नि भजाति समस्तभयपरिहारार्थम् अपमुद्यादि समस्तकण्टकपरिहारार्थं सर्वविध ऋणेभ्यगविमोचनार्थं समस्तसङ्गणावाप्त्यर्थम् आरोग्यपूर्णदीर्घायुष्यप्राप्त्यर्थं श्रीं प्रधानदेवतायाः सपरिवारस्य लक्ष्मीनारायणस्य सम्पूर्णानुग्रहसिद्ध्यर्थं ज्ञानभक्तिविरक्त्यतिशयप्राप्ति पूर्वक श्रीपाण्डुरङ्गविठलपरमानुग्रहसिद्ध्यर्थं यथा ज्ञानशक्तिदगनक्षत्रजान्ति होमाख्यं कर्म करिष्ये विधिकदाविद्यर्थमादौ गुरुगणपतिपूजाख्यं कर्म करिष्ये तदेव लक्ष्मं सुदिनं तदेव ताराबलं चन्द्रबलं तदेव विद्याबलं दैवबलं तदेव लक्ष्मीपते विजितं स्मरामि आगमादेवानां सदनात्मकरक्षता गुरुभ्यो नमः परमगुरुभ्यो नमः श्रीवदानन्दतीर्थभगवत्पादाचार्येभ्यो नमः श्रीवेदव्यासाय नमः प्रार्थनां समर्पयामि अनुज्ञां देहि ओम रमापतिं पूर्णगुणं मुकुन्दं व्यासं च विज्ञानसमुद्रधां पूर्णप्रबोधं च सुतत्वदीपं गवाद्गुरूंश्च प्रणमामि मूर्धान् श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः वैश्वामित्रमासि चन्द्रदधानन्दयत्याचेयप्रवरानित वैश्वामित्रगोत्रक आश्वनायनसूत्रक ऋक्षाचाध्यायि योगीन्द्रशर्माः अभिवादने गणपति पूजाख्यं कर्म करिष्ये गणानां भागसमतः गणपतिर्जगति गणेश आवाहने योगः ओम गणानात्मा गणपतिं तवामहे कविताभीनां उपश्यामतमं नेत्रमानं लक्ष्मणां प्रस्मरपदपानं लोके श्रीदसादानं महागणपतये नमः तत्कोणमण्डलमध्ये भूगणपतिं स्वगणपतिं स्वगणपतिं महागणपतिं आवाहयामि स्थापयामि पूजयामि महागणपतये नमः आवाहयामि स्थापयामि पूजयामि प्रसादाय नमः अमुं कौशिकर्जी गायत्री नमः महागणपत्यन्तर्गत भारतीरमणं चित्राणान्तर्गत श्री विष्णुं भरोदेवता आवाहना भेदपेन्यो क्षिप्रप्रसादाज्ञान नमः क्षिप्रप्रसादाज्ञान नमः भगवान् क्षिप्रप्रसादाय नेताभ्यामोषध नमः प्रागतभूस्वरोमि इति निबन्धक अदध्यानम् ओम रत्तां पदोरत्तमनोरत्तमाज्ञानलेपः नमो नमो विघ्नहर रामस्वरजाति नमो क्षिप्रप्रसादाय नमः क्षिप्रप्रसादाय नमः ओम क्षिप्रप्रसादाय नमः गोसुरो विद्यावाहयामि स्थापयामि पूजयामि सर्वोपचार पूजाः समर्पयामि ओम स्वागतमस्तु क्षिप्रप्रसादाय नमः पादारविन्दजगणोपाद्यं समर्पयामि ओम एकदन्ताय विद्महे वक्रतुण्डाय धीमहि तन्नो दन्ति प्रचोदयात् ओम प्रसन्नां समर्पयामि क्षिप्रप्रसादाय नमः मधुवर्गं समर्पयामि क्षिप्रप्रसादाय नमः सुधराचमनं समर्पयामि क्षिप्रप्रसादाय नमः स्नानं समर्पयामि क्षिप्रप्रसादाय नमः वस्त्रयुक्तं समर्पयामि क्षिप्रप्रसादाय नमः पवित्रे समर्पयामि गन्धं समर्पयामि पाणि अक्षतां समर्पयामि सर्वालङ्कारान् समर्पयामि ओम सुखाय नमः ओम एकदन्ताय नमः ओम कपिनाय नमः ओम गजकर्णकाय नमः ओम लम्बोदराय नमः ओम विकटाय नमः ओम विघ्नराजाय नमः ओम धूमकेतवे नमः ओम गणाध्यक्षाय नमः ओम आनचन्द्राय नमः ओम कुमारगुरवे नमः ओम सर्वविद्युत्प्रदायकाय नमः ओम नामपूजां समर्पयामि तकेन पदसंकल्पो देवी देवी परवस्थापितं सतां मूलकदली प्रत्ययं समर्पयामि पुष्पहं सत्यं त्वत्तेन परिविञ्चामि पवित्रीकरणार्थं धेरपुत्रान् विधीकरणार्थं तार्क्षपुत्रान् प्रजामि भक्तरणमपि भूमि स्वाहा भूत्राणाय स्वाहा भूमपानाय स्वाहा भूज्ञानाय स्वाहा भूतानाय स्वाहा ओम समानाय स्वाहा महागणपति अंतर्गत भारतीरमणं क्षेत्राणान्तर्गत श्री विष्णु महाराजी नमः ओम उपतोनादाजनाय भारती शादी समर्पयामि प्राणाय नमः उपसाराय नमः ज्ञानाय नमः भूतानाय नमः समानाय नमः क्षिप्रप्रदाय नमः विवेकयामि क्षिप्रप्रदाय नमः क्षिप्रप्रदाय नमः पूजनं समर्पयामि चक्रप्रक्षालनादिकं समर्पयामि करोत्तरं समर्पयामि सुखादिकं समर्पयामि गीतादेवी योगः ओम विश्वेदेवी विविधो गौरवः प्रसादाय नमः अबुं रक्षां हरजामि तानात्तकर्ता सुजनस्तोः विघ्नापहत्तादस्माद्विघ्नाभूतोऽहं मदैति तुभ्यां स्पष्टमाज्ञापनाय कौलस्वीत्यां इच्छान्तराय सर्वनिकनाद्विकलं प्राप्तिकायः वेदो विघ्नादिराजस्परिषदु वदनं पूरितौरीतमुदः प्रार्थनां समर्पयामि सुप्रप्रसादाय नमः अबुं विघ्नं कुरु ओम कृत्तिकायान्तरसमर्थेन अभिमानदेवताभ्यो नमः प्रधानदेवताभ्यो नमः अधिदेवता देवताभ्यो नमः आवाहनादिपूजनं कर्मकरिष्ये ओम भगिज्योतिर्दिवीनामयिपयजमी विददां विददामो दीहि भगिः येना तोकाद समाजात संख्या अंपीतं महत्प्रेक्षितं मध्यन्दत्तने तजिमा के राधोतो विद्याजगोभागम् ओम आकलचेके तथापि चेतो प्रपविता आगते अभिद्रोणः कलिकदरु ओम तत्तन्नं ददातो भानमन्ति किजोति पदपदोरप्याध्यागतान् मनो परवायुः कृपापतो मनःपवदनदादि चन्दनं ओम विममेते गत्येजमने सरस्वती सुबुद्धिस्तोमं सविता प्रज्ञाम् अभिज्ञामानुस्ते विदत्तजाति कीजेषु प्रज्ञापितोभाजा ओम तपोत्पवित्रंबिता संविवत्पदेशोजं दोत्यदन्ता बोधत्यदं भवन्त्यस्य पतितारमातरो दिवस्तभवति दिव्यन्तचेतासां ओम सखिदत्ताथानिताभिषेके तुनापि सखिताभिषाक भागं दमीहि मगेतो मत्पद्वेदोतो विददानं सम्मेनोत्तो मदनिसदान् सोमाविष्टनाथपदजुत्तलमात गुरुजं ओम पूर्णादरति पदापदपूर्णपदमापद तत्ते विक्रीनामकथितमुच्चकं चितकदो ओम जाप्त्रिदीया अतरा पुष्पाजास्य पुष्पिनीके तजस्पदपदो दास्तानो ओम चंतं हासः ओम पवित्रं प्रेरिता तंत्रं प्रणपदे प्रमुखानि पतीषि विपदाः अतप्ततमुन्नतधावो अतुते वितातिरितकं तत्तसमानद ओम कलशुद्धमुखे कंठेरुत्तसमाटितकमुले तत्ससितो प्रत्वामध्ये मातृगणापदाः अष्टोदुतागणा सर्वे तत्तद्दीपामसंहरारत्वेनोद यजुर्वेदस्सामवेदो जगन्मनः गीता सर्वे कलशान्तसमाश्रिताः शान्तिकृतिकायत्री सामकृतिकरत्याजान्तु गुणां आम्यर्थे विविधक्षेप कारकाः सर्वे समुद्रादरितः स्थानि जलदानदाः गङ्गे जगने तस्मै गोदावरी सरस्वती नर्मदे सिन्धुकावेरे जलेऽस्मिन् सन्निधिङ्कुरो सर्वतीर्था विमानदेवताः अन्तसन्निहिताः सन्तु तस्मागामि शुष्टितो वृणस्ततम् ॐ तस्मा आगामि प्रस्मानवन्तावानस्तनाका आश्रयितावानो अभिवेगे अभेडमानो वरुणेकबुद्धूषं प्रमाण आजुप्रमो ओजीः वरुणाजनमहाभूं वरुणं सुवर्णं सुवर्णं उद्धोस्तरोमिते वरुणमावागजामि स्थापयामि पूजयामि सर्वोपचारपूजाः समर्पयामि ओम देवाराधनमण्डलं सुरगणावासं सदा मन्दिरं कर्तुर्दर्शनमातदत्तशुभदं स्यात् पञ्चवर्णात्मकम् अपादित्यरतयुतं शुभफलं तस्योगपुण्यादितं नानानं समयं समस्तशास्त्रवरदम् आदि महामण्डलं मण्डलाभिमानदेवताभ्यो नमः सम्मध्ये ओम नन्दं सुनन्दं करुणं प्रचण्डं चण्डमेव च जयन्त विजयं चैकाशुभदं शुभदेक्षणं द्वारदेवताभ्यो नमः ओम परदेवता जीनमकापुं श्रीगुरुभ्यो नमः सर्वदेवताभ्यो नमः सर्वगुरुभ्यो नमः करुणाय नमः वेदुज्ञानाय नमः दुर्गाय नमः ओम सरस्वती नमः धर्माय नमः ज्ञानाय नमः ओम वैराग्याय नमः ओम ऐश्वर्याय नमः अधर्माय नमः ओम अज्ञानाय नमः ओम अवैराग्याय नमः ओम ऐश्वर्याय नमः ओम परमपुरुषाय नमः ओम आधारविघ्ने सुप्ते नमः ओम आदिपूर्णाय नमः ओम अनन्ताय नमः ओम प्रसिद्धे नमः ओम क्षीरसागराय नमः ओम चेतसीमाय नमः ओम अपेदिकदत्तमण्डपाय नमः ओम पद्मनाय नमः ओम अमर्कमण्डलाय नमः ओम सोमण्डलाय नमः ओम भक्तिमण्डलाय नमः ओम संसद्माध्यमानस्मीश्री नमः ओम संपदो विमानने पुण्यं संपुष्टिं पुण्ये नमः ओम परात्मने नमः ओम परमात्मने नमः ओम बलाजी नमः ओम कृष्णे नमः ओम ज्ञानात् ओम क्रियाजी नमः ओम योगाजी नमः ओम पृथ्वी नमः ओम सत्याजी नमः ओम ईशानाजी नमः ओम अभिगगाजी नमः ओम भगवतः नक्षत्र शांति देवता शांति गोम कर्मांक देवता अंतर्यामी प्रधान देवताया भारती रमण मुख्यप्राणांतर्गत शांति देवताया लक्ष्मी नारायणस्य योगबद्धवी धात्तने जीवदनंता जन्मः स्वर्णपीठं प्रकल्पयामि आवाहयामि ओम आत्मा देवानां समानस्य गर्भो जितामिषं चारति देव जेजः पूजायुधं तद्विरे नमो संतते माता आज अभिषा आदिधेम पूर्णतो नारायणाजातु तद्वितांगतायुधवाहन भारती रमण मुख्य प्राणांतर्गत लक्ष्मी नारायणं मंडलमध्ये सुखिकाजां कलकमध्ये स्वरोमित्यावाहयामि स्थापयामि पूजयामि पूर्णतो नारायणाजातु आवाहितो भव संस्थापितो भव निहितो भव तत्तो भव तत्तो भव विष्टो भव मुखितो भव याप्तो भव तदन्नो भव क्षमस्व लक्ष्मी नारायणो देवताय प्रधान देवता लक्ष्मी नारायणानां योगः ओम नमो ओमकभ्यो नमो अर्थकेभ्यो नमो जुभ्यो नमः आचरीभ्यः यदा आमदेवानिधि शक्तवा आपवास्याजा सच्चत्तमा मुक्षिदेवाः लक्ष्मी नारायणमावाहयामि स्थापयामि पूजयामि ओम अधिदेवताये ब्रह्मणे नमः ओम ब्रह्मानाते स्वामित्रो ब्रह्मात्तम ओम ब्रह्मानाते ब्रह्मजिदाय नमः हरितः आगत समाद आदि इदं ददं सुदं दाति संपदामि तामुपादाय सोमं ओम अधिदेवतां ब्रह्माणं ब्रह्माणं दोषोमिति ब्रह्माणमावाहयामि स्थापयामि पूजयामि अतिदेवताये रुद्राय नमः त्र्यम्बकमैत्रावहि त्र्यम्बकोरकं ओम त्र्यम्बकेयजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनं उदारकटिबन्धनां मुक्तं मुक्तिजमां तथा आदिभूतां वरत्रं स्वरत्रं दोषोमिति रुद्रमावाहयामि स्थापयामि पूजयामि ओम अथां विशाखा नक्षत्र देवताभ्यो नमः ओम आवाहयिष्ये ओम इन्द्राभ्यां नमः ओम विशाखाभ्यां नमः विशाखाभ्यां नमः ओम श्रीत्याय नमः ओम अभिजित्ते नमः ओम आदवे नमः ओम विष्णावे नमः ओम कामकाराय नमः ओम अभिजित्ते नमः ओम विष्णाय नमः ओम अनुराधेभ्यः नमः ओम वित्ततेजाय नमः ओम अभिजित्ते नमः ओम इंद्राय नमः ओम ज्येष्ठाय नमः ओम ज्येष्ठ्याय नमः ओम अभिजित्ते नमः ओम प्रजापतये नमः ओम गुणाय नमः ओम प्रजाये नमः ओम अभ्य नमः ओम अभ्यो नमः ओम आचाराभ्यो नमः ओम समुद्राय नमः ओम कामाय नमः ओम अभिजित्ते नमः ओम विश्वेभ्यो देवीभ्यो नमः ओम आषाढ़ाभ्यो नमः ओम अनपदय्याय नमः ओम जित्ते नमः ओम ब्रह्मणे नमः ओम अभिजिते नमः ओम ब्रह्मलोकाय नमः ओम अभिजिते नमः ओम विष्णवे नमः ओम शोणादि नमः ओम शोकाय नमः ओम सुताय नमः ओम वसुभ्यो नमः ओम शविष्ठाभ्यो नमः ओम अग्राय नमः ओम परित्ते नमः ओम वरुणाय नमः ओम शतविशते नमः ओम शेषजीभ्यो नमः ओम अजादाय अजा अजैक अजाय अजायिकपदये नमः ओम पुरुषपतिभ्यो नमः ओम तेजसे नमः ओम ब्रह्मवर्चसाय नमः ओम अहमे अहमे नमः ओम अहमे विज्ञाय नमः ओम प्रोच्चपतिभ्यो नमः ओम प्रतिष्ठादे नमः ओम अहये बुद्धियाय नमः ओम प्रोच्चपतिभ्यो नमः ओम प्रतिष्ठादे नमः ओम पुष्टे नमः ओम देवते नमः ओम पशुभ्यो नमः ओम अश्विभ्यो नमः ओम अश्वयुभ्यो नमः ओम शुक्लादे नमः ओम शुक्ते नमः ओम यमाय नमः ओम अपभरणीभ्यो नमः ओम राजाय नमः ओम अभिदित्ते नमः ओम अग्नये नमः ओम कृत्तिकाभ्यो नमः ओम अंबागे नमः ओम सुरागे नमः ओम सत्ये नमः ओम अभ्रजन्ते नमः ओम मेघयन्ते नमः ओम वर्षयन्ते नमः ओम ओम जपुनीकाले नमः ओम प्रजापतये नमः ओम रोहित्ये नमः ओम रोचमानादे नमः ओम प्रजाभ्यो नमः ओम सोमाय नमः ओम मृगशीर्षाय नमः ओम इन्मकाभ्यो नमः ओम ओषधीभ्यो नमः ओम राज्याय नमः ओम अभिदित्ते नमः ओम रुद्राय नमः ओम आर्द्रादे नमः ओम विश्वमानादे नमः ओम पशुभ्यो नमः ओम अदित्ये नमः ओम पुनर्वसुभ्यां नमः ओम अभूते नमः ओम प्रजादे नमः ओम बृहस्पतये नमः ओम तिष्यादे नमः ओम ब्रह्मवर्चस्ताय नमः ओम सर्वे सर्वेभ्यो नमः ओम आश्लेषाभ्यो नमः ओम दन्तशुद्धेभ्यो नमः ओम पितृभ्यो नमः ओम महाभ्यो नमः ओम अनगाभ्यो नमः ओम अगदादे नमः ओम अरुन्धतीभ्यो नमः ओम अर्यमणे नमः ओम फल्गुणीभ्यो नमः ओम पशुभ्यो नमः ओम भटाय नमः ओम फल्गुणीभ्यो नमः ओम शीर्षाय नमः ओम सवित्रे नमः ओम भक्ताय नमः ओम ददते नमः ददती नमः ओम अनते नमः अनते नमः ओम प्रयच्छते नमः ओम प्रतिगृह्णीभ्यो नमः ओम तस्ते नमः ओम चित्रादे नमः चैत्राय नमः ओम प्रजादे नमः नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यो नमः अधिदेवता प्रत्येकदेवता सहितेभ्यो नमः भुवस्वरो विद्यावागजामि स्थापयामि पूजयामि मण्डलमध्ये कलशे आवाहयामि स्थापयामि पूजयामि तथान् कालाभिमानदेवताः वाहयिष्ये ओम पौर्णमास्ते नमः ओम कामादे नमः ओम गत्ते नमः ओम चन्दनते नमः ओम तथीदशादे नमः ओम अहोलाभ्यो नमः ओम अर्थमासेभ्यो नमः ओम आसेभ्यो नमः ओम ऋतुभ्यो नमः ओम संवत्सराय नमः ओम अमात्यागे नमः ओम कामाय नमः ओम गत्ते नमः ओम अक्तये नमः ओम रात्रे नमः ओम अतिमुक्ते नमः ओम उषसे नमः ओम पुष्टे नमः ओम द्विशक्ते नमः ओम इच्छन्ते नमः ओम युष्टादे नमः ओम नक्षत्राय नमः ओम देश्यते नमः ओम उच्यते नमः ओम ऋगेताय नमः ऋगेताय नमः ओम हरते हरसे नमः ओम हरते नमः हरते नमः ओम हरसे नमः ओम आगसे नमः ओम तेजसे नमः ओम तपसे नमः ओम तत्पवत्तसाय नमः ओम सूर्याय नमः ओम नक्षत्रेभ्यो नमः ओम प्रतिष्ठादे नमः ओम अदित्ये नमः ओम प्रतिष्ठादे नमः ओम प्रतिष्ठादे नमः भूतवत्सरो मे कालाभिमानदेवताभ्यो नमः आवाहयामि स्थापयामि एकोनचत्वारिंशत्कालाभिमानदेवताः भूतवत्सरो नित्यावाहयामि स्थापयामि पूजयामि ओमावाहितं समस्तदेवताभ्यो नमः सर्वदेवतां पर्यामिने परमात्मने नमः लं पृथिव्यात्मकं गन्धं कल्पयामि ओम ब्रह्माकाशात्मकं पुष्पं कल्पयामि ओम जम्बात्मकं धूपं कल्पयामि ओम रमध्यात्मकं दीपं कल्पयामि ओम वं पवनात्मकं च नैवेद्यं समर्पयामि पञ्चोपचारपूजाः प्रकल्पयामि ओम अथ तन्दिनोले कनादिति प्रतिष्ठापनाख्यं कर्म करिष्ये उल्लिखे दुतगाजामां तस्याभ्यकोपरे रागाजाते उपसंते असंस्कृते च पूर्वजा मते सह उदसंताः रागाजान असंपदाः लिखितं येन सकलं नाज्ञेयं तन्निधानज अर्जुन भिक्षुचकलं निरस्य अप उपस्थितेत् उत्पादमावाहजामि उत्तमावाहजामि उत्तमावाहजामि उमामावाहजामि लक्ष्मीमावाहजामि सरस्वतीमावाहजामि ओम एकतगौतमो वामदेवहं यातवेदाहं अत्यस्ततपोतेके आगमाने च विनियोगः ओम एकतजिकहोता सीता वत्सपूरजेता भावानः अवादात् आरोता श्रीविष्णुविद्ये इदा आवहे तूमनकाज देवान् विश्वधमुनात्रे गोपसुकृतः अत्यस्ततपत्नी आवाहने च विनियोगः ओम विश्वधमुना हीतपुरोण तत्तमो नित्यमुपादाति विद्वान् स्वाहास्मे विदुदो यज्ञाः सूयतामाभार सुजानानि अक्षतैः सत्यमावाक्यं सर्वद्वरेण सत्यादात्मं ओम कीर्तनशीलसर्वोत्तमनादित्यो देवता विद्यादात्मनि लक्ष्मी समद्विज्ञा क्रीडा परमेश्वरी प्रजापति प्रजापति सती योगः ओम जनानां सिंहविद्यापदां ज्ञानलवातरोगं श्रीः सहोदरमादित्यं ओम सैन्धराजनक्षत्रनादित्यमदोदराजपरि सविन्धनेति विनियोगः ओम जनाद्यस्तविद्यते कविकृतमाकविदिवाहं नमादित्वास्यः ज्योतिर्जनं दृष्ट्या विशोभ्यतपदोऽधिकृत्यमने विनियोगः ओम ज्योतिनां गदा आहाभ्यतिराभृविश्वापानि कलते महिष्पान् आगे अवीर्नाद सहा सेतरे दाष्टि इनिदेशंगे रक्षासे विक्षे ओम मुक्तिं प्रचलितं वन्दे नाथवेदं साधनं स्मरणवर्णं मननं पवित्रं विशेषोपदं देव चातालो मेधा करत्तिन ततो पक्षमुखी करणे विनियोगः ओम श्री अच्छा आवदेह उत्तिन्न सुमना आभव अनो आदित्यविषत्पदे अनद आदिनस्कुन् ओम एतदिने तत्पदिशो न सर्ता पूर्वो विजातपदुकः अन्तः विजाजबाणपदविद्यमानः प्रत्यमुखा आविच्छति विश्वतो मुखः एकान्तित्यगोत्तविश्वानरमेषां नमो नमः राजमुखो देव तदमुखोपवाच्यवकं तत्त्वा तत्मानुषङ्गीर्चित्रं तस्य गौतमो नामदेवः जातवेदां तत्त्वोत्थाने विनियोगः ओम चत्वारशृङ्गाः तजो अस्य पादान् द्विशीर्षे सप्तहस्ता आसुवस्य आबद्धो वृषभो ओ रवीतमभो देवो मत्याम् आविवेश सप्तहस्तचतुर्शृङ्गः सप्तजिह्वो शीर्षकः विपाप्रसन्नवदनः सुखादीनित्यजित्पदः स्वाहान्त दक्षिणे पार्श्वे देवी मामे ददां तथा विप्रदक्षिणः तेजक्तिवन्दं सचं सतं सोमनं विदनं मामे क्षमातं जधारगन् ईशान् भोजनाबद्धो कपलवरुणो मुकूजदः सुमध्वजो लोकिताक्षः सत्ताधि सर्वकामदः आत्माभिष्टवादीनः इमं भूभूतासनः दिवेन मरुणात्मा बद्धमौलिं शुक्लांशकवर्णमनेकाहं भोजसंस्थं अभिमतवर्गस्य सुतिका भीतिवत्सं नवकनकमाला नक्षतांशं सुषान् कीर्तपुरुषाय नमः ज्ञानं समर्पयामि अन्नादानाग्निं कर्म करिष्येऽस्मिन् अन्नाग्रेऽस्मिन् तेगे षोडशकारार्थं प्रत्येकं षोडशकालभाषापद्येन वितमसज्ञापति गीतनरतेकविष्णौ सिद्ध्यते नारायण अष्टाक्षर अष्टजनक्षरवाचाक्षर विशुद्धायति तेन प्रत्येकमिष्टवारमातपद्येन पुनः पुरुषसूत्रेण तत्तजवेकवारमातपद्येन पुनः सूत्रेण श्रीनारायणो सीतपते तत्तजवेकवारमातपद्येन पुनः जातवेदसमर्पितेन पितामहि चाकरनिवत्याति सोमो शक्तिज्ञानक्षेत्रज्ञेन अर्थप्रदानं नमो महद्वेति वन्देन स्तोत्रशतवारं सतिजन्माद्या सर्वेण पुनः स्तोत्रशतवारम् अक्षत्रज्ञेन पुनः देवता ब्रह्माणात् वन्देन स्तोत्रशतवारं समितसर्वाचत्रैः पुनः सत्यदेवता त्यम्बकं पुत्रं स्तोत्रशतवारं समितसर्व आचत्रैः पुनः प्रधानदेवता नक्षत्रकांशातिकर्मयुक्ताः नक्षत्रदेवताः तपस्सः एकैकष्टाविंशतिवारमाचतद्येन देवता तपसः एकैकमष्टवारमाचतद्येन सत्यदेवताः तपस्सः एकैकमष्टवारमाचतद्येन पुनः पञ्चविंशतिनक्षत्रोक्तदेवताः अधिकशतसङ्ख्याः एकैकवारं कालाभिमानः तत्त्वांशान् विपोर्तत्वान् आद्यद्रव्येण तनुशेषेण सुप्तगतमस्ति विप्पसन्दकेन उत्तर पुष्पादेवान् संस्तावेन अजातमस्ति पाहिं सूर्यं वित्तं विददामदन्तजेताः साहित्यपदेवताद्रव्येण जाताज्ञातदोषविकारार्थं वेदादोषदोषसाहितातमस्ति संकेतज्ञातादिदोषसाहितात परप्रस्थबलगात्रेण वेदा अङ्गदेवता प्रधानदेवता पाहिष्यदेवता रातपदार्थसन्निहिता संसजीवसाङ्गोपाङ्गेन कर्मणा प्रत्योयेते समप्रज्ञापिता रमेशि विदापदित्यापदित्य प्रजापदमीशि वासुदेवाय धन्नमः एकं द्वे त्रीणि चत्वारि ओं देवत्यस्मा तदपत्पदमे अग्नो अवाभ्यां ऊर्ध्वहस्ताभ्यां परिस्थितानि ओं देवत्यस्मा तदपत्पदमे अग्नो अवाभ्यां ऊर्ध्वहस्ताभ्यां दक्षिणायां परिस्थितानि ओं देवत्यस्मा तदपत्पदमे अग्नो अवाभ्यां ऊर्ध्वहस्ताभ्यां दक्षिणायां परिस्थितानि ओं देवत्यस्मा तदपत्पदमे अग्नो अवाभ्यां ऊर्ध्वहस्ताभ्यां सरस्वती ब्रह्मन् ब्रह्मासि नमस्ते ब्रह्मन् ब्रह्मणे नमः ब्रह्मणारायणानि अपप्रणीशान् हे पवित्रे गीत्वा नीरश्रीराक्षादयेतु सुप्रदः आज्यपात्रविधाय हे पवित्रे आज्यपात्रविधाय आज्यमादिच्य तपत्माङ्गारकामले आज्यपात्रविशिष्टिगुणता तद्भाविनामत्वान् हिन्दुस्तमात्रपर्वके भागिरे बच्चिते प्रक्षाल्य आद्यपात्रे प्रास्य तेनैव ज्वलता आद्येनतः पर्यक्तीकरणं कृत्वा ततो मदमपासि पुष्पपदंसिकाभ्यां संस्करे दधाति साक्षाणादान्ते हिरण्यकृतभविता प्रवृत्तिकाद्योत्पवनीय ॐ सवितुत्वा पवपवुत्तो नाम प्रत्यत्रेण पवित्रेण वसोस्तूयस्य लक्ष्मीभिः ते पश्चात् सजग्राम भक्ति संबंधी तत्प्रातः उत्सवो गीत्वा भक्तेन प्रीतं आनादाय तथैव अग्नौ प्रदापि विधायकं तत्तीरधारजनवक्तानि तस्मानुष्णीयतमन्तस्य गौतमो भावदेवकजातवे दास्य सततं ॐ तस्मानुष्णीयास्तयोत्पादास्मीति तत्सहस्तासु आवतोरतपोरोरदीपको देवो मध्यात्मादिवेदं पूर्णपापेन दध्यादि ते पश्चात् लक्षणोपयुक्त प्रतिष्ठापनेत् विश्वानिनैततमं सत्यमात्मनान् दीर्घविदन्नः तजोप अनन्तरणीयन्त्यायाः उपस्थाये च विनियोगः ॐ स्वाहानो विद्महा आजातवेद बुद्धनावादितादिप्रति अनेके अस्तिमन्तमादाचना अमृतत्वमश्याम् यस्मै त्वं प्रतते जातवे ततो तपते कर्मद्योदं अत्रदन्तं पुषणं वीरवन्तं भोगन्तं नदिनाशते तस्ति स्वादिष्य अनुभवमस्मि विद्वानाय सकलगुणात्मकत्युष्टकपराधराय नमः स्वर्णदीनं प्रकल्पयामि नाम संक्रांत्य जनमरुणात्तावत्तमौलिं शुक्लां चिकवर्णमनेका कल्पमं भोजनं तं अभिमतवरकत्युत्पत्तिकार्तिकं नमत कनकबालालङ्कटाकं कृतां सर्वकर्माणि साधय स्वाहा अंगारवर्णम् अभितोण्डविप्रभावि व्याप्तं परत्तदनुधरम् एकवीरं ध्यायेत् अदेश भूभूतमुनिस्तुवद्भिः आवीतम् आत्मपदवीं प्रतिपादयत् अत्यन्तर्गत भारतीयमनं विप्राणान्तर्गत ऋणीपदे बहुरामाय नमः वापयामि स्थापयामि पूजयामि स्वानरादि विद्महे नालीरादि धीमहि तन्नो वह्निः प्रचोदयात् प्रसन्नाभ्यं समर्पयामि विद्वानरादि विद्महे नालीरादि धीमहि तन्नो वह्निः प्रचोदयात् विद्वानरादि विद्महे नालीरादि धीमहि तन्नो वह्निः प्रचोदयात् विद्वानरादि विद्महे नालीरादि धीमहि तन्नो वह्निः प्रचोदयात् समर्पयामि शान्तिं समर्पयामि आत्मनं समर्पयामि निवेद्यास्य आद्यं निवेदयामि सर्वोपचार पूजार्थे समर्पयामि यत्र समर्पयामि विश्वामित्र जगदति भरद्वाज प्रजापति विजय गायत्री गायत्री षोडशसंस्कार सिद्धते व्यस्तसमस्तव्यासदेवयोगः आदानं कर्म संपादयामि सवना कर्म संपादयामि इदं पूर्णयेन कर्म संपादयामि कर्म संपादयामि कर्म संपादयामि नामकरण कर्म संपादयामि उपनिष्ठमन कर्म संपादयामि अन्नप्राशन कर्म संपादयामि चौल कर्म संपादयामि अनयन कर्म संपादयामि आनामि कर्म संपादयामि महाव्रत कर्म संपादयामि उपनिषत् कर्म संपादयामि उदान कर्म संपादयामि महावर्तन कर्म संपादयामि विवाह कर्म संपादयामि षोडश संस्काराः कृताः स्वामिन्नर्थे विष्णुपतिभ्यः नारायणो देवता ओम ओ नमो नारायणाय ओम स्वाहा नारायणाय ओम ओ नमो नारायणाय ओम स्वाहा नारायणाय ब्रह्मार्षि जगदीश सह गायत्री चलः श्री गोपाल कृष्ण देवता ओम क्लीं कृष्णाय नमः ओम स्वाहा श्री कृष्णाय नमः ओम क्लीं कृष्णाय नमः ओम स्वाहा 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 ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय स्वाहा वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय स्वाहा ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय स्वाहा वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय स्वाहा ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय ओम नारायणाय विद्महे वासुदेवाय धीमहि तन्नो विष्णुः प्रचोदयात् स्वाहा नारायणाय सहस्रशील चेति षोडशतत्तरुत्तनारायण चिकनस्तुभजन्तकत्या तत्तुभजन्तः परमपुरुषो देवता परमपुरुषः ओम सहस्रा शीर्षा पुरोधत्तकत्राक्ष सहस्राभावि भूमिं विश्वतो अवस्तात्यादिष्टदशाङ्कलं स्वाहा ओम पुरुष देवेदं तद्मय्यत् बोधयच्च भव्यं सुताम्र तत्त्वभेदा आनोजतज्ञे एनातिरोगाभि ओम स्वाहा ओम केताव आनत्यमकमातोज्जाजा अंश पुरुषः पादो अस्तिवित्वा भूतानि निपादत्यावतं दिविभुं स्वाहा पुरुषादनः ओम त्रिपादो दबदे पुरुषपादो असेका भावत्पनाः ततो विश्वं यक्रामस्साचदानशे अधीमुं स्वाहा पुरुषादनः ओम तत्त्वा विराडाजातविराजो अस्य पुरुषः सजातो अत्यादित्यदवच्चार्थो भवतो अपरकं स्वाहा पुरुषादनः ओम यत्पुरुषेण विषा आमेवा नित्यमतं वदन् ततो अस्यासीदान्त्यं कीट्पदत्तरत् स्वाहा पुरुषादनः ओम तयज्ञं वर्गिषि प्रोक्षं पुरुषं जातमकरः तेना देवा आदिदं साध्यार्षादतजे ओम स्वाहा पुरुषादनः ओम तत्त्वा आदित्यात्तत्त्वदत्तं धृतं मुषदाज्ञं पटून्ताञ्चक्रेमा दिव्या आनानव्यां गाभ्यास्तदेव स्वाहा पुरुषादनः ओम तत्त्वा आदित्यात्तत्त्वदरजस्सामा आनिजचरे छन्दा आन्तजचरे तस्मात् जस्तस्मादजायत स्वाहा पुरुषादनः ओम तत्त्वा अजाजन्त एकेजो ओ भजादातः गावो ओ गजस्य भेतस्मात् तस्मात् आज्ञाता आज्ञापजाः स्वाहा पुरुषादनः ओम पुरुषं प्रदातस्य कल्पजन् मुखं किमत्यको बाभूका ऊरुपादा उच्येते स्वाहा पुरुषादनः ओम ब्राह्मणो अस्य मुखामापि बाभूरा आजन्यकृतः गुरु तदस्तजस्मै शब्दां शूद्रो आजायत ओम स्वाहा पूजागणो वंचन्त पापना सोजा प्रत्यक्षो सूर्यो अजायत मुखादिन्तस्यान्तिश्च प्राणात् प्राजुराजायत ओम स्वाहा पूजागणो वनाख्या आसीदन्तरिक्षं ज्येष्ठोऽध्यो समावर्तत तस्यां भूभद्रशाक्तो प्रातथा आलोका आकल्पजन्न ओम स्वाहा पूजागणो ओम सप्तास्या आसंपदतगस्ति सप्तदभिधक्तुताः देवादित्यजन्तं पाना अपद्धन्न पूजं पशुं ओम स्वाहा पूजागणो ओम यज्ञेना यज्ञमादितं तदेवास्तानि धर्माणि प्रथमान्या आसन् देवनाकं भगिमानत्तजं तजत्र भूमे साध्यासं क्षीरेमाः ओम स्वाहा पूजागणो ओम हिरण्यवर्णामिकपञ्चदत्तत्वदुत्पत्त्यानन्तगतमटीतजिक्रीतीन्दिरारुतारठेगात्यादित्वोनुष्टभगजबुद्धिप्रकृति पंचमे षट्टोदत्तभौतता अष्टौ अनुष्टभगन्त्या आस्तारपत्तिः लक्ष्मीनारायणो देवते लक्ष्मीनारायणप्रीतये अनेकविष्णोत्तरिक्षरैर्सिद्ध्यत्याश्वमीनोगः ओम हिरण्यवर्णां हरिणीं सुवर्णरथदत्तजां चन्द्रां ब्रह्मणीं लक्ष्मीं जातवेदो महावगं स्वाहा लक्ष्मीनारायणाभ्यामिति नमः ओम तां आवगजातवेदो लक्ष्मीमनपगाविनीं यस्यां हिरण्यबिन्दे जङ्कामश्वं पूजानः स्वाहा लक्ष्मीनारायणाभ्यामिति नमः ओम अष्टभूतान्तसमध्यां सत्यनाथप्रबोधिनीं श्रियं देवी सुप्रभजेति वा देवी चिततां स्वाहा लक्ष्मीनारायणाभ्यामिति नमः ओम कां सोपितां हिरण्यप्राकार आदात्रां जनन्तीं तस्तां तर्पयन्तीं तस्मै स्थितावतमरणान्तां विगोपकजेटिजम् ओम स्वाहा लक्ष्मीनारायणाभ्यामिति नमः ओम चन्द्रां प्रभातां जितदाज्वलं तीं श्रियं लोके देवजिष्टावतारां तां पद्मिनी एवें शरणं प्रपद्ये अलक्ष्मीर्मेण शतां सा प्रणेतुं स्वाहा लक्ष्मीनारायणाभ्यामिति नमः ओम आदित्यवन्दे ततो तेजातो तत्प्रतिस्तमपुक्षोत्तमिल्पः तस्य आदितप्रसादत्तपाजान्तराजास्य वाक्या अलक्ष्मीः ओम स्वाहा लक्ष्मीनारायणाभ्यामिति नमः ओम वैकीतवान्ते एव सखकीर्तिस्य मणिनासः प्रातद्भूतोऽप्यनास्तेऽस्मिन् चेतमध्यं ददात देवं स्वाहा लक्ष्मीनारायणाभ्यामिति नमः ओम शुद्धिवातावदान्त्येतावलक्ष्मीनारायणाभ्यामिति नमः देवताबुद्धिं च तत्त्वान्ति सुतमेकगातात् ओम स्वाहा लक्ष्मीनारायणाभ्यामिति नमः ओम तत्त्वादान्तदातरिशामिषमितान्तरीषिणीं ईश्वरे सर्वभूतानां तां विकोपसजयतिजं ओम स्वाहा लक्ष्मीनारायणाभ्यामिति नमः ओम अनधक्ता भवातु किंवातत्सत्यमजीवहि तजो नागोपबन्धत्यपदितीन् जताजताः ओम स्वाहा लक्ष्मीनारायणाभ्यामिति नमः तत्तवेन प्रजा भूतामजितं पदकर्तवाचितं पापदमे कुले मातरं पद्ममादिदेवं स्वाहालक्ष्मीनारायणां ध्यामदनं सोमापभजन्तु ते ज्ञानजक्रीतमतमेकं देवी मातरं जितं पापदमे कुलेवं स्वाहा लक्ष्मीनारायणां ध्यामदनं सोमाप्तां पुष्करणीं बुद्धिफलनां चे पदानीं सूर्यां गिरत्मजीं लक्ष्मीं जातवेदो मापकं स्वाहा लक्ष्मीनारायणां ध्यामदनं सोमाप्तां जक्करीं जक्कविकलां पद्ममादिनीं चन्द्रां गिरत्मजीं लक्ष्मीं जातवेदो मापकं ओम स्वाहा लक्ष्मीनारायणां ध्यामदनं ओम ताम आवक जातवेदो लक्ष्मीमनपकाविनी यस्यां हिरण्यं प्रभोतङ्कावो दात्योत्साहं विन्देजं पुरुदानकं स्वाहा लक्ष्मीनारायणां ध्यामदनं अत्यंतर्गत भारतीय रमण कीर्तनांतर्गत लक्ष्मीपति पुरुषरामः प्रियदां कृष्णार्पणमस्तु तथैव होमं करिष्ये ओम एकं द्वे त्रीणि चत्वारि पञ्च षट् सप्त अष्टौ नव दश एकादश द्वादश त्रयोदश चतुर्दश पञ्चदश सवतो विगीत्वा मूलमध्वजो मध्ये विगीत्वा वीरधिकारि बलंकृत्य अति बलंकृत्य विद्मबलंकृत्य आत्मानमलंकृत्य विद्मादानं क्रियात् अयन्त विद्मावामदेवगजात वेदास्तित्वविद्माधारे विनियोगः ओम अजन्त विद्म आत्मा जात वेदत्ते नेद्धत्तबद्धत्तचित्तबद्धजटाप्पां सजटापथविप्रक्तबद्धते नान्नाद्येन समीधय ओम स्वाहा जातवेदते ज्ञेयः जातवेद तर्हि स्वाहा सोमाय स्वाहा सोमाय भूमि विनियोग आदु ब्रह्मांडीनारायणो देवता प्रधान देवता श्रीनारायण देवता आदु
Namo Devi Dharma Devi Jaya Jaya Devi
देवता ब्रह्मा वेदनीय परिचर्वान करोगे स्वामी तो जी बिल्कुल जंगल ब्रह्मा देवता आप देखिए हां अभी रात को भी ब्रह्मा ना देवता आई करेगा आज आज को आई ब्रह्मा देवता आई करेगा Om Brahmana Vedamina शाखा विशाखा नक्षत्र देवता दिशा प्रधान अध्यात्मिक प्रत्येक नक्षत्रार्म कोशि विशाखा नक्षत्र देवताभ्यो नमः इंद्राभ्यां नमः शाखा नक्षत्र देवतानि दैत्यानि स्वाहा शाखा नक्षत्र देवतानि अभिजिते स्वाहा देवतानि माधवी स्वाहा आदि स्वाहा ओम कामजारा स्वाहा अभिजिते स्वाहा अभिजिते स्वाहा अभिजित्याय प्रत्यति देवतानि मित्राणि स्वाहा आय स्वाहा ज्येष्ठानि स्वाहा अनुराधाय स्वाहा अनुराधि अनुराधि ओम मित्रधेयानि स्वाहा मित्रधेयाय स्वाहा मित्रधेयाय अभिजिते स्वाहा अभिजिते स्वाहा नक्षत्र देवता देवता इंद्राब्दि देवतांतर्यामि अभिजिते स्वाहा आचारी आचारात् स्वाहा सुभद्राज स्वाहा अमादि स्वाहा ओम अभिजिते स्वाहा अभिजित्याय नमः ओम विश्वेभ्यो देवेभ्यः स्वाहा विष्णुभ्ये ओम आषाढ़ी स्वाहा ओम अनवदियाय स्वाहा ओम श्री स्वाहा ओम ब्रह्मणे स्वाहा ओम अभिजिते स्वाहा ओम ब्रह्मरोताय स्वाहा ओम अभिजिते स्वाहा ओम विष्णवे स्वाहा ओम श्रोणादि स्वाहा श्रोणाय ओम श्रोताय स्वाहा श्रोताय ओम श्रुताय स्वाहा श्रुताय ओम असुभ्य स्वाहा ओम श्रविष्ठाभ्य स्वाहा स्वाहा श्रविष्ठाभ्य ओम अग्राज स्वाहा ओम परीते स्वाहा परित्याग ओम वरुणाज स्वाहा वरुणाय ओम शतभिषजे स्वाहा ओम भेषजेभ्य स्वाहा भेषजेभ्य ओम अधैकपदे स्वाहा अधैकपदे ओम पृष्ठपदेभ्य स्वाहा पृष्ठपदेभ्य ओम तेजसे स्वाहा तेजसे ओम ब्रह्मवर्चसे स्वाहा ब्रह्मवर्चसे ओम नखे बुद्धयाज स्वाहा हये बुद्धयाज ओम पृष्ठपदेभ्य स्वाहा ओम प्रतिष्ठायै स्वाहा प्रतिष्ठाय नमः ओम पूष्णे स्वाहा पूष्णाय नमः ओम रेवती स्वाहा रेवती नमः ओम पशुभ्य स्वाहा पशुभ्य नमः ओम अश्विभ्यां स्वाहा अश्विभ्य नमः ओम अश्वयुभ्यां स्वाहा अश्वयुभ्यां नमः ओम श्रोत्री श्रोत्रादि युक्ते स्वाहा ओम श्रोत्रादि नमः ओम यमाय स्वाहा यमाय नमः ओम अपभ्रणी स्वाहा ओम अपभ्रणी नमः ओम राज्याय स्वाहा राज्याय नमः ओम अभिजिते स्वाहा अभिजिते नमः ओम अग्नजे स्वाहा ओम कृत्तिकां स्वाहा कृत्तिकां ओम अंबारी स्वाहा अंबाय ओम दुनादि स्वाहा दुनाय ओम विदत्ति स्वाहा विदत्ते ओम मेघयन्ति स्वाहा ओम मेघयन्त्याय नमः ओम वर्षयन्ति स्वाहा वर्षयन्त्याय नमः ओम पुनिकादि स्वाहा पुनिकाय नमः ओम प्रजापतये स्वाहा प्रजापतये ओम रोहिणी स्वाहा रोहिणी ओम रोचमानादि स्वाहा रोचमानाय प्रजाभ्य स्वाहा प्रजाभ्य नमः ओम सोमाय स्वाहा सोमाय ओम मृगशीर्षाय स्वाहा मृगशीर्षाय ओम इन्मकाभ्य स्वाहा इन्मकाभ्य ओम ओषधीभ्य स्वाहा ओषधीभ्य ओम राज्याय स्वाहा राज्याय ओम अभिजिते स्वाहा अभिजिते ओम रुद्राय स्वाहा रुद्राय ओम आर्द्रादि स्वाहा ओम आर्द्राय इदं नमः ओम पितमानादि स्वाहा पितमानाय ओम पशुभ्य स्वाहा पशुभ्य ओम अदित्ये स्वाहा आदित्याय ओम पुनर्वसुभ्यां स्वाहा पुनर्वसुभ्यां इदं नमः ओम आभूते स्वाहा आभूत्याय नमः ओम प्रजाति स्वाहा प्रजाति स्वाहा प्रजाति ओम बृहस्पतये स्वाहा ओम शिष्याय स्वाहा शिष्याय नमः ओम ब्रह्मवर्चसाय स्वाहा ब्रह्मवर्चसाय नमः ओम सर्पेभ्य स्वाहा सर्पेभ्य नमः ओम दंडशूकेभ्य स्वाहा दंडशूकेभ्य नमः ओम आश्लेषाभ्य स्वाहा आश्लेषाभ्य नमः दंडशूकेभ्य स्वाहा दंडशूकेभ्य नमः ओम पितृभ्य स्वाहा पितृभ्य नमः ओम मगाभ्य स्वाहा मगभ्य नमः ओम अनगाभ्य स्वाहा अनगाभ्य नमः ओम अगराभ्य स्वाहा ओम अगराभ्य नमः ओम हरियम्ने स्वाहा हरियम्नाय नमः ओम फल्गुनीभ्यां स्वाहा ओम फल्गुनीभ्यां नमः ओम पशुभ्य स्वाहा पशुभ्य नमः ओम भगाय स्वाहा भगाय नमः ओम फल्गुनीभ्यां स्वाहा फल्गुनीभ्यां नमः ओम श्रेष्ठाय स्वाहा ओम श्रेष्ठाय नमः ओम सवित्रे स्वाहा सवित्रे नमः ओम हस्ताय स्वाहा हस्ताय नमः ओम ददते स्वाहा ओम ददते नमः ओम प्रणते स्वाहा ओम प्रणते नमः ओम प्रयच्छते स्वाहा ओम प्रयच्छते नमः ओम तस्ते स्वाहा तस्ते नमः ओम चित्राय स्वाहा ओम चित्राय नमः ओम चैत्राय स्वाहा ओम चैत्राय नमः ओम प्रजाय स्वाहा ओम प्रजाय नमः ओम स्वाहा प्रधानाभिमान देवता ओम पौर्णमासी स्वाहा पौर्णमास्याय नमः ओम कामाय स्वाहा कामाय नमः ओम शक्ति स्वाहा शक्त्यै नमः ओम चंद्रमते स्वाहा चंद्राय नमः ओम पति दृश्याय स्वाहा पति दृश्याय नमः ओम अहोरात्रि स्वाहा अहोरात्रि नमः ओम अमावास्यादि स्वाहा ओम अर्धमासेभ्य स्वाहा अर्धमासेभ्य नमः ओम मासेभ्य स्वाहा मासेभ्य नमः ओम ऋतुभ्य स्वाहा ऋतुभ्य नमः ओम संवत्सराय स्वाहा संवत्सराय नमः ओम अमावास्यादि स्वाहा अमावास्याय नमः ओम कामाय स्वाहा कामाय नमः ओम दक्षे स्वाहा दक्षे नमः ओम अग्ने स्वाहा अग्ने नमः ओम रात्रि स्वाहा रात्रे नमः ओम अतिमुक्ति स्वाहा अतिमुक्त्याय नमः ओम उषसे स्वाहा उषस नमः ओम वृष्टि स्वाहा वृष्ट्याय नमः ओम यूषस्ते स्वाहा यूषस्याय नमः ओम गच्छते स्वाहा गच्छन्त्याय नमः गच्छन्ति स्वाहा गच्छन्त्याय नमः ओम जागे स्वाहा जागाय नमः ओम नक्षत्राय स्वाहा नक्षत्राय नमः ओम उद्देश्यते स्वाहा उद्देश्यते नमः ओम उद्यते स्वाहा उद्यते नमः ओम धेताय स्वाहा धेताय नमः ओम हरते स्वाहा हरते नमः ओम भरते स्वाहा भरते नमः ओम भाजते स्वाहा भाजते नमः ओम तेजसे स्वाहा तेजसे नमः ओम तपसे स्वाहा तपसे नमः ओम ब्रह्म वर्चसाय स्वाहा ब्रह्म वर्चसाय नमः ओम सूर्याय स्वाहा सूर्याय नमः ओम नक्षत्रेभ्यः स्वाहा नक्षत्रेभ्यः नमः ओम प्रतिष्ठाये स्वाहा प्रतिष्ठाय नमः ओम आदित्ये स्वाहा आदित्याय नमः ओम प्रतिष्ठाये स्वाहा प्रतिष्ठाय नमः ओम विष्णवे स्वाहा विष्णवे नमः ओम यज्ञाय स्वाहा यज्ञाय नमः ओम प्रतिष्ठाये स्वाहा प्रतिष्ठाय नमः कालाभिमान देवताभ्ये नमः ओम स्वाहा ओम स्वाहा अग्नि प्रचुनाथ ओम स्वाहा ओम स्वाहा प्रजापति श्री वासुदेवाय तथा कालाभिमान देवताभ्ये प्रधानाद आज्ञायन होमं आद्य होमेन कर्मणा कालाभिमान देवतांतर्यामी प्रधान देवता भारतीय मन क्षिप्तानांतर्यामी श्री नारायण प्रियतां यदस्येति गृह्णकपोति सुतगति भवेनोगा ओम यदस्य कर्मणोस्तरीदितं विद्वानुन विकाकरं अतिष्ठां सुतगतिद्वां तत्त्वं दिष्टं भूतं प्रौतमे अत्तने सिद्धगतये सुतगतये सर्वप्रायश्चित्ताहुतीनां कामानां समर्थयित्रे सर्वान् कामान् समर्थय ओम स्वाहा अत्तने सुतगतये देवेभ्यः स्वाहा देवीभ्यः स्वाहा स्वाहा प्रजापति स्वाहा ओम नमः वसुभ्यः स्वाहा आदित्येभ्यः स्वाहा रुद्रादित्येभ्यः इदं नमः रुद्राज पशुपतये स्वाहा पशुपतये रुद्राज इदं नमः देभ्यो देवीभ्यः संस्था भवानीभ्यः स्वाहा यात्यान्ति करोयान्ति पतिपतिः प्रायश्चित्तात् भूमिनो धाम ओम यात्यास्मे जनमिदत्ते तदुत्तवित्तभजा असिद्धजा साधकताक्तो जातं प्रतिमुखि वेदानो भेगवेत्तम् ओम स्वाहा तो देवामे धातु देवादाय तो देवाम तमो तो दशकमे प्रतिज्ञात तदामा विष्णु स्वाहा इदं विष्णुवेदां विष्णुदाय प्रायश्चित्तात् भूमिनो धाम इदं विष्णुवेदाय वेदानदाय पदं नमस्तां प्रेम स्वाहा गतसमस्तज्ञानां विश्वामित्रजनपद भरद्वाज प्रजापति उज्जेगाय स्थलादितमाय प्रजापति योगिता प्रायश्चित्तात् भूमिनो यात्यान्ति करोयान्ति प्रजापति पदपति प्रायश्चित्तात् आज्ञातविधि मंगलोत्तरो जातविधानां पुष्पितु ज्ञाताज्ञातलोकदोषप्रायश्चित्तात् भूमिनो ओम आज्ञातं यदाज्ञातं यद्यस्य क्रियते वित्ते तत्तकल्पेतं वेद यथातथं ओम स्वाहा ओम पुरुषसंहितो जिज्ञो पुरुषसंहितः अद्ये तत्तकल्पेतं वेद यथातथं ओम स्वाहा यस्मात् वेद्याप्तस्थितो विश्वगुरुणा विदुषदोषप्रायश्चित्तात् भूमिनो ओम स्वाहा दत्तमनाथा नमस्यामि यज्ञामते आदः अतित्तत्वदा आकृतिदानं विष्णो देवांसु प्रचोजा जाति ओम स्वाहा आंतेनवं मंत्रविपद्यापे संतविपद्यापे वेदविपद्यापे कालविपद्यापे देवताविपद्यापे संख्याविपद्यापे आहुति मंत्र तंत्र सर्वर्ण शुद्धावत्यादि समस्त वेदं लोकदोषप्रायश्चित्तापे तो देवी एकां प्रायश्चित्ताज्ञापतिं भूषयेत् त्यो देवा अजततामरसत्सुतम् ओम प्रायश्चित्तात् भूमिनो ओम त्यो देवा विपाकजा विपाकात् प्रतिदिने भेडनं राजोत्पानवदुनाजतेन्यत्रान् भरतसन्निधेडन ओम स्वाहा मरुद्भेदनमः यदु भोमदान्तिज्ञातं वितरणमत्र व्याघ्रिगमं करिष्येमं स्वाहा प्रजापतनीति मातुदेवान् धन्नमं टिका जानति कलशमद्वैतन्निहितदेवताभ्यो नमः ओम सहस्राशीर्षा पुरुष सहस्राक्ष सहस्रापात्यादिष्टध्वजाङ्गुलं पुरुषयेवेदं ताम्रतत्त्वस्तेजा आनोयतेनाधोरादि एतावानवैमागोज्जायां च पुरुषः पादोऽस्ति विद्वाः भूतानि पादोत्तमने पुरुषः पादोऽस्येकाभावत्मनः ततो विश्वमित्रामस्साधनानधने अधि तस्मात् विराजो अधिपुरुषः प्रजातो अत्यारिष्टदवत्यातो दिवसोऽधरः यत्पुरुषेण विजाः देवान् यत्नवदं वद वदन्तो अस्याधीनाद्यं ग्रीष्मयुद्धकर्तरिः तय्यज्ञं वर्गिः प्रोक्षन् पुरुषं जातमग्रहः तेना देवा आयजन्त राज्यार्जाजते तस्मादिज्ञान तद्भवसम्भूतं विजराज्यं तदोक्तां जप्तेवाय व्या अनारण्यां ग्राम्याते तस्मादिज्ञातत्वदर्शसामानिजतिरे चन्दामानिजतिरे तस्मादिजत्तस्मादाय तस्मादत्मा आजायन्त एकेतो विजाताः भावो विजतिरे तस्मादत्माजाता यत्रो जन्मदातु करिताज्ञा कल्पयन् किमस्तिको बाहुना भूतोपादा विद्यते ब्राह्मणो देवतामादि बाहुना आजन्यकृतः पूर्वोपदत्त यत्रैष पथ्यां योगो आजायत दन्तभावनातो जातत्तक्तो तुजो जायत कानिन्दत्यातिच्च प्राणात् स्वाजिना जायत आद्यादीदन्तरिक्षं चेतो ज्योतमावर्तत पथ्याम्बो विद्युतो नान्तथा लोकाङ्गा कल्पयन् सप्तास्या आसन्परिदयस्य सप्तदविदक्षराः देवाय सज्जन्तन्वानापवत्पुरुषं पदं विद्येन यज्ञमाजन्त देवास्तानि धर्माणि प्रथमान्या आसन् देहरागं महिमानस्वजन्तयुक्तभूते साध्या सन्ति देवाः अवाश्वतत्वदेवतां भो नमः भो बदानपूजां प्रकल्पजामि सत्यं स्वप्रेण परिशिञ्चाम्यं तस्करतु सुरेषु सुखाजां सर्वतोमकर्तय्यन्नमस्कृताजां भूमि स्वाहा भूतानादु स्वाहा प्राणादु स्वाहा ज्ञानादु स्वाहा विदानादु स्वाहा समानादु स्वाहा मा समस्तदेवतान्तर्यामिने भारतीरमणं चित्तानान्तर्गत आन्तदेवतादि लक्ष्मीनारायणादि नमः ओम नमो भगवतो अस्मके नमो नमः आदिनीभ्यः या आमदेवानिधि चक्रमा आपमात्याजा सचंतभावस्य देवा ओम ब्रह्मणापे ब्रह्मणिता आयनप्तिकरी सखा आजलधमात आदि यदं दतं कमिन्दादि संतजानवित्तान्तपाजाक ओम त्र्यम्बकय्यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनं पूर्वावेवन्धानाभ्योऽप्यमापदात् इंद्रादिध्यानम् समस्त देवताभ्यो नमः निवेदयामि नो आंसु पहार महानिवेद्यं समर्पयामि अंदूषकत्तप्रचाननादिकं वन्दनं समर्पणं आगमनं समर्पयामि वेदोपरन्दनीराजनास्तं समर्पयामि ओम आत्मा आदार्थ संतरे जगत्सत्तावीतादि चित्तस्तावत्ता आवां संतना सत्ना स्वनभिप्रशत देवी विनादोक्ता परमात्मावीतादि इंद विवेकदत्ते राष्ट्रमुद्धार शिवमिन्द्रो अधीसत्संते समर्पयामि आवाहित समस्त देवताभ्यो नमः नामदेवतानि परमात्मने लक्ष्मीनारायणाय सपरिवाराय नमः प्रार्थनां समर्पयामि ओम नमो भगवतो नमो अभ्यगीभ्यो नमो नमो नमः आदिनीभ्यः या आमदेवानिधि विक्रमाभावमाख्याया प्रसन्नतां देवाः ओम ब्रह्मणापे ब्रह्मैता आयनत्तिहरि तथा आयत समाद आदं तदं कमिन्दात् संपदान विद्तां उपाजाकोदं ओम त्र्यम्बकय्यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनं प्रदानकपिबन्धानां मुक्तोक्षीणमामदा आवे प्रधानदेवतानि लक्ष्मीनारायणाय नमः अधिदेवतानि ब्रह्मणे नमः सत्यदेवतानि रुद्राय नमः विशाखा नक्षत्राभिमानदेवताभ्यो नमः इंद्राभ्यां नमः समस्त नक्षत्रदेवताभ्यो नमः अधिदेवताभ्यो प्रतिदेवताभ्यो नमः प्रार्थनां समर्पयामि ओम अंगारवर्णमृत्योण्डवगि प्रभावित्याकं वरददनुद्धरमेकमेकं तस्मात् कारुण्य भावेन रक्षमां पुरुषोत्तमं प्रधान देवतादि परमात्मने सपरिवाराय लक्ष्मीनारायणाय नमः नमस्करोमि या फलिनीनित्यस्य आधर्मणो शघोषतयोनुटुः शिरस्य कर्मणः साङ्घता फलविधये पूर्णफलभूमे योगः ॐ ब्रह्मणे वृंददामि ब्रह्मन् ब्रह्मादिमते ब्रह्मन् ब्रह्मणे नमः ब्रह्मानमुद्वापयामि अपोत्मा देवत्वापस्तततो अभिमन्त्रणीयोगः ओम आपोत्मानादर्शन्तेन्द्रप्रेरणानोगतः विक्रम चरित्रं प्रवहन्ति देवविदिनाः विदिनां उदरे एवि दमापहन्ति पापोवतः आर्जनीयोगः ओम इदमापप्रवाहत यज्ञञ्च दुरितमहि विद्वाकमाविदुद्रोह यद्वा आकेपवदानन्दं सुविद्यानापोषधये सन्तु दुर्मिस्यात्तस्मै सन्तु योक्तान् कीर्तिजञ्च कृष्णः ओम वाहं प्रजापराय पंचाल प्रजापरिष्ठः समुद्रेवो धनयाकः संपातो अतीत ओम शान्ति अग्नि उपस्थाने च विनियोगः उञ्चमे तुरत्यमे युज्ञोपतते नमश्च यत्ते न्यूनं तस्मै उपजत्ते तिरिक्तं तस्मै ते नमः ॐ तत्त्विषद्धा मेधां विष्णुप्रज्ञा विद्या बुद्धिं श्रियं बलम् आयुष्यं तेजः आरोग्यं देवे यवाहनपूर्णमयि हम भो विवादे विश्वामित्रमापि सदधानन्यस्यापि प्रपदान्तरिष्टान्तर्गतनाय नमस्कारकान्तानि हम भो विवादये नमस्करोमि परित्राणि दीपावतरे विद्यादि सर्विष्टकरि विद्यादि ओम साहनमते ओम साह सरस्वते ओम साह देवदविद प्रादानि निवेद्याप्य वसुत्तमाद्यमसो निवेदयामि सर्वोपचारपिनास्ते प्रजामि सत्यानामि ततो भवत्यामि संपूर्णदानादि वद्योर्वेदमते आदीनमाच मनतेजयत्तनादा करोमि यत् सकलं परस्मै नारायणाय समर्पयामि यथा ज्ञानं प्रतिकथाकर्तेन सत्यं कर्मणा समस्त देवतान्तर्यामि भारतीरमण मुख्यप्राणान्तर्गत लक्ष्मीनारायण प्रियदां सर्वं श्रीकृष्णार्पणमस्तु समस्तलोकदोषप्रायश्चित्तार्थं नामत्रयमण्डलकं करिति ओम अच्युताय नमः ओम अनन्ताय नमः गोविन्दाय नमः नमस्ते मगे पुष्पजं तपरसुदानाम इंद्रप्रागभावामिदातायाप्तदीपगणा सर्वे पूजामादाय प्रदान पुष्पकाम्यार्थं पुनरागमनाय ओम अग्नेनय सुतधारागे अस्मान् विश्वानिदेव अवयुधानि विद्वान् योध्या अस्मत् पुराणमेन पूजयतां तेन मोदकं विधेम श्रीकृष्णेति पदे चतुष्शृङ्गाजतमपदे सप्तहस्ताय विद्यायात्री विद्यात्मने नमः अगस्त्यत्रायशं देवानां त्रायशं धर्मे पुत्रायशं सर्वमस्ततायशं बलायशं ओम ओ वंदे महावीर सर्वकार्य प्रधान ओमांतरे विनम्राते शांति प्रदानं यत्र तस्मादयुर्वाः तत्र गच्छन्ताय सुरेश मंत्र ओम विष्णाय नमः ओम वेदव्यास ऋषिकेन प्रबन्धः महाविष्णुदेवता श्री महाविष्णुप्रीतये जपे विनियोगः। ओम नमो भगवते वासुदेवाय। ओम विश्वाय नमः। ओम विश्वं विश्वविष्कारो भूतभव्यभवत्प्रभुः।
योगो योगो नारसिंह श्रीमान तेजवः सर्व शिव स्थानर्भूतादिर्निद्रव्ययः संभवो भावनो भट्टा प्रभा प्रप्रेषरः स्वयं भूष्यं पुरादित्य पुष्कराग्रो महासनः अनाथादिरुत्तमः अप्रमेयो ऋषिकेशः पद्मनाभो मरप्रभो विश्वकर्मा मनस्तष्टास्तविष्ठस्तविरोध्रुवः अग्राह्य शाश्वतः कृष्णो लोहिताक्षप्रदर्शनः प्रभूतश्रेयोत्थाम पवित्रं मङ्गलं परम् ईशानः प्राणदः प्राणो ज्येष्ठ श्रेष्ठ प्रजापतिः हिरण्यगर्भो भूगर्भो माधवो मधुसूदनः ईश्वरो विक्रमे धन्वे मेधावे विक्रमः क्रमः अनुत्तमो दुराधर्षः कृतः यः कृतिरात्मवान् सुरेश शरणं चर्म विशरेता प्रजापः अह संवत्सरो व्याळ प्रत्यय सर्वदर्शनः अज सर्वेश्वर सिद्ध सिद्ध सर्वादिरचितः वृषा कपिरमेयात् सर्वयोगविनिस्मृतः वतुर्वसुमनः सत्य समात्मा संमितः समः अमोघ पुण्डरीकाक्षो वृषकर्मा वृषाकृतिः रुद्रो बहुशिरा वक्षर्विषयो निषृजश्रवाः अमृतशाश्वतस्थाणुर्वरारोहो महातपाः सर्वगः सर्वविद्वानुर्विषक्सेनो जनार्दनः वेदो वेदविदव्यङ्गो वेदाङ्गो वेदवित्कविः लोकाध्यक्षः धर्माध्यक्षः कृताकृतिः चतुरात्मा चतुर्व्यूहश्चतुर्दंष्ट्रश्चतुर्भुजः प्राजिष्णुर्भोजनं भोक्ता सहिष्णुर्जगदादिजः अनघो विजयो जेतो विषयो यः पुनर्वसुः उपेन्द्रो वामनः प्रांशुरमोघशुचिरोर्जितः अतीन्द्रः सङ्ग्रहः सर्गो धृतात्मा नियमो यमः वेद्यो वैद्य सदा योगी वीरः माधवो मधुः अतीन्द्रियो महामायो महोत्साहो महाबलः महाबुद्धिर्महावीर्यो महाशक्तिर्महातिथिः अनिर्देशो पुष्टिमानमे यात्मा महात्रिधृत महेश्वासो महे भट्टा श्रीनिवासः सताङ्गतिः अनिरुद्धः सदानन्दो गोविन्दो गोविदाम्पतिः परिचर्यमनो हंसः सुपर्णो भुजगोत्तमः हिरण्यनाभः सुतपः पद्मनाभः प्रजापतिः अमृत्य सर्वदृक्सिंहः सन्धाता सन्ध्यमा स्थिरः अजो दुर्मर्षणः शास्ता विश्रुतात्मा सुरारिः गुरुर्गुरुतमो धाम सत्यः सत्यपराक्रमः निमिषो निमिषस्रग्वे वाचस्पतिरुदारथेः अग्रणीर्ग्रामणे श्रीमान् न्यायो नेता समीरणः सहस्रमूर्धा विश्वात्मा सहस्राक्ष सहस्रपात् आवर्तनो निवृत्तात्मा संवृतः सम्प्रमर्दिनः अह संवर्तको वह्निरनिलो धरणीधरः सुप्रसाद प्रसन्नात्मा विशुद्धृग्विशुभुग्विभुः सत्कर्ता सत्कृते साधुर्जह्नुर्नारायणो नरः असंख्येयो प्रमेयात्मा विशिष्ट शिष्टकृच्छुचिः सिद्धार्थ सिद्ध संकल्प सिद्धिद सिद्धिसाधनः वृषाहे वृषभो विष्णुर्वृषपर्वा वृषोदरः वर्धनो वर्धमानश्च विव्यक्तश्रुतिसागरः सुभुजो दुर्धरो वाग्मी महेन्द्रो वसुदो वसुः नैकरूपो बृहद्रूप शिपिविष्टः प्रकाशनः ओजस्तेजोद्युतिधरः प्रकाशात्मा प्रतापनः वृद्धस्पष्टाचरो मन्त्रश्चन्द्रांशुर्भास्करद्युतिः अमृतांशोद्भवो भानुश्यतिबिन्दुः सुरेश्वरः औषधं जगदस्येतः सत्यधर्मपराक्रमः भूतभव्यभवन्नाथः पवनः पावनो निलः कामः कामकान्तः कामः कामप्रदः प्रभुः युगादिकृत्युगावर्तो नैकमायो महाजनः अदृश्यो व्यक्तरूपश्च सहस्रजिदनन्तजित् इष्टो विशिष्टशिष्टेष्ट शिखण्डेन हुजो वृषः क्रोधः क्रोधकृत्कर्ता विश्वबाहुर्महीधरः अच्युतः प्रथितः प्राणः प्राणदो वासवानुजः अपां निधिरधिष्ठानमप्रमत्तः प्रतिष्ठितः स्कन्दः स्कन्दधरो धुर्यो वरदो वायुवाहनः वासुदेवो बृहद्भानुरादिदेवः पुरन्दरः अशोकस्तारणस्तारशूरशौर्यजनेश्वरः अनुकूलशतावर्तः पद्मे पद्मनिभेक्षणः पद्मनाभोरविन्दाक्षः पद्मगर्भशरीरभृत् महर्धिर्वृद्धो वृद्धात्मा महाक्षो गरुडध्वजः नतुलशरभो भीमः समयज्ञो हविर्हरिः सर्वलक्षणलक्षिण्यो लक्ष्मीवांसमितिञ्जयः वृक्षरोहितो मार्गो हेतुर्दामोदरः सहः महीधरो महाभागो वेगवानमिदाचरः उद्भवः क्षोभणो देवश्रीगर्भः परमेश्वरः करणं कारणं कर्ता विकर्ता गहनो गुहः व्यवसायो व्यवस्थानः संस्थानस्थानदोद्भवः परस्य परमस्पर्शः सुष्टः पुष्टः शुभेक्षणः रामो विरामो विरजो मार्गो नेयो नयो नयः वीरशक्तिमतां श्रेष्ठो धर्मो धर्मवेदोत्तमः वैकुण्ठः पुरुषः प्राणः प्राणदः प्रणवः पृथुः हिरण्यगर्भः शत्रुघ्नो व्याप्तो वायुरथोक्षितः ऋतुः सुदर्शनः कालः परमेष्ठी परिग्रहः उग्रः संवत्सरो दक्षो विश्रामो विश्वदक्षिणः विस्तारस्थावरस्थाणुः प्रमाणं बीजमव्ययम् अर्थो महाकोशो महाभोगो महाधनः अनिर्वण्णस्थविष्ठो भूर्धर्मयोगो महामखः नक्षत्रे क्षमः क्षामः समीहनः यज्ञयज्ञो महेजश कृतः सत्रं सदाङ्गतिः सर्वदर्शी विमुक्तात्मा सर्वज्ञो ज्ञानमुत्तमम् सूक्ष्म सुघोष सहृद सहृद मनोहरो जित क्रोधो वीर बाहुर्विदारिणः स्वपन स्ववशो व्यापी नैकात्मा नेककर्मकृत वत्सरो वत्सलो वत्सी रत्नगर्भो धनेश्वरः धर्मकृद्धर्मगुप्धर्मी सदसत्करमक्षरम् अविज्ञाता सहस्रांशुर्विधाता कृतलक्षणः गभस्तिने सत्त्वस्थः सिंहो भूतमहेश्वरः आदिदेवो महादेवो देवेशो देवभृद्गुरुः उत्तरो गोपतिर्गोप्ता ज्ञानगम्यः पुरातनः शरीरे भूतकृद्भोक्ता कपेन्द्रो भूरिदक्षिणः सोमपोमृतपः सोमः पुरुषत्पुरुषोत्तमः विनियोज्य सत्यसन्धो दाशार्हः सात्वतां जीवो विनयिता साक्षी मुकुन्दो मितविक्रमः अम्भो निधिनन्तात्मा महोदशियोऽन्तकः अध्रुमहार्हः स्वाभाव्योचितामित्रः प्रमोदनः आनन्दो नन्दनो नन्दः सत्यधर्मात्रिविक्रमः महर्षिः कपिलाचार्यः कृतज्ञो मेदिनीपतिः त्रिपदस्त्रिदशाध्यक्षो महाशृङ्गः कृतान्तकृत महावराहो गोविन्दः सुषेणः कनकाङ्गदी गुह्यो गभीरो गहनो गुप्तश्चक्रगदाधरः वेधा स्वाङ्गोजितः कृष्णो दृढसङ्कर्षणोचितः वरुणो वारुणो वृक्षः पुष्कराक्षो महामनाः भगवान् भगः नन्दी वनमाली हलायुधः आदित्यो ज्योतिरादित्य सहिष्णुर्गतिसत्तमः सुधन्वाखण्ड परशुद्धारुणो द्रविणप्रदः दिवस्पृक्सर्वदृग्व्यासो वाचस्पतिर्योनिजः त्रिसामासामगस्साम निर्वाणं भेषजं भिषक सन्न्यासकृच्छमशान्तो निष्ठा शान्तिः परायणम् शुभांग शांति दस्रष्टा कुमुदः कुवलेशयः गोहितो गोपतिर्गोप्ता वृषभाक्षो वृषप्रियः अनिवृत्ति निवृत्तात्मा संक्षेप्ताक्षेमकृच्छिवः श्रीवत्सवक्षा श्रीवास श्रीपति श्रीमदाम्बरः श्रीध श्रीश श्रीनिवास श्रीनिधि श्रीविभावनः श्रीधर श्रीकर श्रेय श्रीमाल् लोकत्रयाश्रयः स्वक्षस्वङ्गश्यतानन्दो नन्दिर्ज्योतिर्गणेश्वरः विदितात्मा विधेयात्मा सत्कीर्तिश्छिन्न संशयः उदीर्ण सर्वतश्चक्षुरनीश शाश्वतस्थिरः भूषयो भूषणो भूतिर्विशोकशोकनाशनः अर्चिष्मानर्चितः कुम्भो विशुद्धात्मा विशोधनः अनिरुद्धः प्रतिरथः प्रद्युम्नो मितविक्रमः कालनेमिनिः वीरः शूरः सूरिजनेश्वरः त्रिलोकात्मा त्रिलोकेशः केशवः केशिः हरिः कामदेवः कामपालः कामी कान्तः कृतागमः अनिर्देश्य वपुर्विष्णुर्वीरो नन्दो धनञ्जयः ब्रह्मण्यो ब्रह्मकृत् ब्रह्मा ब्रह्म ब्रह्मवर्धनः ब्रह्मविद् ब्राह्मणो ब्रह्मे ब्रह्मज्ञो ब्राह्मणप्रियः महाक्रमो महाकर्मा महातेजा महोरगः महाकृतुर्महायज्वा महायज्ञो महाहविः स्तव्यस्तवप्रिय स्तोत्रं स्तुतिस्तोतारणप्रियः पूर्णः पूरयिता पुण्यः पुण्यकीर्तिरनामयः मनोजवस्तीर्थकरो वसुरेता वसुप्रदः वसुप्रदो वासुदेवो वसुर्वसुमनाहविः सद्गतिः सत्कृतिः सत्ता सद्भूतिः सत्परायणः शूरसेनो यदुश्रेष्ठः सन्निवासः सुयामुनः भूता वासो वासुदेवः सर्वासु निलयो नरः दर्पः दर्पदो दृप्तो दुर्धरोद्धापराजितः विश्वमूर्तिर्महामूर्तिर्देप्तमूर्तिरमूर्तिमान् अनेकमूर्तिरव्यक्तः शतमूर्तिर्शताननः एकोनेकसवः कः किं यत्तत्पदमनुत्तमं लोकमन्थुर्लोकनाथो माधवो भक्तवत्सलः स्वर्णवर्णो हेमाङ्गो वराङ्गश्चन्दनाङ्गदी वीरः विषमशून्यो भृता क्षीरजलश्चलः नमानि मानदो मान्यो लोकस्वामी त्रिलोकस्थित सुमेधा मेधजो धन्यः सत्यमेधाधराधरः तेजो वृषोद्युतिधरः सर्वशत्रुपिताम्बरः प्रग्रहो निग्रहो व्यग्रो नैकशृङ्गो गदाग्रजः चतुर्मूर्तिश्चतुर्बाहुश्चतुर्व्यूहश्चतुर्गतिः चतुरात्मा चतुर्भावश्चतुर्वेदविदेकपात् समावर्तो निवृत्तात्मा दुर्जयो दुरतिक्रमः दुर्लभो दुर्गमो दुर्गो दुरावासो दुरारिः शुभांगो लोकसारंग सुतंतु संतुवर्धनः इंद्रकर्मा महाकर्मा कृतकर्मा कृतागमः उद्भव सुंदर सुंदो रत्नाभ सुलोचनः अर्को वाजसन शृंगे जयंत सर्वविजयी स्वर्ण रक्षोभ्य सर्ववागीश्वरेश्वरः महाह्रदो महागर्तो महाभूतो महानिधि कुमुदः कुन्दरः कुन्दः पर्जन्यः पावनो निलः अमृतांशोऽमृतवपुः सर्वज्ञः सर्वतोमुखः सुलभस्वव्रतः सिद्धः शत्रुजिच्छत्रुतापनः ज्ञोद्धुतिम्भरो शुद्धः श्राणुरान्धनिसूदनः सहस्रार्चिः सप्तजिह्वः सप्तैधाः सप्तवाहनः अमूर्तिरनघो चिन्त्यो भयकृद्भयनाशनः अणुर्बृहत् कृशस्थूलो गुणभ्यन्निर्गुणो महान् अधृतः स्वधृतः स्वास्थ्य प्राग्वंशो वंशवर्धनः भारभृत्कथितो योगी योगेश सर्वकामदः आश्रम श्रवणः क्षामः सुपर्णो वायुवाहनः धनुर्धरो धनुर्वेदो दण्डो दमयितादमः सर्वसहो नियन्ता नियमो यमः सत्त्ववान् सात्विकः सत्यः सत्यधर्मा अभिप्राय प्रियार्होर्ह प्रियकृत्प्रीतिवर्धिनः विहाय सगतिर्ज्योतिस्सुरुचिर्हुतभुग्विभो रविर्विलोचनः सूर्यः सविता रविलोचनः अनन्तो हुतभुग्भोक्ता सुखदोऽनेकदोऽग्रजः अनिर्विण्णः सदा अमर्षि लोकाधिष्ठानमद्भुतः सनातनतमः कपिलः कपिरव्ययः स्वस्तिः स्वस्तिकृत् स्वस्ति स्वस्तिभुक् स्वस्ति दक्षिणः अरौद्रः कुण्डली चक्रे विक्रम योर्जितशासनः शब्दातिगत् शब्दसः शिशिरः शर्वरीकरः अक्रूरः पेशलो दक्षो दक्षिणः क्षमणाम्बरः विद्वत्तमो वेदभयः पुण्यश्रवणकीर्तनः उत्तारणो दुष्कृतिः पुण्यो दुःस्वप्ननाशनः वीरः रक्षणः सन्तो जीवनः पर्यवस्थितः अनन्तरूपोऽनन्तश्रीर्जितमन्युर्भयावहः चतुरश्रो गभीरात्मा विदिशो व्यादिशो दिशः अनादिर्भूर्भुवो लक्ष्मी सुवीरो रुचिराङ्गदः जननो जनजन्मादिर्भीमो भीमपराक्रमः आधारनिर्योधाता पुष्पः सप्रजागरः उद्भगः सप्तधाचारः प्राणदः प्रणवः प्रणः प्रमाणं प्राणनिलयः प्राणकृत् प्राणजीवनः तत्त्वं तत्त्वविदेकात्मा जन्म मृत्युज्जरः भूर्भुवः स्वस्तिविस्तारः सविता प्रपितामहः यज्ञो यज्ञपतिर्यज्ञो यज्ञाङ्गो यज्ञवाहनः यज्ञकृद्यज्ञभृद्यज्ञे यज्ञभोग्यज्ञसाधनः यज्ञान्तकृद्यज्ञगुह्यमन्नमन्नाद एव च आत्मयोनिः स्वयं जातो वैखानः सामगायनः देवकीनन्दनः स्रष्टा क्षितीशः पापनाशनः शङ्खभ्रन्नन्दकी चक्रे चार्गधन्वागदाधरः रथाङ्गपाणिरक्षोभ्यः सर्वप्रहरणायुधः ओम Pretty go.
इलपदे समित्तदे तनो मसून्या भारा संगच्छद्धं दद्धं ओमनां ध्यानदां देवापानयता पूर्वे संजानाना उपासाते समानो मन्तस्तमीतिद्दमानी सामानं मनस्साजित्तमे एषां समानं मन्तामभिमन्तये वत्समानेन भो हविषा आजुहोमि समानेव आतो ओदितमाना गदायानि वः समानवत्तु भो मनो यथा आवत्सुतः साति ओम शांति शांति शांतिः ओम तत्संयोदा प्रणीमहे गातं यज्ञाय गातं यज्ञपादये श्रीवीरे भक्तिरत्नस्तत्तिरमानुजेभ्यः ओ संजीवातु वेदजं चन्नो अत्तद्विपदे चन्दुष्पदे ओम शांति शांति शांतिः ओम सहना भवतु सहनौ भुनक्तु सह वीर्यं करवावहै तमस्तमाविद्विषावहै ओम शांति शांति शांति
हरि सर्वोत्तम वायु जीवोत्तम हरि सर्वोत्तम वायु जीवोत्तम श्री श्री सुरेंद्र महाराज के श्री श्री सुरेंद्र महाराज के श्री श्री सुरेंद्र महाराज के श्री 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 सुगुनेंद्र देवता 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 महाराज के पांडुरंग विठल पादारविंदಕ್ಕೆ ಗೋವಿಂದಾನಿ ಗೋವಿಂದ ಗೋವಿಂದ
ಎಲ್ಲ ಇವತ್ತು ಅಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳು ವಿಪ್ರೋತ್ತಮರು ಸೇರಿ ನೀವೇನು ಈ ಕಲಶಾಭಿಷೇಕವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಇದು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹೃದಯದ ಪ್ರೀತಿಯ ಕಲಶದ ಅಭಿಷೇಕ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಭಗವಂತನ ಅನುಗ್ರಹದ ಒಂದು ಧಾರೆ ಎಂಬುದಾಗಿ ನಾವು ಭಾವಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇವೆ. ಈ 60ನೇ ವರ್ಷದ ಈ ಘಟ್ಟದಲ್ಲಿ ದೇವರ ಅನುಗ್ರಹ, ಅದೇ ರೀತಿ ಭಕ್ತಾಭಿಮಾನಿಗಳ ಪ್ರೀತಿ ವಿಶ್ವಾಸಗಳು ಅದು ಮತ್ತೆ ಪುನಃ ದೃಢಪಡಿಸತಕ್ಕಂತಹ ಒಂದು ಸಂದರ್ಭ. ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಅನುಗುಣವಾಗಿ ಇವತ್ತು ಎಲ್ಲ ವಿಪ್ರೋತ್ತಮರು ಸೇರಿ ಅಮೆರಿಕದ ನ್ಯೂಜೆರ್ಸಿ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ವೃಂದಾವನ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಲ್ಲಿ ದೇವರ ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಏನು ಕಲಶಾಭಿಷೇಕವನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿದ್ದೀರಿ. ಅದರಿಂದ ಭಗವಂತ ನಮಗೆ ವಿಶೇಷವಾದ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಕೊಟ್ಟು ಇನ್ನಷ್ಟು ಸಮಾಜ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು, ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಣದೇವರ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು, ತತ್ವಜ್ಞಾನ ಪ್ರಚಾರವನ್ನು ಮಾಡುವಂತಹ ಅವಕಾಶವನ್ನು ಕೊಡಲಿ. ನಿಮಗೆಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ಕೂಡ ಆ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಣರ ವಿಶೇಷ ಅನುಗ್ರಹ ಆಗಲಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಾವು ಪ್ರಾರ್ಥನೆ ಮಾಡ್ತೇವೆ.
श्री 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 सुगुनेंद्र देवता महाराज की
ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕಂಡೀರ, ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಕಂಡೀರ, ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಕಂಡೀರ, ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಕಂಡೀರ, ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕಂಡೀರ, ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಕಂಡೀರ, ಜಗದೊಡೆಯ ಬಂದ ಉಡುಪಿಯಲಿನಿಂದ ಪಡುಗಡಲ ಧಾರಿಯಿಂದ, ಜಗದೊಡೆಯ ಬಂದ ಉಡುಪಿಯಲಿನಿಂದ ಪಡುಗಡಲ ಧಾರಿಯಿಂದ, ಮಿಗಿಲುಂಟೆ ಚಂದ ಕಂಗಳ ನಂದ ನಂದ ಕಂದ ನಿಂದ ದ್ವಾರಕೆಯ ವಾಸ ಓ ಹೃಷಿಕೇಶ ಸಾಕೆನಿಸಿತೇನೋ ಈಶಾ ಬಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದೆ ದಾರಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂದೆ ನೀ ದಾಟಿ ದೇಶ ದೇಶ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕಂಡೀರ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಕಂಡೀರ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕಂಡೀರ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಕಂಡೀರ ಕಡುಗೋಲು ಕೈಯ ಕಡು ನೀಲಿ ಮೈಯ ಬಾಲ ರೂಪ ಕಂಡು ಕಡುಗೋಲು ಕೈಯ ಕಡು ನೀಲಿ ಮೈಯ ಈ ಬಾಲ ರೂಪ ಕಂಡು ಕೊಡಮಡದ ಶಿರವೋ ಜೋಡಿಸಿದ ಕರವೋ ಬರಿ ಹುಳ್ಳು ಮಣ್ಣು ತುಂಬು ಆ ಮುಗುಳು ನಗೆಗೆ ಆ ನಿಂತ ಬಗೆಗೆ ಮರುಳಾದಳಂತೆ ಗೋಪಿ ಶ್ರೀಮಧ್ವಗೆಲಿದ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಗೆಲಿದ ಯಗ್ಗಳದ ನಾಡು ಉಡುಪಿ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕಂಡೀರ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಕಂಡೀರ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕಂಡೀರ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಕಂಡೀರ ಪಡುಗಡಲ ತೀರ ತಿಂದೆದ್ದು ಬಾರ ಕಡೆಗೋಲು ಹಸ್ತ ಹಿಡಿದು ಬಿಡುಗಡೆಯ ಧಾರಿ ಭಕ್ತರಿಗೆ ತೋರಿ ನಮ್ಮೆದೆಯ ಬೆಣ್ಣೆ ಕಡೆದು ಆನಂದ ತೀರ್ಥರಿ ಕರೆಗೆ ಪಾರ್ಥ ಸಾರಥಿಯು ಕರಗಿ ಬಂತು ಕಾನಿಂದ ಕಲ್ಲಿನೊಳಗಿಂದ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವೈಕುಂಠವನ್ನೇ ತಂದು ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕಂಡೀರ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಕಂಡೀರ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕಂಡೀರ ಉಡುಪಿಯ ಕೃಷ್ಣನ ಕಂಡೀರ.
Keep singing. Our position. You can take it.
ಎಂಥವನೇ ಎಂಥವನೇ ರಂಗಯ್ಯ ಎಂಥವನೆಂಥವನೇ ಆಗಮವನು ತಂದವನೇ ರಂಗ ಬೇಗದಿ ಗಿರಿಯ ಪೊತ್ತವನೇ ಆಗಮವನು ತಂದವನೇ ರಂಗ ಬೇಗದಿ ಗಿರಿಯ ಪೊತ್ತವನೇ ಮೂಗಿಂದ ಭೂಮಿಯ ನೆತ್ತಿದನೇ ಶಿಶು ಕೂಗಲು ಕಂಬದಿಂದೊದಗಿದನೇ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಎಂಥವನೇ ಎಂಥವನೇ ರಂಗಯ್ಯ ಎಂಥವನೆಂಥವನೇ ಧರಣಿಯ ಈರಡಿ ಮಾಡಿದನೇ ಭೂಸುರನಾಗಿ ಪರಶುವ ಧರಿಸಿದನೇ ಭರದಿ ಕೊಡಗಿ ಹಿಂಡು ಕೂಡಿದನೆ ಹಣಿಶಿರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡಿದನೆ ರಂಗ ಎಂಥವನೇ ಎಂಥವನೇ ರಂಗಯ್ಯ ಎಂಥವನೆಂಥವನೇ ಧರಣಿಯೈರಡಿ ಮಾಡಿದನೆ ಭೂಸುರನಾಗಿ ಪರಶುವ ಧರಿಸಿದನೆ ಭರದಿ ಕೊಡಗಿ ಹಿಂಡು ಕೂಡಿದನೆ ಹಣಿಶಿರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಣಿದಾಡಿದನೆ ರಂಗ ಎಂಥವನೇ ಎಂಥವನೇ ರಂಗಯ್ಯ ಎಂಥವನೆಂಥವನೇ ಹುಟ್ಟಿದ್ದ ಬಟ್ಟೆಯ ಬಿಸುಟಿಹನೆ ರಂಗದಿಟ್ಟ ತೇಜಿಯನೇರಿ ಮೆರೆಯುವನೆ ದುಷ್ಟರನೆಲ್ಲ ಸಂಹರಿಸಿದನೆ ನಮ್ಮದಿಟ್ಟ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನು ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಎಂಥವನೇ ಎಂಥವನೇ ರಂಗಯ್ಯ ಎಂಥವನೆಂಥವನೇ ರಂಗಯ್ಯ ಎಂಥವನೆಂಥವನೇ ರಂಗಯ್ಯ ಎಂಥವನೆಂಥವನೇ.
ದೃಷ್ಟಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ದುಷ್ಟ ಜನ ಸಂಗವನ್ನು ಬಿಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಮಾತು ಕಿವಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳದಂಗೆ ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಮಾತು ಕಿವಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳದಂಗೆ ಮನ ಕಟ್ಟಿಸಯ್ಯ ನಿನ್ನ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ರಂಗ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ದುಷ್ಟ ಜನ ಸಂಗವನ್ನು ಬಿಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ದಿಟ್ಟನಾಗಿ ಕೈಯ ನೆತ್ತಿ ಕೊಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ದಿಟ್ಟನಾಗಿ ಕೈಯ ನೆತ್ತಿ ಕೊಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಶ್ರೀ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಪೂಜೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟನಾಗಿ ನಾಲ್ವರೋಳು ತಿರುಗದಂಗೆ ಭ್ರಷ್ಟನಾಗಿ ನಾಲ್ವರೋಳು ತಿರುಗದಂಗೆ ಬಲು ಶಿಷ್ಟ ಜನ ಸೇವೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ರಂಗ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ದುಷ್ಟ ಜನ ಸಂಗವನ್ನು ಬಿಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಹುಟ್ಟಿಸಿದ ತಾಯಿ ತಂದೆ ಎಲ್ಲೋ ನೀನು ಒಂದು ಹೊಟ್ಟೆಗಾಗಿ ಧೈರ್ಯ ಪಡಬೇಕೆ ನಾನು ಪಟ್ಟೆ ಪಟ್ಟಾವಳಿ ಬೇಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಪಟ್ಟೆ ಪಟ್ಟಾವಳಿ ಬೇಡಲಿಲ್ಲ ನಾನು ಮನ ಗೊಟ್ಟು ಅಭಿಮಾನಗಳ ಕಾಯೋ ನೀನು ರಂಗ ದೃಷ್ಟಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ದುಷ್ಟ ಜನ ಸಂಗವನ್ನು ಬಿಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ನಟ್ಟ ನೀರಿನೊಳಗೆ ಈಸಲಾರೆ ನಾನು, ನಟ್ಟ ನೀರಿನೊಳಗೆ ಈಸಲಾರೆ ನಾನು, ಕಟ್ಟೆ ಸೇರಿಸಬೇಕಯ್ಯ ನೀನು, ಬೆಟ್ಟದಂಥ ಪಾಪ ಹೊತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಾನು, ಬೆಟ್ಟದಂಥ ಪಾಪ ಹೊತ್ತಿರುವೆ ನಾನು, ಅದು ಸುಟ್ಟು ಬಿಡೋ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲ ನೀನು ರಂಗ, ದೃಷ್ಟಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀಡು ಹಾಗೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ, ದುಷ್ಟ ಜನ ಸೇವೆ ದುಷ್ಟ ಜನ ಸಂಗವನ್ನು ಬಿಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ, ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಮಾತು ಕಿವಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳದಂಗೆ, ಕೆಟ್ಟ ಮಾತು ಕಿವಿಯಿಂದ ಕೇಳದಂಗೆ, ಮನ ಕಟ್ಟಿಸಯ್ಯ ನಿನ್ನ ಧ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ರಂಗ, ದೃಷ್ಟಿ ನಿನ್ನ ಪಾದದಲ್ಲಿ ನೀಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ ಕೃಷ್ಣ, ದುಷ್ಟ ಜನ ಸಂಗವನ್ನು ಬಿಡೋ ಹಾಗೆ.
कायो श्रीनारसिंह कायो जय नारसिंह कायो कायो श्रीनारसिंह कायो जय नारसिंह कायो कायो श्रीनारसिंह त्रयम्बकाद्यमरेश कायो श्रीनारसिंह त्रयम्बकाद्यमरेश भयान्धतिमिर मार्ताण्ड श्रीनारसिंह कायो भयान्धतिमिर मार्ताण्ड जय नारसिंह कायो कायो श्रीनारसिंह कायो जय नारसिंह कायो घोर अकाल मृत्यु मीरी बरलु कंडु घोर अकाल मृत्यु मीरी बरलु कंडु धीर निबिडिसदिन्यारो श्रीनारसिंह कायो धीर निबिडिसदिन्यारो जय नारसिंह कायो कायो श्रीनारसिंह कायो जय नारसिंह कायो भीषणने सुभद्र दोष मृत्युगे मृत्युंजय ಭೀಷಣನೆ ಸುಭದ್ರ ದೋಷ ಮೃತ್ಯುಗೆ ಮೃತ್ಯು ಸುಷುಮ್ನ ನಾಡಿ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ವಿಭುವೆ ಶ್ರೀನಾರ ಸಿಂಹ ಕಾಯೋ ಸುಷುಮ್ನ ನಾಡಿ ಸ್ಥಿತಿ ವಿಭುವೆ ಜಯ ನಾರಸಿಂಹ ಕಾಯೋ ಕಾಯೋ ಶ್ರೀ ನಾರಸಿಂಹ ಕಾಯೋ ಜಯ ನಾರಸಿಂಹ ಕಾಯೋ ಜ್ಞಾನರಹಿತನಾಗಿ ನಾನಿನ್ನ ಮರೆತರೆ ಜ್ಞಾನರಹಿತನಾಗಿ ನಾನಿನ್ನ ಮರೆತರೆ ನೀನೋ ಮರೆತದ್ಯಾಕೆ ಪೇಳೋ ಶ್ರೀ ನಾರಸಿಂಹ ಕಾಯೋ ನೀನೋ ಮರೆತದ್ಯಾಕೆ ಪೇಳೋ ಜಯ ನಾರಸಿಂಹ ಕಾಯೋ ಕಾಯೋ ಶ್ರೀ ನಾರಸಿಂಹ ಕಾಯೋ ಜಯ ನಾರಸಿಂಹ ಕಾಯೋ ಪ್ರಬಲೋತ್ತಮನೆನಿಸಿ ಅಬಲರ ಕಾಯದಿರೆ ಪ್ರಬಲೋತ್ತಮನೆನಿಸಿ ಅಬಲರ ಕಾಯದಿರೆ ಸಬಲರು ಕಂಡು ಮೆಚ್ಚುವರೆ ಶ್ರೀ ನಾರಸಿಂಹ ಕಾಯೋ ಸಬಲರು ಕಂಡು ಮೆಚ್ಚುವರೆ ಜಯ ನಾರಸಿಂಹ ಕಾಯೋ ಕಾಯೋ ಶ್ರೀ ನಾರಸಿಂಹ ಕಾಯೋ ಜಯ ನಾರಸಿಂಹ ಕಾಯೋ ಪಾಲ ಮುನ್ನಿರಗರ ವಧು ಮೇ ಮನೋಹರ ಪಾಲ ಮುನ್ನಿರಗರ ವಧು ಮೇ ಮನೋಹರ ಗೋಪಾಲ ವಿಠಲ ಜಗತ್ಪಾಲ ಶ್ರೀ ನಾರಸಿಂಹ ಕಾಯೋ ಗೋಪಾಲ ವಿಠಲ ಜಗತ್ಪಾಲ ಜಯ ನಾರಸಿಂಹ ಕಾಯೋ ಕಾಯೋ ಶ್ರೀ ನಾರಸಿಂಹ ಕಾಯೋ ಜಯ ನಾರಸಿಂಹ ಕಾಯೋ ಕಾಯೋ ಕಾಯೋ
ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಮರವರ ಗಂಟಲಗಾಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಮರವರ ಗಂಟಲಗಾಣ ಹಿಡಿದ್ಯೋ ರಾಮನ ಚರಣ ಹಿಡಿದ್ಯೋ ರಾಮನ ಚರಣ ನೀನ್ ಹೌದ್ 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 ಜಗತ್ರಾಣ ನೀನ್ ಹೌದ್ 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 ಜಗತ್ರಾಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಮರವರ ಗಂಟಲಗಾಣ ಏಕಾದಶಿಯ ರುದ್ರ ನೀ ಹಿಡಿದ್ಯೋ ರಾಮನ ಮುದ್ರ ಏಕಾದಶಿಯ ರುದ್ರ ನೀ ಹಿಡಿದ್ಯೋ ರಾಮನ ಮುದ್ರ ಸೇತುವೆ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಸಮುದ್ರ ಸೇತುವೆ ಕಟ್ಟಿ ಸಮುದ್ರ ನೀ ಹಾರಿದೆಯೋ ಬಲಭದ್ರ ಸೇತುವೆ ಗಟ್ಟಿ ಸಮುದ್ರ ನೀ ಹಾರಿದೆಯೋ ಬಲಭದ್ರ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಮರವರ ಗಂಟಲ ಗಾಣ ಸಂಜೀವಿನಿ ಪರ್ವತವ ನೀ ಅಂಜದ ತಂದ್ಯೋ ದೇವಾ ಸಂಜೀವಿನಿ ಪರ್ವತವ ನೀ ಅಂಜದ ತಂದ್ಯೋ ದೇವಾ ಅಂಜನ ಸುತ ಸದಕಾವ ಅಂಜನ ಸುತ ಸದಕಾವ ಹೃತ್ಕಂಜವಾಸ ಸರ್ವಜೀವ ಅಂಜನ ಸುತ ಸದಕಾವ ಹೃತ್ಕಂಜವಾಸ ಸರ್ವಜೀವ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಮರವರ ಗಂಟಲ ಗಾಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಮರವರ ಗಂಟಲ ಗಾಣ ವೈಕುಂಠದಿಂದ ಬಂದು ನೀ ಪಂಪಾ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಿ ನಿಂತು ವೈಕುಂಠದಿಂದ ಬಂದು ನೀ ಪಂಪಾ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರದಿ ನಿಂತು ಯಂತ್ರೋದ್ಧಾರಕನೆಂದು ಯಂತ್ರೋದ್ಧಾರಕನೆಂದು ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನೆ ಸಲಹಿಂದು ಯಂತ್ರೋದ್ಧಾರಕನೆಂದು ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲನೆ ಸಲಹಿಂದು ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಮರವರ ಗಂಟಲ ಗಾಢ ಹಿಡಿದ್ಯೋ ರಮನ ಚರಣ ಹಿಡಿದ್ಯೋ ರಮನ ಚರಣ ನೀನ್ ಹೌದ್ 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 ಜಗತ್ರಾಣ ನೀನ್ ಹೌದ್ 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 ಜಗತ್ರಾಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಮರವರ ಗಂಟಲ ಗಾಣ ಸ್ವಾಮಿ ಮುಖ್ಯ ಪ್ರಾಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಮರವರ ಗಂಟಲ ಗಾಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಮರವರ ಗಂಟಲ ಗಾಣ ನಿನ್ನ ಮರವರ ಗಂಟಲ ಗಾಣ
सद्या हिरण्यदादास्मै ॐ हिरण्यवर्णां हरिणीं स्वर्णरजतस्रजां चन्द्रां हिरण्मयीं लक्ष्मीं जातवेदो महावः तां महावः जातवेदो लक्ष्मीं मनपगामिनीं यस्यां हिरण्यं विन्दे यङ्गामश्वं पुरुषानहम् अश्वपूर्वां मृतमध्यामस्तिना आदप्रमोदिनीं श्रियं देवीमुपक्वहे श्रीर्मां देवी श्रताम् कामोस्थितां हिरण्यप्राकारामार्त्वां ज्वलन्तीं तृप्तां तर्पयन्तीं पद्मे स्थितां पद्मवर्णां तामिकोपक्वहे श्रियम् इन्द्रां प्रभासां यशसा ज्वलन्तीं श्रियं लोके देवजुष्टां दारां तां पद्मिनीमीं शरणमहं प्रपद्ये अलक्ष्मीर्मे नश्यतां त्वां वृणे आदित्यवर्णे तपसोऽधिजातो वनस्पतिस्तवा वृक्षोतबिल्वः तस्य फलानि तपसानुदन्तु मायान्तरायाश्च भाग्या अलक्ष्मी उत्पयितु मां ते एव सकः कीर्तिश्च मणिना सह प्रादुर्भूतोऽस्मि राष्ट्रेऽस्मिन् कीर्तिमृद्धिं ददातु मे शुक्तिपासामलान् ज्येष्ठामलक्ष्मीं नाशयाम्यहम् अभूतिमसमृद्धिं च सर्वां निर्णुत मे गृहात् गन्धद्वारां दुराकर्षां नित्यपुष्टां करेषिणीं ईश्वरीं सर्वभूतानां तामिकोपक्वये श्रियम् मनसः ममाभूतिं वाचः सत्यमशीमहि पशूनां रूपमन्यस्य महिश्रीशयता यशा कर्दमेन प्रजा भूता महि सम्भव कर्दमा श्रियं वासय मे कुले मातरं पद्ममालिनीम् आपस्सृजन्तु स्निग्धानि चिक्लीतवसमे गृहे निज देवीं मातरं श्रियं वासय मे कुले आद्रां पुष्करिणीं पुष्टिं सुवर्णां हेममालिनीं सूर्यां हिरण्मयीं लक्ष्मीं जातवेदो महावहम् आद्रां यत्कर्णी यष्टिं पिङ्गलां पद्ममालिनीं चन्द्रां हिरण्मयीं लक्ष्मीं जातवेदो महावहम् तां महावह जातवेदो लक्ष्मीं मनपगामिनीं यस्यां हिरण्यं प्रभूतं गावो दास्योश्वान् विन्देयं पुरुषानहम् यशोजे प्रयतो भूत्वा जुहुयादाच्यमन्वहम् श्रियः पञ्चदश चञ्च श्रीकामः सततं जपेत् अश्वदायी गोदायी धनदायी महाधने धनं मे जुषतां देवी सर्वकामांश्च देहि मे पुत्रपौत्रधनं धान्यं हस्तिष्वादिकपेरतं प्रजानां भवसि माता आयुष्मन्तं करोतु माम् न क्रोधो न च मात्सर्यं न लोभो न शुभामतिः भवन्ति कृतपुण्यानां भक्तानां श्रीसूक्तं जपेत् चन्द्राभां लक्ष्मीमीशानां सूर्याभां श्रियमैश्वरीं चन्द्रसूर्याग्निवर्णाभां श्रीमहालक्ष्मीर्मुपास्महे धनमग्निर्धनं वायुर्धनं सूर्योधनं वसुः धनमिन्द्रो बृहस्पतिर्वरुणं धनमश्नुते वैनतेय सोमं पिबतु वृत्रः सोमं धनस्य सोमिनो मह्यं ददातु सोमिनाः वर्षन्तु ते विभावरिदिवो अभ्रस्य विद्युताः रोहन्तु सर्वबीजान्यवब्रह्मद्विषो ओजहि पद्मासने पद्मभूरो पद्माक्षी पद्मसम्भवे त्वन्मां भजस्व पद्माक्षी येन सौख्यं लभाम्यहम् पद्मप्रिये पद्मिनि पद्महस्ते पद्मालये पद्मदलायताक्षी विश्वप्रिये विष्णुमनोनुकूले त्वत्पादपद्मं मयि सन्निधत्वा महादेवे च विद्महे विष्णुपत्ने च धीमहि तन्नो लक्ष्मी प्रचोदयात् सरसिजनिलये सरोजहस्ते कमलतरां शुकगन्धमाल्यशोभे भगवति हरिवल्लभे मनोज्ञे त्रिभुवनभूतिकरे प्रसीद मह्यम् या सा पद्मासनस्था विपुलकटितटे पद्मपत्रायताक्षी गम्भीरावर्तना विस्तनवरनमिता शुभ्रवस्त्रोत्तरीय लक्ष्मी दिव्ये गजेन्द्रैर्मणिगणखचितैः स्थापिता हेमकुम्भैः नित्यं सा पद्महस्ता मम वसतु गृहे सर्वमाङ्गल्ययुक्ता सर्वमङ्गलमाङ्गल्ये शिवे सर्वार्थसाधिके शरण्ये त्र्यम्बके देवी नारायणि नमोऽस्तुते
अरुणकमल संस्था तद्दज पुंजपर्णा करकमल सुकेष्टा प्रीतियुग्मां पुजाता मणिमुकुटविचित्रालङ्कृतिः पद्ममाला भवतु भुवनमाता संसदं श्री श्रीणः ॐ शन्नो मित्रः शं वरुणः शन्नो भवत्वर्यमा शन्न इन्द्रो बृहस्पतिः शन्नो विष्णुरुक्रमः नमो ब्रह्मणे नमस्ते वायो त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्म वदिष्यामि ऋतं वदिष्यामि सत्यं वदिष्यामि तन्मामवतु तद्भक्तारमवतु अवतु माम् अवतु भक्तारम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः शीक्षाभ्याख्यास्यामः वर्णस्परः मात्राबलं सामसन्तानः इत्युक्तः श्रीईक्षाध्यायः सह नौ यशः सह नो ब्रह्मवर्चसम् अतातस्य गंहिताय उपनिषदं व्याख्यास्यामः पञ्चस्वधिकरणेषु अधिलोकमधिज्योतिषमधिविद्यमधिप्रजमध्यात्मम् तामहासगंहिता इत्याचक्षते अतादिलोकम् पृथिवी पूर्वरूपम् द्यौरुत्तररूपम् आकाशस्सन्धिः वायुः सन्धानम् इत्यदिलोकम् अतादिज्योतिषम् अग्निः पूर्वरूपम् आदित्यर उत्तररूपम् आपस्सन्धिः वैद्युतः सन्धानम् इत्यदिज्योतिषम् अतादिविद्यम् आचार्यः पूर्वरूपम् अन्ते वास्युत्तररूपम् विद्यासन्धिः प्रवचनगुं सन्धानम् इत्यदिविद्यम् अतादिप्रजम् माता पूर्वरूपम् पितोत्तररूपम् प्रजासन्धिः प्रजननगुं सन्धानम् इत्यदिप्रजम् अथाध्यात्मम् उत्तराहुनः पूर्वरूपम् उत्तरराहुनुत्तररूपम् वाक्सन्धिः जिह्वासन्धानम् इत्यध्यात्मम् इति महासगुंहिता य एवमेता महासगुंहिता व्याख्याता वेद सन्धीयते पडया पशुभिः ब्रह्मवर्चसेनान्नाद्येन स्वर्गेण लोकेन यश्चन्दसा वृषभो विश्वरूपः छन्दोभ्योऽस्यमृता आसम्बभूव समेन्द्रो मेधया आस्पृणोतु अमृतस्य देवतारणो भूयासम् शरीरं मे विचर्षणम् जिह्वा मे मधुमत्तमा कर्णाभ्यां भूरिविश्रुवम् ब्रह्मणः पोषोऽसि मेधया पीतः श्रुतं मे गोपाय आवहन्ति वितन्वानाम् कुर्वाणाचिरमात्मनः वासागुंसि मम गावश्च अन्नपाने च सर्वदा ततो मे श्रियमावह पशुभिः सह स्वाहा आमायन्तु ब्रह्मचारिणः स्वाहा विमायन्तु ब्रह्मचारिणः स्वाहा प्रमायन्तु ब्रह्मचारिणः स्वाहा दमायन्तु ब्रह्मचारिणः स्वाहा शमायन्तु ब्रह्मचारिणः स्वाहा यशोजने सानि स्वाहा श्रेयान् वस्य सोऽसानि स्वाहा तन्त्वा भग प्रविशानि स्वाहा समाभग प्रविश स्वाहा सहस्रशाके निवाहं त्वयि मृजे स्वाहा यथा पप्रवतायन्ति यथा मासा अहज्जरम् एवं मां ब्रह्मचारिणः दातरायन्तु सर्वतः स्वाहा प्रतिवेशोऽसि प्रमाबाहि प्रमापद्य स्वाहा भूर्भुवस्सुवरिति वा एतास्तिस्रोऽप्याहृतयः तासामुहस्मै तां चतुर्थीं महाचमस्य प्रवेदयते महगिति तद्ब्रह्मा स आत्मा अंगान्यन्या देवताः भूरिदिवा अयं लोकः भुव इत्यन्तरिक्षं सुवरित्यसो लोकः मह इत्यादित्यः आदित्येन पापसर्पे लोका महीयन्ते भूरिदिवा अग्निः भुव इति वायुः सुवरित्यादित्यः महिते चन्द्रमाः चन्द्रमसा पापसर्पाणि ज्योतिकुंसि महीयन्ते भूरिदिवा रुचः भुव इति सामानि सुवरिति यज्ञोगुंषि मह इति ब्रह्मा वेदा महीयन्ते भूरिति वै प्राणः भुव इत्यपानः सुवरिति व्यानः मह इत्यन्नम् अन्नेन पापसर्पे प्राणा महीयन्ते तावा एताश्चतस्रश्चतुर्धा चतस्रश्चतस्रोऽव्याहृतयः तायो वेद स वेद ब्रह्मा येऽस्मै तस्मिन् पुरुषो मृतो हिरण्मयः यकेशस्तन इवावलम्बते सेन्द्रयोनिः यत्रासो केशान्तो विवर्तते यपोह्यशीर्षकपाले भूरिजग्नौ प्रतितिष्ठति भुव इति वायौ सुवरित्यादित्ये मह इति ब्रह्मणि आप्नोति स्वाराज्यम् आप्नोति मनसस्पतिम् वाक्पतिश्चक्षुष्पतिः श्रोत्रपतिर्विज्ञानपतिः एतत्ततो भवति आकाश शरीरं ब्रह्मा यात्म प्राणारामं मन आनंदं शांति समृद्धम् अमृतम् इति प्राचीन योग्योपास्मर्दिशो वान्तरदिशा अग्निर्वायुरादित्यश्चन्द्रमा नक्षत्राणि आपवोषधयो वनस्पतय आकाश आत्मा इत्यधिभूतम् अताध्यात्मम् प्राणो व्यानोपान उदानः समानः चक्षुश्रोत्रं मनोवाक्पत् चर्मं पुंसग्स्नावास्ति मध्यम् ऋषिरवोचत् पां कम्बा इदगं सर्वम् पान्ते निपपां तग्स्पृणोतीति ओमिति ब्रह्मा ओमिति इदगं सर्वम् ओमिति अवा अप्यो श्रावयेत्या श्रावयन्ति ओमिति सामानि गायन्ति शस्त्रांशगं सन्ति प्रतिगृहं प्रतिगृह्णाति ओमिति ब्रह्मा प्रसौति ओमित्यग्निहोत्रमनुजानाति ओमिति ब्राह्मण प्रवक्षन्नाह ब्रह्मो वा आप्तवानीति ब्रह्मैवोपा आप्नोति ऋतञ्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च सत्यञ्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च तपश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च दमश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च शमश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च अग्नयश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च अग्निहोत्रञ्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च अतितयश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च मानुषञ्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च प्रजा च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च प्रजनश्च स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च चित्त स्वाध्याय प्रवचने च मिति सत्यवचारातीतरः तपैति तपो नित्यः पौरुषिष्टिः स्वाध्याय प्रवचने ये वेति नाको मौद्गल्यः तद्धि तपः अहं वृक्षस्य रेरिव कीर्ति पृष्ठं गिरेरिव ऊर्ध्वपवित्रो स्वमृतमस्मि द्रविड्गुं सवर्चसम् सुमेधा अमृतोक्षितः इति क्रियन्तो वेदानुवचनम् वेदमनुचाचार्यो अन्तेवासिन मनुषास्ति सत्यं वद धर्मं चर स्वाध्याय आन्मा प्रमदः आचार्याय प्रियं धनमाहृत्य प्रजातन्तुं माप्यवच्छेत्सि सत्यान्न प्रमदितव्यं धर्मान्न प्रपदितव्यं कुशलान्न प्रमदितव्यं बुद्धेन प्रमदितव्यं स्वाध्याय प्रवचनाभ्यां प्रमदितव्यं देवपितृकार्याभ्यां न प्रमदितव्यम् मातृदेवो भव पितृदेवो भव आचार्यदेवो भव अतिथिदेवो भव यान्यनवद्यानि कर्माणि तानि सेवितव्यानि नो इतराणि यान्यस्माकं सुचरितानि तानि त्वयोपास्यानि नो इतराणि एके चास्मृत्वेया गुंसो ब्राह्मणा तेषां कयासनेन न प्रश्वसितव्यम् श्रद्धया देयम् अश्रद्धया देयम् श्रिया देयम् ह्रिया देयम् धिया देयम् संविदा देयम् अत यदि ते कर्म विचिकित्सा वा वृत्त विचिकित्सा वा स्यात् ये तत्र ब्राह्मणा सम्मर्षिणः युक्ता आयुक्ता अलोक्षा धर्मकामा स्युः यथा ते तत्र वर्तेरन् तथा तत्र वर्तेताः अताभ्याख्यातेषु ये तत्र ब्राह्मणा सम्मर्षिणः युक्ता आयुक्ता अलोक्षा धर्मकामा स्युः यथा ते तेषु वर्तेरन् तथा तेषु वर्तेताः एष आदेशः एष उपदेशः एता वेदोपनिषत् एतदनुशासनम् एवम् उपासितव्यम् एवमुचैतदुपास्यम् ॐ शन्नो मित्रः शं वरुणः शन्नो भवत्वर्यमा शन्न इन्द्रो बृहस्पतिः शन्नो विष्णुरुक्रमः नमो ब्रह्मणे नमस्ते वायो त्वमेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मासि त्वामेव प्रत्यक्षं ब्रह्मावादिशम् ऋतमवादिशम् सत्यमवादिशम् तन्मामावीत् तद्वक्तारमावीत् आवीत् माम् आवीत् वक्तारम् ॐ शान्ति शान्ति शान्तिः ॐ वीक्षं प्रलय जलदिनादं कल्पकृद्गण्यवक्त्रं सुरपतिरिपुवक्षश्चेदरक्तोक्षिताङ्गं प्रणतभयहरं तं नारसिंहं ततोऽस्मि प्रलयरविकराळकाररुक्षक्रपालं विरळदिरोचिता शान्तराळा प्रतिभयतमकोपातुत्कटोच्चाटहासिं दह दह नरसिंहा सख्यवीर्याहितं मे सरसरपसपादा पातपाराभिरापप्रचकितचलसप्तद्वन्द्वलोकस्तुतस्थम् रिपुरुदिर्निषेकेणैव षोडाङ्गशालिं दह दह नरसिंहा सख्यवीर्याहितं मे तव घन घन कोशो घोरमाग्राय जङ्गपरिगमनगुमुरु व्याजते योगिरिञ्च घन विगणितमागा दैत्यजङ्गालसङ्गो दह दह नरसिंहा सख्यवीर्याहितं मे कटकि कटकराजद्राटकाग्रस्थलाभ प्रकटपटतपित्ते सत्कटिस्ताति पट्वे कटुक कटुक दुष्टाटोपदिष्टि प्रमुष्टौ दह दह नरसिंहा सख्यवीर्याहितं मे प्रकर नकर वज्रोद्घातरूपचारि वक्षः शिखर शिखर रक्ते राक्तहन्दोह देह सुबले बशोक्षे बद्ध गंभीरनाभे दह दह नरसिंहा सख्यवीर्याहितं मे स्फुरैत तव साक्षात्सैव नक्षत्रमार्गं हरिधर धर जान्मा सक्तहस्तद्वयाहो दह दह नरसिंहा सख्यवीर्याहितं मे कंठविष्टोदवेद्यो षटकटकटिनोर पीठविस्तुष्टनिष्ठा पटतिर्दुवकण्ठा दृष्टघोरान्तमाला दह दह नरसिंहा सख्यवीर्याहितं मे सख्य संहार रम्मो हुतवः बहुहेते कृपिकानन्त हेते अहित विहित मोहं संपहं सैवमांस्यं दह दह नरसिंहा सख्यवीर्याहितं मे गुरु गुरु गिरिराज कंदरांतर्गते वादिन मणि मणि शिंगे वांतवन्नि प्रदीप्ते ददति कटुदं श्रे भीषणो जिह्ववक्त्रे दह दह नरसिंह सत्यवीर्याहितं मे अधरित विबुधाब्धि ज्ञान दैर्यं विदेत्य विविध विबुध दीक्षदापितेन्द्रारिनाशन् विदते घटाहो दट्टने दाटः समदह दह नरसिंह सत्यवीर्याहितं मे त्रिभुवन तृणमात्र त्राण तृष्टन्तु नेत्रत्रयं तिलकितार्थे पिष्टपादं नवतरविताम्रं धारयन् रूक्षवीक्षं दह दह नरसिंह सत्यवीर्याहितं मे प्रमद विभव भूभृत् भूरि भूभार सद्वित् विदन विभव भ्रू विप्रमाद प्रशुभ्रा रूपभवय वेतर्वासि भोगो विभाविर्दह दह नरसिंह सत्यवीर्याहितं मे श्रवण खचित निंजोत् कुंडलो चंडगंडा प्रकुटि कटुदाट श्रेष्ठा सारणोष्ठा वरद सुरदराज केशोस्तारिकारे दह दह नरसिंह सत्यवीर्याहितं मे प्रविकज कजरात रत्न कोटि लशालिंगलगत करदुस्त्रो दार रत्नांगदाढ्य कनकटकहांची शिंदिनी मुद्रिका बंदह दह नरसिंह सत्यवीर्याहितं मे हरिधरमसि जहि 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 वेगं शान्तवंसानुबन्धं दह दह नरसिंह सत्यकाग्निस्फुलिंग प्रसविविकटुतं स्तोजिह्ववक्तत्नेत्रा कल 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 कामं पाहि मां ते सुभक्तं दह दह नरसिंह सत्यवीर्याहितं मे कुरु कुरु करुणां तां सांकुरां दैत्यभूते दिश दिश विशदां मे शाश्वतीं देवदृष्टिं जय 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 मूर्ते नाट्यदैत्य पक्षं दह दह नरसिंह सत्यवीर्याहितं मे सेविता नारसिंही तनुरे मरिशांता मालनी सापितोलम तदखिल गुरुमाग्रशीतरूपाल सत्य सुनय मने कृते सद्गुणे नित्ययुक्ता विकुज तिलक सूनुर्दुतार्थानुसारी नरहरितुमेतां शत्रु संहार हेतुम अग्र सकल पापध्वंसिनी यपटेतां प्रियतिन्द्ररिलोकं कामलोभार्थ ओम अचम या गुप्त सहस्राक्षसवाहं सैरिकान् क्रीडन्यविर्नृत्य त्रिलोक्यां मुकुटेश्रियं भगवं स्तनमाख्याहि वर्मनारायणात्मकं यथा तथा नश्यतो नेन गुप्तो जयं हृदे श्रीशगोपाच ततः पुरोहिताश्लाष्टो महेन्द्रायानुच्यते नारायणाख्यं वर्माः तिथिः कमना शृणु विश्वरूपो वाच लौताङ्गिपाणिराचम्यस्तपवित्र उदन्मुखः कृतस्वाङ्करन्यासो मन्त्राभ्यां वागिरश्रुतिः नारायणमयं वर्मा सन्नखे त्वया आगते दैवभूतात्मकर्मभ्यो नारायणमय पुमान् पादयो जाननोर्भूत्वोरुदरे हृत्यतो रसे मुखे शिरस्यानुपूर्व्यादोङ्कारादीनि विन्यसेत् ॐ नमो नारायणायेति विपर्यमता पिबा करन्यासं तत्कुर्यात् द्वादशाक्षरविद्यया प्रणवाद्यकारान्तमङ्गुल्यं कुष्ठपर्वसु न्यसेत् हृदय ओङ्कारं विकारमनमूर्धनि शकारन्तु भ्रुवोर्मध्ये नकारं श्रुतया दिशेत् वेकारं नेत्रयोरुञ्जन् नकारं सर्वसन्दिशो मकारमन्तमुद्दिश्य मन्तमूर्तिर्भवेत्तः सविसर्गं पठन्तु सर्वदिक्षु विनिर्दिशेत् ॐ विष्णवे नमः नित्यात्मानं परं ध्याये ध्येयं षट्शक्तिवर्जितं विद्यातेजसपो मूर्तिरिमं मन्त्रमुदाहरेत् निर्विदद्यानुम सर्वरक्षानुस्ताङ्गिपत्तपदगेन्द्रपृष्ठे दरारिचर्मासिकजेन्तापाशान्तदानोष्टगुणोष्टवाक्ku स्थलेषु मां रक्षितुमस्य मूर्तिर्यादो गणेभ्यो ऋणस्य पाशात् स्थले च मायावटुवामनोऽव्यातिरिक्तमक्केवतु विश्वरूपः दुर्गेषु प्रभुः पायां नृसिंहो सुदयूतपारिः चतोह्यस्य महाट्टहासं विशोभिनेतुन्यपतं च गर्भाः रक्षतु सोमातुनियज्ञकल्पस्तुतं श्रयो नीतुरोवराः रामो त्रिकूटेषु तविप्रवासे सलक्ष्मणो व्याभरताग्रजो मामुग्रतन्वा किल प्रमादा नारायण पातु नष्टहासात् तत्त्वस्तयोगादुतयोगनाथः पायात् गुणेश कपिल कर्मबन्धात् सनत्कुमारो वतु कामदेव दयर्श्रेषु मां पतिदेव हेळनात् देवर्षिवर्य पुरुषान्तरार्चनात् कुर्मो हरिर्मां नरयात शेषात् धन्वन्तरिर्भगवान् पातु पद्यात् यज्ञश्चलोकात् कृतानो बलो गणात् क्रोधवशादहीन्द्रः द्वैपायनो भगवान् प्रमोदात् गुप्तस्तपाखण्डगणात् प्रमादात् कल्के कले कालमनात् पातु धर्मावनाय कृतावतारः मां केशवो हृदया प्रातरव्या गोविन्द असङ्गव आत्तवेणुः नारायण पातु शक्तिर्मध्यन्दीन विष्णुरीन्द्रपाणिः देवो पराग्णे मधुः गदन्वा सायं पितामहवतु माधवो मां दोषे ऋषिकेश उतारतरार्धे निषीदये कोवतुपत्तनाभः श्रीवत्सलक्ष्मा पररात्रयीश प्रत्युषयीशोऽसितरो जनार्दनः दामोदरो व्याघ्रहन्त्यं प्रभाते विष्णु श्रीमान् भगवान् कालमूर्तिः चक्रं युगान्तानलदिग्मेवे प्रमंसमन्तात् भगवत्प्रयुक्तम् दन्तरिसेनमाशु कक्षं पितावातु सुतो हुताशः गदेश निष्पश्य निष्पुलिङ्गे निष्पिण्डितप्रियासि पुष्पाण्डवैनाकयक्षरक्षो भूतग्रहान् चूर्णयाहीन् त्वं ज्ञातुदानप्रमतप्रेतमातृपिशाचविप्रग्रह घोरदृष्टेन धरेन्द्रनिद्रावय कृष्णपूरितो भीमस्वनो निर्दयानि कम्पयन् त्वं दिग्मदारासिवरारसिद्धो भीषप्रयुक्तो मम चिन्ति चक्षुर्जन्मं च दन्तजातया दुषामगन्नो हरपापचक्षुषाम् जन्नो भयं गृहेभ्यो भूत्केतभ्यो निर्भय एव च सरीसृपेभ्यो दंश्रेभ्यो भूतेभ्यो गेभ्य एव च सर्वाण्येतानि भगवान् नामरूपास्तकीर्तनात् प्रयान् संशयं सत्यो येन श्रेयप्रदीपकाः गरुडो भगवान् स्तोत्रस्तोमच्छन्दोमय प्रभुः रक्षतु शेषकृच्छ्रेभ्यो विश्वक्सेन सुनामभिः सर्वापद्यो हरेर्नामा रूपयानायुधानिनः बुद्धित्रयमण प्राणान् पान्तु पाशुतभूषणाः यथा हि भगवानेव वस्तुतः सदोच्चयत् सत्येनानेन सर्वे यान्तु नाशमुपद्रवाः यथेकाज्ञानुभावेन विकल्परहितस्वयं भूषणायुधलिङ्गाख्य दत्ते शक्तिस्त्वमायया तेने हत्यमानेन सर्वज्ञो भगवान् हरिः पातु सर्वे स्वरूपेण सदा सर्वत्सर्वगः दिक्षुदिक्षोदमदस्त्वं तादन्तर्बहिर्भगवान् नारसिंहः प्रपापयन् लोकभयं स्वनेन स्वदेन सागस्तमस्तदेजाः भगवन्
Try madam.
Shri Krishnaya Namaha. Shri Krishnaya Namaha.
Practice 1, 2, 3, 4. Why is it?
Just checking to make sure. Dr. Clooney, can you hear me? You have been made the co-host, so you can speak as well.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear
Thank
me?
you so much. Yes, we can hear you. There's a little bit of echo. We are adjusting it here.
Yeah, okay.
And hope you can also see me. Mahesh Harbo.
Yes, I can see you, definitely. Nice to see you.
Dr. Clooney, I'm just waiting for the green signal from our audio video team here. These folks have been doing a fantastic job trying to make this hybrid session work today. So just waiting for a green signal from them.
The screen says now
Dr. Clooney, can you still hear me?
I can hear you, yes. It says there are 24 participants. Is that the entire number?
Okay, I think I got the green signal from our team here. Dr. Clooney, can you hear me now?
I can hear you, yes.
Perfect. And can you see me as well, sir?
Yes, I can. Can you see me? I hope. Okay.
I can't see you, but give me 1 second. Yes, I can see you. I can see you there. Yes, on the screen.
Okay.
Just need to wear my glasses a little bit because we have projected you on the big screen here. So that way the audience can see you. Yes, very clear. We can see you very well. And so good to see you. We'll get started. Srikantore, Dr. Clooney's sound is not very audible. Sir, can you just speak a couple of...
Yes, can you hear me? And not audible?
Now we can. Now we can hear you. Perfect.
Okay, okay.
Okay, we'll get started. Om Shri Guru Raghavendra and Maha. Today is really one of those days that we look forward for pretty much every year, because while at Krishna Temple here, we spend a lot of time on a day-to-day basis observing some of the traditions and practices that help us concentrate and focus and get connected to Sri Krishna. Today happens to be the day where we actually uncover and peel the covers and go deeper and deeper to understand some of the philosophical aspects. And with our belief that Krishna is a universal entity, we do encourage here at our Krishna temple, with the wishes and with the support of our Swamiji, we do encourage and bring in all faiths and all philosophies here. Because the belief here is very straightforward, that if a message is universal, that it then, irrespective of one's own understanding of who the divine is or their own faith, the message still has to strike all across. And in that sense, we don't shy away from bringing different philosophies, different faiths on this particular day, which we call it as Jnana Sangama, or the river of knowledge, or the ocean of knowledge, as we say. To that end, over the last several years, we have had several speakers come in of Judaism, of Christianity, of Buddhism, of you name it. We have had several speakers, different speakers come in and join us. And today we are super, one second, sir. Today we are super excited with the grace of Sri Krishna that we have an amazing panel here that has been put in place today that will take us through with some words of wisdom and some words of learning from 11 o'clock Eastern all the way to 5 p.m. Eastern. Of course, our Swamiji will be there, who is the main energy and the force behind the temple. He'll be here particularly for the panel discussion, and then all through he'll be joining us as well. But I'm excited first because the first speaker for us here is Dr. Francis Clooney. And Dr. Clooney, Krishna makes us wait some time to get what we want. And I have to say, you having those characteristics as well of Lord Krishna, you have made us wait as well for 5 years to connect with you and have you on this panel today. So really thank you for joining us. I know you could not join us in person because of your commitment at 1 o'clock with another conference, but nevertheless, with this hybrid experience that our audio video team has put in here, I'm sure we won't see any gaps in your message or in your presentation. I'll just say a few words. You have a very, very enlightening and enriching background, but I'll just say a few words about you for our audience, and then I'll pass it on to you, sir. So let me just give a quick intro of Dr. Clooney. Francis Clooney joined the Harvard Divinity School faculty in 2005, where he's the Parkman Professor of Divinity and Professor of Comparative Theology. He specializes in South Asian languages and civilizations. His primary area of scholarship and research is actually writings in Sanskrit and Tamil, traditions of Hindu India. He's a leading figure globally in the developing field of comparative theology. His lectures, which I've listened to several of them, are just provoking. He has this sense of calmness that he conveys when he speaks, and he's very thoughtful. So our audience will have their questions ready for the Q&A, sir, for you. Clooney is the author of numerous articles and books, including Thinking Ritually, Retrieving the Purva Mimamsa, Theology After Vedanta, and his recent books include Reading the Hindu and Christian Classics. In July 2010, he was elected a fellow of the British Academy and has served as a professional research fellow at the Australian Catholic University. Dr. Clooney is a Roman Catholic priest and has been a member of the Society of Jesus for 50 years. He serves regularly in the Catholic parish on the weekends. He blogs regularly in All Things section of America magazine. His current blog is The Inner Edge. I believe, and this is not part of his profile, but I believe, if my understanding is correct, Dr. Clooney is also a vegetarian, and he decided to become a vegetarian at some stage in his life. We'll probably get to know more about that in his question and answer. With that, Dr. Clooney, I hand it over to you. Dr. Clooney is going to talk to us today about seva versus devotion, service versus devotion, or service versus bhakti. Sir, again, an honor that you have joined us. Please take it away.
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased. I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you.
Okay.
We can hear you.
All right. Thank you very much. I'm very happy to be part of this event today, the Jnana Sangama, the Knowledge Festival, as it is called. And I appreciate Mr. Harvo for his great patience over years, as he has indicated, because of scheduling problems and other difficulties in making this happen. So being able to join you at least by Zoom is a good step forward. So thank you for the invitation. I offer my namaskaram and pranams to Sri Sri Sugunendra Theertha Swamiji, honored to be in the same context, at least, as the Swamy on this occasion. And I applaud the very good work of the organization and the temple for well-being of all people. So this is an important event, and I think I'm happy to be part of it today. And since you asked, Mahesh, I would say that I've been a vegetarian since 1974, so it'll be almost 50 years soon. When I was a young man in Kathmandu, Nepal, I switched over and found no reason to go back, and it's made me a better person physically as well as spiritually. So we can talk about that later if you wish. So I will try to keep my comments clear and not too long, knowing that there will be the panel discussion, the Q&A afterwards, in which I look forward to hearing people's comments and questions as we go forward. So taking up this topic of service versus devotion, or seva versus bhakti, I think we have to think about this seriously and not simply pay lip service to the topic. It is easy to say that, of course, we want both service and devotion. I doubt if anyone at this gathering or anyone listening to this conversation today would say we should have one and not the other. But these things are easier said than done. And I think, therefore, this is an occasion to think a little bit more deeply about service, about devotion, and how they are related to one another. Mr. Mahesh has mentioned the importance of having this day every year. I would indicate that some of the seriousness of the topic of service and devotion is indicated by the fact that today is September 11th. So as you know, people everywhere in the United States and around the world, I think, are mindful of what happened 20 years ago today on that terrible day, when the two planes crashed into the World Trade Center in New York, into the Pentagon in Washington, D.C., and the plane that crashed in the Midwest on its way back to Washington. The mindfulness of how this tragedy, the cultural differences, the religious differences, the antagonisms and distrust going back for a very long time, remembering that on this day of September 11, 2021, and thinking about this topic, I think, makes us also realize how important it is that we work together. I might add, I know that there are many other problems around us. Obviously, COVID has been devastating India, devastating the United States, devastating so many countries in the world, and therefore getting us to think about how frail and how vulnerable we are as human beings, and how important it is that we be able to connect with one another and work together. And ecological disasters are also taking place. I know that it was just several weeks ago when the terrible rains and floods hit New York, New Jersey. I believe that as many as 25 people died in New Jersey itself. And therefore we have to be aware that the floods of nature and the fires and so on are not sectarian. They don't come just for some people, but they come for all of us. And therefore it is all the more important for us to work together on these issues that face the human race. And I would add regarding bhakti, or devotion, that I think we're also, if we're paying attention to the world around us, I would say in the United States, we could talk about India later, I suppose, but in a situation where religion, by some counts, is on the decline. That if we look at different polls that have come out, the Pew survey recently indicated that now fewer than half of Americans participate regularly in religious services, down by 25% in the past 25 years. And so people may be still spiritual or not, But those who are spiritual are often simply looking for a way to find their personal path, and people are not coming together as much as in the past. Now, I know these surveys often pertain more to Christian churches and the decline in Christian membership, certainly, but I'm sure that the Indian community, the Hindu community too, is affected by the older generations having certain attitudes toward religion and participation, and perhaps some of the younger people thinking very differently about whether it's necessary to come, why to come to temple, and so on. So there are greater crises around us in the world, 9/11 and so on, and yet in some ways we can see that religion, spirituality, devotion are being challenged. And there's a kind of contest going on about how important these things are. And I might add finally that even as religion in some ways is in decline, there is also the sad possibility that for some people, fanaticism is on the rise. And that this is not incompatible to say that true religion, religion based in tradition, religion that draws on wisdom, religion that is humble, religion that is engaged in service is one thing. But there are fanatics, I think, in everywhere in the world, I won't point any fingers, who somehow see that for the sake of what they want to do, they use religion as a weapon against other people. And using religion in a kind of fanatical way, excluding the other, disrespecting other people's rights is a great problem. And putting back together religion, its social value, service is all the more important. And that, I think, is really what we're going to talk about today. A general point that I think, too, we would all agree on is that service is a wonderful thing. And I think in many ways we're obligated to care for our neighbors, to serve those around us in their times of trouble. But if service is entirely secular, if service has no connection to the spiritual, no grounding in who we truly are in God's presence, it can become a massive bureaucracy. And service can become an institutional form that may help people or may spend money in ways that is simply clueless, oblivious to how people actually live their lives. And while I think we have to applaud everyone who engages in service of their neighbors and not dispute that people who are spiritual but not religious can do wonderful things for their neighbors, there is a danger if you cut off spirituality that service can turn into some kind of a satisfaction for the giver that may not actually help those who receive. And likewise, as I said, I think we can think that devotion, if it's cut off, devotion, if it has no responsibility for the community around, may be very wonderful for the individual, but it also can come across as somewhat selfish. If I only care about my devotion, my faith, my relationship to God, and walk by my neighbors who are in trouble, well, then obviously there can be a great problem where religion and devotion begin to look selfish. They need not be, but they can look selfish, given the fact that the persons who are devout sometimes don't share what they have with those who are poor. So keeping service and devotion together benefits both service and devotion. Now, this is an obvious point, and I think that most of us today can agree with these points fairly easily. I would just point out several resources from our traditions, and I would stay here simply with the Christian tradition and the Hindu tradition in terms of why service and devotion go together. I'll give two quotes from the Bible, first of all, from the New Testament, the books of the New Testament, one from the letter of John. So not the Gospel of John, but the letter of John in the 4th chapter says, "Those who say, 'I love God,' but hate their brother or sister are simply liars. Those who do not love their sister or brother whom they have seen cannot love God whom they have not seen." And John, I think, is pointing in a very basic way that it doesn't make any sense. It's not credible and it's not pleasing to God to say, all I care about is love of God, when they can't see their neighbor face to face. They can't see people in their time of trouble. Or the reading that's actually used in church today, in my Catholic church, from the letter of James, James chapter 2. If a sister or brother has nothing to wear and has no clothes for the day, no food for the day, and if one of you says, "Go in peace, keep warm, eat well," but you do not give them the necessities of the body, clothes to wear, or food to eat, what good does that do? So too your faith itself. If your faith does no good works, then your faith is dead. And I think both John and James are reminding us that to cut off faith from service can be deadly, not simply for the people who are not helped, but also by those who are trying to be faithful themselves, that faith always overflows into action. And then I was thinking again of the many passages that I'm sure have come to your mind as you hear me speak, that would also speak to this from the Hindu side. And I would say the Bhagavad Gita would be a wonderful place to begin. And I just give two quotes here from the Bhagavad Gita. In chapters 3, Karmaneva hi samsiddhim astita janaka adayaha loka sangraham evapi sampashyan kartam arhasi. And in a simple translation, by action alone, we might say by service alone, did Janaka and other kings reach perfection. Only looking to the benefit of the world, loka sangraha, should you act. And this model of someone like Janaka, famous king, I need not tell you anything about King Janaka, but is a very model for the person who is in responsible position, who has many material, secular obligations upon him, but does what is needed for the sake of the world and for the sake of the people. And Lord Krishna is saying it was by that action, not by meditation in the forest, not even perhaps by the study of the great text, although if we think of Janaka as the one who had conversations with Yajnavalkya, the rishi, then perhaps he was a very learned man. But simply working for the sake of the world and doing your obligations is what helps you to reach perfection. Or another passage, the other one, if that was in chapter 3 and chapter 9 of the Gita, Yat karoshi, yat ashnasi, yat juhosi, dadasi yat tapasyasi, kaunteya tat kurushva mad arpanam. Whatever you do, whatever you eat, whatever offering you make, whatever you give, whatever you do in penance, do all that as an offering for me. And I think here, and this again needs no great explanation by me because it's a very well-known point, is again that Lord Krishna is saying that devotion to me is central. Coming to the Lord is central, coming to the Lord is what matters most. But this should affect how you live your life. It should affect your asceticism. It should affect what you eat. It should affect how you do practical prayer, how you worship, how you do your puja. And what you do, I think, can include the loka sangraha for the people around you. And so the sense, obviously, in both, I think, the letter of James and the letter of John, and here in the Bhagavad Gita, is that service and devotion naturally belong together. They feed one another, they support one another, they help one another by going back and forth. And that if we look for the supreme form of what it means to truly love God, then clearly both the Gita and the New Testament are saying loving God really has to do with loving your neighbor. And I'll come back to that point a little bit later. So I think we reach a point of saying, well, obviously, therefore, service and devotion, seva and bhakti are not in opposition. I think we can be aware of the fact that there are some people who are better at one than at the other. You might say a sense of adhikara, that one has an eligibility, a capacity for one more than the other. And I think we all know people who are very good at action, very good at arranging things, very good at administrating, very good at bringing people together, running technology, providing food for the poor, clothing for those who need clothes, and so on like that. And I think it would be artificial and unnecessary to try to get people who are very good at being active and engaged in service to stop being so active and to be more devotional. Now, of course, there's always a sense of burnout. People who are hyperactive, who can't stop acting and never stop for puja and never stop for prayer, and that can be corrected. But I think some people are simply their adhikara, their role in life, their swadharma is to be very active. And likewise, there are people I know, you know, I'm sure we all know, who are superlatively devotional people. I know in my church, in the Catholic Church, There are people who love simply to go to the church and sit in the church and pray. There are monks in the monasteries who spend their whole life not out feeding the people, not out doing work for justice, but they're in the monastery, they pray day and night, they have devotion, and that is really what they are good at. And I'm sure we know in Hindu tradition as well, the yogis who live in the forest, perhaps elderly women and men who visit temples every day and are great bhaktas who sing beautifully, to tell them to stop doing that and go out and work in the soup kitchen once in a while might be a good idea. But to tell people who are good at devotion that they should stop being devout and go out and do something, I think would be unfair to individuals. So I think we have to remember not to put anyone in particular on the spot by saying, you should do both devotion and service. Rather saying, what are you best at? What is good for you? But I think then we can say about, if not individuals who have this role and that role, then for us as communities, any Hindu community, any Christian community, a Jewish community, a Muslim community, Buddhist community, other communities, we as communities, so not individuals, but as communities and families, we have to be committed both to bhakti and to service. We have to be able to engage in both. Even if there are individuals in our midst who do one more than the other, when we get up, when we look around and say, here's the community, here's the church, here's the temple, can we show people that devotion and service both are important? And I think we have to look in the mirror and say, if our organization is known mainly for devotion and not for helping people, then a correction is needed. And likewise, if a religious group is saying, we're busy, we're doing this, we're doing that, but never seem to pray, never seem to come to temple, then maybe a push toward reconnecting and being involved there, I think, is important as well. And if we do these together, if devotion and service work together, then both of them are better. Again, devotion is a wonderful thing. Devotion is the core of our lives in many ways. But if it's simply about self-liberation, self-salvation, my relationship to God, that can actually be selfish in a bad sense. So it's very important to be self-focused in realizing your true self. But if you go from being self-focused, caring about your true self, to being selfish, then your ego, your ahamkara, your way of thinking about yourself all comes to the fore, and that ruins things. And therefore, one way of breaking through the selfishness is to be able to say, I who care, I who am devout, I also help my neighbor. I don't put my needs, my schedule, my puja, my worship, my devotions ahead of people all the time. Sometimes I will stop and allow people to take precedence. And so service can help to make devotion less selfish. And likewise, looking the other way, we know that the life of service is a hard life. I think we all know people who, when they were young, tried very hard to help other people, did courageous work when they were teenagers and young people, reaching out in society, doing volunteer projects, working for NGOs, doing things that were simply for other people. But so many of us slow down in midlife. We slow down, we begin to have concerns naturally about our own families, about our own house, but also I think begin to burn out and say, I can't do that anymore. I could do that care for the other when I was young. Now I'm 40, now I'm 50, now I'm 60. I can't do that anymore. And I think if you connect service with spirituality, then you can be the kind of person who can, when you're 40, 50, 60, 70, continue the service, because again, you hear the words of the Lord, whatever you do, do it as an offering for me, is uplifting the service and making it spiritual, and the spiritual has strength, the spiritual continues, even when we get older, even when we get more tired, even when we have fewer opportunities. So both ways, devotion is improved by service, service is improved by devotion, and we need both of them together. Now that's an ideal. It's easy to talk about this in general terms. I'm sure we can bring this up in our question discussion period with the other speakers as well. It's easy, for instance, to say, well, the three yogas in the Gita, karma yoga, jnana yoga, bhakti yoga, go together. And indeed, some will say that the karma yoga leads to the jnana yoga, leads to the bhakti yoga. And that's beautiful, that all the yogas are in a sequence, all the yogas kind of lead to the same endpoint. Or for the Christian, a sense that love of God leads to love of neighbor. Love of neighbor leads to love of God. And so that sense that not only are they good to be connected with one another, but also that if you're truly engaged in service, this will lead you to knowledge of God. And that if you're truly working for Loka Sangraha, this will lead you to true knowledge of yourself, and that will lead you to devotion to Lord Krishna. That's all true. But I think, again, we have to be hard-headed. This is a festival of knowledge, Jnana Sangraha. We have to be able to say to one another, does it work in 2021? Can we say when we look around us at society that people are actually serving, becoming wise, and gaining devotion? Or in our fragmentary society with so many problems and also suspicions and politics and alienations and mistrust among people, young people going in different directions than their elders and so on, can we just get up and say lip service, love of God and love of neighbor go together, karma yoga, bhakti yoga go together? Can we really say that, or do they really belong together? And I think partly that's not going to be found in the Bhagavad Gita or the Bible. It's going to be found by going out into the neighborhoods, going out into New Jersey or New York or Massachusetts, and seeing what people do, seeing what religious groups do, and seeing whether these things are connected. My last part, and I'm almost done, will be to say, if we take seriously the fact that we're having this festival of knowledge, this gathering together, bringing us together in wisdom, then we realize that wisdom itself is also necessary along with service and devotion. And this could be the highest wisdom, the highest jnana, vidya, liberative knowledge, as large as we can imagine, but it also can be a kind of hard-headed, critical common sense. And I think it's quite fair for people who are extremely involved in business, who have a certain skill in the world, in the workplace, to be able to pose to religious people, do you know what you're talking about? Do you really understand what you're thinking? And so to say on a simple level, okay, so we talk about service. What exactly do you people mean by service? They might say to you or me. What do you mean by service in 2021? If you mean you just keep your church clean, you keep your temple clean, you bring gifts for the puja, yes, that's beautiful. But what about the people in the nearby poor neighborhoods? What about the people in the hospitals? What about people who lost their jobs from COVID? What about people who are excluded due to racism? Are you serving people around you? Are you doing anything about fossil fuels? Are you doing anything about the degradation of the environment? And I think the point is not to answer those questions. I'm not the one to answer those questions, but to say a certain kind of jnana or wisdom is to ask hard-headed questions about if service meant something in the 1st century, the 5th century, the 15th century, the 20th century. When we look in 2021, and for younger people to 2050 and onward, what should the service of religious people be to the world? What is the Loka Sangraha in the 21st century? And likewise, I think one can turn and ask the question, when we talk about service, we talk about devotion, we have our understandings of what God is like and what the human is like. But now we know there are so many new technologies, so much new wisdom in the world about what it means to be human, what it means to be male or female, what it means to be a human being. Everything we know from science, everything we know from medicine, everything we know from philosophy can be the wisdom we can bear and say, if you want to help your neighbor, you have to understand what it means to be a human neighbor at all, or an animal. You have to understand life around you. So if you know the sciences, use the sciences, bring that in. And likewise, I think we have very basic fundamental beliefs in God, be it Lord Jesus, be it Lord Krishna, be it in other forms. But I think we can also ask questions, do people now have a clear, intelligent, coherent understanding of what God means? And we know the great traditions of yoga, Nyaya, Mimamsa, Vedanta, Christian theology, Christian philosophy, talking about God in very sophisticated ways of talking about the existence of God, the perfections of God, the gunas, and so on like that. But when we turn to our neighbors who are not here in a place of worship, a place of spiritual practice, but if you go to the shopping mall, if you go to a sports event, if you go to the workplace, do the people we meet, or the people I meet on campus, do the people we meet really understand what the word God means? Or do they have some notion of God that is detached from intelligence, detached from philosophy, detached from real life? And therefore, we have to know what we're talking about. We have to be very intelligent regarding words like God when we use such words. So jnana comes in along with service and bhakti. And the final thing I'll say, and I'll stop with this point, is that I think we are aware that in our own traditions, be it in the Vedanta tradition, Hindu tradition, Christian tradition, Catholic tradition, and other traditions, we all have our own ways of thinking about service and devotion. And that's fine. And there are ways that go back for hundreds of years, thousands of years, where we think about service and devotion in our own traditions. But I think we should realize in the 21st century that more and more we are interconnected with one another. We cannot go it alone, as if we have our own path, our own solutions, our own answers. We have to be able to relate to one another and work together. This is very obvious, I think, on the side of service. Again, I mentioned, 9/11, the floods that killed so many people just a few weeks ago, COVID, the fires in the West, world hunger. There are no Catholic solutions to these problems. There are no Vaishnava solutions to these problems. There are no Muslim solutions to these problems, and so on. But I think what we say is that we together, human beings who have spiritual values, need to work together across the religious boundaries. We don't say there's a Catholic solution or a Hindu solution, but Catholics and Hindus are both part of the solution. And when the fire comes, it doesn't burn only the Christian houses and not the Hindu houses. Or when the flood kills people, it's not just killing the Hindus and not the Christians. Or when COVID strikes, it's not doing it by religious group. So we're all involved and we all have to work together for these solutions. I have motivations as a Christian. Some of my listeners may have Vaishnava or Hindu motivations, and there may be Muslim and Jewish and other motivations that matter. And likewise, I think when it comes to devotion, even devotion, I think we can say that we need to be able to learn from one another devotionally. So as Mahesh mentioned at the beginning, I've been studying Hinduism for a very long time, so almost 50 years as a Catholic priest, and I think it's made me a better Catholic priest that I have studied Hinduism all these years. I try to be a devout Christian. I try to live up to my faith, but I have learned so much from the devotion of Vaishnava Hindus, Sri Vaishnava Hindus, Shaivas, other groups I've met in India over the years in different parts of India, seeing the devotion, going to holy places, temples, Divyadeshas, and so on, has been so wonderful for me, and you might say in relighting the fires of devotion. I would hope that for all of us, that's true, that it's not simply our devotion only 100%, but rather in the 21st century, we need to be devotional in a way that opens the door to learn from one another. And I say this, I'm getting older. I'm sure many of our listeners are perhaps middle-aged or older, but for young people, people I meet on college campus, people in secondary school, instinctively they say we need to be together across religious boundaries. And to have simply a borderline saying, I'm sorry, we're on this side of the line, you're on that side of the line, we'll meet once a year, is not enough. But to say, just as we have to work together to face the problems of the outer world, then I think spiritually we can work together in order to face the problems of the inner world. And therefore, events like this today, and I close by saying this again, thanks to Mahesh Harbu for a very patient invitation over the years to come for this event, that it's wonderful that we can have an interreligious event about service and devotion and other important topics today that is really tuned into the 21st century. And that's what we need, and what happens today should be happening in the future more and more. And let us hope and pray that that takes place. So thank you very much for listening to my comments. I hope they were clear, and I look forward to any further discussion that might follow.
Dr. Clooney, thanks so much for that. So I know we will get with the panel discussion very shortly. While the panel is assembling, let me ask you a couple of questions based on what you described. I mean, words mean a lot, isn't it? I mean, you know that better than anybody else. In John 1:1, I think, first there was the word was God, and then it was flesh, right? So there's a lot about the words. There was a few things that you used there. Service, devotion, and in between you brought in this word spirituality. In your own words, what does spirituality mean to you personally? And how do you segregate spirituality versus devotion? And then how would you combine that with service?
Excellent question. Thank you very much. I mean, I would say that...
1 second, sir. 1 second, your voice. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, so I would say that's a very good question. And the reason I use, first of all, the word spirituality is because I'm teaching at Harvard University in the Divinity School. And many of our students famously are spiritual, but not religious. And I think it's an awareness that many young people today are skeptical about institutional obligation or institutional commitment, saying, I just want to be a spiritual person. And I think on the one hand, when I think about it, and I'm sure when you think about it, we say there's no barrier between being devotional, between being religious, between being spiritual, between being generous to our neighbors. All these things go together. But I think in some ways, what young people are looking for is a sense, is there an inner spirit that is alive? So spirit, breath, life within. And that sometimes fairly or unfairly, they can look and say, you people in the Catholic Church, or you people at the synagogue, or you people at the temple or the mosque, you're going through the motions. You're doing rituals, you're doing external practices, you're mumbling these prayers, you do them every day. Where is the life in the spirit? And sometimes you seem to be more concerned about doing it the right way than doing it with spiritual value. So I think I was trying to tap into that, to say that all of us, whether we are engaged in service or engaged in devotion, need to be spiritual people who are spiritually as well as physically alive and present. I hope that helps as a start.
It does. Thank you. Just continuing on that mode, a couple more there. You mentioned something very interesting, saying devotion should not just benefit the individual, but it should benefit the community. Isn't devotion by nature a personal connection? And if so, how is one's own devotion going to expand beyond that? That's my first question there. And the second one would be, again, a very good point you made is people need to have a clear understanding of God. So in that sense, Dr. Clooney, since you are a scholar both in Christianity and Vaishnavism, what is the definition of God from your viewpoint in Christianity and definition of God from your viewpoint in Vaishnavism?
So you're asking very... Is it okay now? Now is it okay? Okay. I mean, you're asking very important questions, and I think you're getting to the very heart of the matter. I mean, I think when I mentioned earlier, when I was speaking about adhikara, that there are many ways in which individuals are good at one thing or another, or have one gift or another gift, have their own swadharma. And I would not take away from individuals the fact that my devotion is my private, personal, intense relationship with God. So we see many of the saints, the Vaishnava saints, Shaiva saints, and so on, who have enormous personal devotion. And some of them, they live lives in secret, they live in caves and so on, simply as great devotional persons. But I think also we have to be able to say, even when I'm being an individual, human beings are social beings, human beings are interconnected beings. We're not born by ourselves. Our mothers can't bear us by themselves. It takes the mother and the father. Children grow up speaking languages that they didn't invent. We're parts of community. Even if somebody is a very solitary person, most of us are not. And we have to therefore learn and realize the fact that this is true of religion too. God is not just my God, even if it's my Ishta Devata, it's not a private property. Or to say my relationship with God is the only thing I care about, it doesn't matter what you people think, but rather it's all social. And I think, therefore, there has to be a balance between being aware that I have neighbors, that there's a community, that there's family, that there's the larger public, that my devotion should somehow be related to, on the one side, and on the other side say, okay, but in my heart of hearts, I have my own devotion, my own love. It has to be both in some way. On the second question about God, so this is a great topic. And as I mentioned earlier, many a philosopher and theologian, both in the West, in the Christian tradition, and in India, think of Nyaya, Vedanta, many arguments about Ishvara, or about the nature of God. I mean, on some level, I think we have to, the problem with the English language is that it can sound very simple in saying by God, we mean one person, God with a capital G, and nothing else. And to some extent, there are perfections or the gunas, the kalyana gunas that go with God. So being the creator, being eternal, being all wise, omniscient, being all powerful, being all loving, being all good. And that somebody who is needy, came into being at a certain time, needs more help than they can give, we wouldn't normally call that person God. There'd be a certain limit to what we mean by calling a person God with a capital G. And I think Hindu tradition and Christian tradition and Muslim tradition agree on this, that there's a certain kind of sense of the greatness of God as this figure. The problem would come further if one was to say, once we understand God with a capital G, then the obvious next step is to say which God is really God and which gods are false gods. And as I know, you know, that in the history of interreligious relationships, too often it's come down to like a competition, that if we truly understand the word God, then God is my God, not your God. And I think there has to be some sense of openness to the mystery of God, the greatness of God as the great one who we all relate to in some way. And then finally, the sense that Christians have one God only. We do believe in Father, Son, and Holy Spirit, but it's the mystery of one God. And I'm quite aware that in Hindu traditions, there can be Krishna and Rama, there can be Vishnu and Shiva, Mahadevi, Ayappan, Murugan, and so on like that. There can be many different deities. And it's not for me to say whether they're really deep down all one, or is there a sense of somehow a multiplicity of deities to whom one relates. So I think you're getting into very large questions, but some sense that we all have some shared idea of what God means. And then on the other level, we shouldn't use our understanding of God to exclude or oppress your view of God.
Thank you, Dr. Clooney. So one request for the audience here and for the folks on the chat. please start lining up your questions. We already have 3 or 4 questions lined up, but please go ahead. And in the audience here, you can write it on the slips that have been passed on to you and give it to us. And the chat, of course, please go ahead and type your questions and we'll do the best to get them answered either in this panel or later in the day. So we have been, so now we have the panel here. First off, on the Zoom call, do we have Jaipat ji on Zoom? Jaipat Singh Jain from Siddhachalam Ashram, do we have them on Zoom? Jaipat ji, if you're there, can you just speak up?
I can speak, but I think the video is still off. Can you hear me?
Maybe you could check Jaipat ji if you're on mute. If not, just speak up.
Can you hear me?
Volume, I think I was told you have to increase your volume. Oh, you have to unmute, sir. Jaipat ji, looks like you're on mute.
No, I'm not on mute now.
While we are getting Jaipat ji set up on the audio video, let me introduce the 2 other panelists that we have on stage here. Jai Krishna Nelamangala and Keshav Tadipatri. They have been with us for a long time in this temple, right from the commencement and starting of this temple. And I don't need to provide too much introduction about both of them to this audience. All I can say is folks who continue to be on the path of inquiry in different ways. I know the 2 gentlemen very well. I know their path of inquiry to a certain extent. I wouldn't say I know them all, but I know how each one of them conducts their inquiry. And I think that's why this panel becomes interesting with both of them joining on this panel. So, do we have Jaipat ji?
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
This. I will hand over my phone to someone here to call Jaipat ji, and meanwhile, but we'll get the panel started.
No, can you hear me?
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay.
Very good. So we have Jaipat ji as well on this. So let me give a quick intro about Jaipat, and then we'll get the panel started. Jaipat Singh Jain is from Siddhachalam Ashram, New Jersey. It was an ashram founded by Acharya Sushil Kumar Maharaj, the revolutionary saint who was the first Jain monk. Guruji, as he is often called, founded Siddhachalam in 1983 as a Jain monastery and ashram. Jaipat ji there serves as the principal caretaker. He was also the president. But more importantly than all the official titles, I think he says his main mission was to help everyone see and experience Guruji's grand vision. Siddhachalam is a beautiful place, spread over 120 acres. I would ask you guys to check out Siddhachalam Ashram. I think it's a great place for a retreat as well. They do conduct a lot of sessions. In fact, Jaipat ji has invited more than one occasion to be there, and I look forward in joining him very soon at the ashram for some of its programs. Professionally, Jaipat ji is a partner in a New York City law firm. He's a member of the board of directors of the New York City Bar Association and is a member of the New York State Attorney Grievance Committee of the First Judicial District. He lives in New Jersey with his wife and daughter. Over the last almost, I think, Jaipat ji, 2 years now, you and I have been talking intermittently on and off. We have got to know each other very well. And every time I speak to him, I just like his calmness and the steady voice that he brings across on our calls. So welcome to the panel. I know we will hear from you in your talk later in the afternoon, but I will get going with the questions right away. And later in the afternoon, we would love to hear from you about, again, the same topic of seva versus devotion and right versus wrong. Hopefully you can hear me, Jaipat ji, and you can unmute yourself because you will be live on this panel.
I can hear.
So the first question I would actually direct it to Jai Krishna Nelamangala here is We just heard from Dr. Clooney about Seva versus Bhakti. But let me switch gears because the panel is all about all the four topics, all the three topics: science versus religion, Seva versus Bhakti, and right versus wrong. Switching on to this topic of science versus religion, where is religion, devotion when it comes to the moment when I'm taking my COVID vaccination? We'll pass it on. We'll get one more.
That's a very good question. Was it asked by you or one of the audiences?
No, the audience question is coming, but yeah, it was us, Swamy.
Well, when it comes to COVID-19, because you were very specific on that, we should go with science, all right? Because our faith can say whatever, but it's science is based on protection, and they do their conclusions based on data and statistics and collecting samples and so I'm not a doctor, so I'm not really eligible to talk about how vaccines are developed. But I would rather go with scientists on this one, because if they make a mistake, they have the sincerity to change themselves. Whereas in the case of Vedanta, a lot of corrections have taken place over the centuries, but how many modern day people who want to philosophy have really understood all that and have changed themselves? Few have, I'm not saying none of them did, but majority of them are more based on religion. It is you do something because your father did, and he did because of his father did. Like that, there is a lineage coming down, and if they were all doing it wrong, we continue to do it wrong. There's no correction. Whereas in science, it's not an issue. There is no personal, how can my teacher be wrong? That's not even a question in science. That's the difference. That's why I would rather go with science when it comes to these mundane COVID-19 kind of issues.
Extending back on that, I think my
would
mic is off.
I would start by
Expanding
first
on, yeah, continuing on that topic, I'll now hand this over to Keshwarwa Tadpatri, and then we'll go to Jaipat Singh Jain. When we back to what Jai Krishna said, is somebody dying a mundane activity? And if so, where is religion in it?
We have to be clear on the role of religion and the practical things. The religion does not preclude that, the instance, suppose someone dies. So how do we handle that? Using a religion. A religion that tells you what is what. The realm of science, the realm of practical events that are happening, and the realm of religion, the realms are different. So the religion tells you what should be the approach that one should take in understanding the God, the capital G God, one supreme being who controls everything. And that's a supreme being controls everything in a mode that is perfect for the system, not the suitable for us. So like the karma theory, for example, okay, someone dies. So the death is a natural process that happens, and why it happens, how it happens, is not decided by the human beings. It is decided by the God based on the karma theory. Like you're all aware of the karma theory. So whatever the previous actions that have taken place, based on those actions, either the death or the birth, or not only the in-between incidents, whatever things that happen, they happen based on the karma theory. So that to understand the karma theory and to understand the God, the religion gives the basis for that. So using the religion, we try to understand why the death happens and what it, no, how do we define actually the birth and the death? What is birth and death? Is it the death, is it the ending of the body or ending of the soul? We all know death is ending of the body, but body itself is inert object. And the soul is eternal. That's what the religion says. So it is neither the death for the body, it is not, it is death for the soul, because neither the body, which is already inert object, and the soul is eternal object. So both of them do not have death. So what exactly death is? It is the ending of the connection between the body and the soul. That is death. Just as the birth is the opposite of it, is coming together of an inert object called body and a sentient entity called Atma, soul, whatever you call the name, it doesn't matter. But the sentient and non-sentient coming together is the birth, separation is death. So the religion helps you to understand the death. So that's what the role of the religion is. So religion makes you understand what death is, and the science will tell you the process of the death. So together, they give you an understanding of what's happening. That's also religion helps you to handle the death properly, because it is the natural process that happens, and it is not the end of the soul. It is just the migration of the soul from one body to another body. So the death is the end of one journey, and the birth is beginning of another journey to start.
Well said, sir. Thank you. And that wasn't actually a shot at Jai Krishna, but actually, I think I was trying to link that mundane statement, and I think you said it well, which is, yes, it's like servicing this car is in many ways a mundane statement. So I agree with you, Baby, on that. And now let me turn on to the folks on Zoom, and then we'll come back here into the room. This question is both for Dr. Clooney and Jaipadji. Let me start with Dr. Clooney. It's the same question for both of you. And it is from one of our online listeners. The question is about service and devotion. This is about giving, monetary giving. An individual can give either to a religious institution, or they can give it to social causes. What should the split be in giving to a religious institution versus a social cause? And how can that be done in extreme humility? And Dr. Clooney, I think this is a constant topic. I wouldn't say it's a challenge. It's a constant topic which I know the church goes through on a daily basis as well, in addition to temples. So it's a common topic. Why don't you go ahead first, sir, and then we'll hand it over to Jaipadji.
Okay, I can say something briefly. I've been talking so much. I've been talking so much that is it okay now? Still echoing. I think it's still. Is it okay now?
Yes.
All right, it sounds okay. I'll be very brief because I've been speaking so much that I'm sure Jaipad Singh has a lot to say on a topic like this. I'll be brief. I think you're right that this is a challenge for all of us in terms of anything we have to give. To whom do we give it and how do we divide it up? And I think on the one hand, we have different levels of responsibility. So there may be, like, for instance, householders have family obligations. You can't take food from your spouse or your children's mouths and give it to some social agency. You have to care for your family. And likewise, supporting the temple, supporting the church, mundane things like fixing things, having the heating work, paying the janitor and so on. All of these things are obligations that I think people are involved in. It's not just religion, but it's the well-being of the structures. But I think it would be a mistake to say, well, therefore, if I care for my family and care for the temple, I have no obligation to also give money for the larger society, for COVID victims, for hunger, for earthquakes in Haiti and so on like that. Obviously, it depends a lot on how much one has to give. And if you only can give enough to care for your family and a little bit for the temple, that's okay. But if you have more, then it seems sensible to me to say my immediate obligations at home, my religious obligations, but then also insofar as possible, the larger obligations of society, because it's not society over there and religion over here. We live in society and we have to care for one another, even people not of our own faith. So the humility comes in of saying, I think I don't have enough to care for everyone, and I'll do the best I can to share my gifts, my wealth as best I can, and then leave other things for other people to do.
Thank you, sir. Jaipachi, can you take over?
Yeah, thank you. Delighted to be here, Mahesh ji, and I am not a pundit, an expert, a professor. I am a Jain layperson. Forgive me if I don't sound like a pundit, because I'm not. I think the first question and the second question are related. The first question was vaccine, religion, science. But the way I looked at it, it was about preserving life. And the answer is very clear. We preserve life. Every life is important. Now, when we come to the second question, this issue remains alive. We preserve life because life is important. Everybody wants to live. An insect wants to live. A human wants to live. Every animal wants to live. So we preserve life by taking actions such as providing necessary services when life is at risk. What does religion do here, and why do we see a conflict between religion and service? There is no conflict. Religion makes the right kind of a human being. That right kind of a human being has the characteristics of service. There is no conflict. If you can give in both places. Give joyously, give more. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. And I do have to apologize for some of the audio video issues, not the video, the audio issues that we continuously have, just because this was kind of a modification we had to do at the last minute. But Jaipachi, thank you for that question. Let me go on to the next question, and folks on the chat, feel free to keep asking and start piling up your questions, and we'll do our best to answer this. I would start here with Keshavrao Tadipatri, and then I would, for a contrast, I would actually hand it over to Dr. Clooney from there. Why does sin matter, sir? And who defines sin?
The question is sin. How does the sin matter, and who defines what is sin? The question is very interesting because something is sinful or not. To determine that, we have to determine whether it hurts someone or not. So a sin basically involves hurting someone who should not be hurt. That's what the base definition of sin is. So if nobody gets hurt, like we don't call it a sin, right? And if someone gets benefited, it becomes the opposite of sin, whatever. So the sin, who determines? Of course, the person who commits the sin, he will not determine because there the Swatantra Bhava comes. This is someone who is independent, someone is dependent. So the believers in God, they believe that supreme entity which controls, which has created this universe, which controls the universe, has the absolute control over everything. So he supervises everything. So he determines what is sin. So the sin is never determined by any of us. We do not determine. And how does it matter, the sin? Because everyone wants to be happy, but that's when the balance comes. So I want to be happy. So for my happiness, if I want to hurt someone else, that from that person's point of view, he is not happy. So that's when the sin happens. The sin happens because the selfish motive or whatever the motive, if someone hurts someone else, that's when the sin happens. So who determines the sin? Is none of the players who are committing the actions. None of them determine the sin. So it's determined by something that controls this whole universe. That entity determines something is a sin or not. So the sin matters for us because whoever commits the sin will have to pay the price according to karma theory. So the karma theory basically is nasato vidite bhavo na bhavo vidite sataha. That's the one that gives from the sin, a person will undergo a pain. So if someone is suffering, suppose we see a lot of suffering in the world. So we say, oh, he committed some sin in his prior life or someone. So that he is suffering. So we define, immediately connect. The sin is karana or the cause, and the effect is the price that the whoever committed the sin he pays. So based on that, we say, oh, this person is undergoing a suffering because he committed a sin earlier. So the cause and effect. The cause is the sin, and the effect is the suffering that's caused because of the sin. So that's what determines. So we probably conclude, oh, something has happened based on the karya or the effect. The effect will tell you the cause was the sin. Just as if the effect is the happiness, then the cause is punya. Just the opposite of this, if the effect is suffering, then the root of that or the cause of that is the sin. So that's what determines. We can conclude the sin based on the result, but the determination of the sin is not done by any of us. It's something that who controls the whole universe, the one who determines what is sin and what is not sin.
Thank you, sir. So on this question, what I would like to do, hopefully everyone can hear me. Dr. Clooney, just give me a thumbs up if you can still hear me. Yes, great. So on this question, what I'd like to do is go around the panel. But before, Krishna, I'll come to you last on this, because this will be loaded by the time it comes to you. So now let me go on to Dr. Clooney from Keshav Rao. Based on what we just heard, on a daily basis, the moment I kill a plant, the moment I eat a plant, you're a vegetarian, sir, for 50 years. The moment I eat a plant, I eat a vegetable. Is that a sin? And also one of the common observations against the Christian tradition, as you very well know, is it starts off saying, my life is to repent for my sins that I came on with. So, and you knowing both Vaishnavism and Christianity, put some color on this.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yes.
There's an echo again. Now is it okay? Okay, now maybe it's better. So I think this, again, is a wonderful question and a very deep question. I would approach it by backing up for a moment, since we're using a word that has a deep meaning in the Christian tradition, just to bring that to the surface. And then, Mahesh, I'll end by answering what you asked, actually. Namely, that in the Christian context, sin is possible only because freedom is possible. Insofar as we are free, then sin as well as good works are possible. And what this means, I think, is to say that there are many ways in which life involves things that are out of our control. How we are born, who our parents are, genetic code, accidents that happen, gifts that are given to us, things that we may inadvertently or necessarily do to take care of ourselves that hurt others. So people who are not vegetarian, killing and eating animals. People who are vegetarian, killing and eating plants. There are things we do to be alive that often harm others. Likewise, even walking down the street, we may be stepping on things and killing them and so forth. Or if I choose to spend my money on something that I like, or buy a book or something like that, when I could have given that money to the poor and saved some starving child in Africa. I could have done things I didn't do. Then there's a sense in which harm is taking place, but much of that is inescapable part of life. To live is a kind of himsa that is very hard to avoid. And where the sin comes in, I think, in the Christian context, is where it's clear that I can do something that helps other people, or I can do something that is selfish and hurts others merely for my own sake. And I choose to do what helps me and hurts others. And so I think there's a sense that many things are predicted, you might say, by karma, but there are also moments when I have a choice to do good for other people or harm to other people. And if I choose to be harming other people or refusing to help other people, then it's a question of sin. And I think we in the Christian tradition therefore believe that even people who are in great difficulty are at some point responsible for their actions. And this may be a great difference among philosophies and religious traditions, that responsibility is key. But if there is no responsibility, if everything is dependent on what happened to us previously, then the Christian sense of sin might make very little sense at all. But if we believe in some freedom, no matter what our situation is, then we have a choice to do good or evil. And if we do evil, that is sin.
Jaipaji, you, from the Jainism standpoint, you treat actions very carefully. I mean, it's kind of very sacred for you in terms of what actions and the outcomes of those actions or the effects of those actions are. And as far as I understand, I know you have two different sects within the Jainism tradition, but as far as I understand, even some of the basic actions we take can be considered as a sin in that sense. Can you add, again, back to what we heard from Keshavrao and Dr. Clooney, can you add on to that as to how do you see sin in the Jainism tradition? 2 minutes, sir.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to say my namastu to Swamiji. I see that Swamiji is also in our midst now, and he has He was at the temple. I, in the process, got a chance to have a glimpse of the temple. So I'm very grateful to you for that. And I'm very glad that Swamiji is sitting among us. So I like to say my namaskar to Swamiji. The topic of sin is definitely an important topic within Jainism. But to first go to your point about careful actions, yes, part of being a Jain is to be care-filled, full of care, not just in actions, but in thoughts and words as well. And in fact, there is more focus on thoughts because actions are merely an outcome of thoughts. To be careful with one's thoughts, to watch one's thoughts is a very essential characteristic of a Jain monk and also a Jain layperson. So sin is, of course, a more Christian term. We often in Hindi say paap and punya. And when we say paap, we mean adharma. That which is contrary to dharma is paap. So what is contrary to dharma? What is dharma here? What do we mean dharma? Does it mean some written script? No. We say vastu ka swabhav is dharma. The nature of a thing is its dharma. What is the nature of the soul? That is the question before us. The nature of the soul is full of bliss, peace, peace towards oneself, to everything around oneself, giving, effulgent, generous, kind. That is our nature. That is the nature of the soul. All of our Indic religions seek to bring the soul to that state. So anything that is contrary, that is a friction, that disturbs this state is a sin. Of course, there are some easy prescriptions for it. Ahimsa is a sin. Asatya is a sin. Stealing, chaurya is a sin. There are some easy rules because we take vows. When we depart from those vows, we consider it a demerit. And every day we do pratikamana, which means we put ourselves through an X-ray machine, or ought to at least, to understand not that we did something wrong, not just that, but why did we end up doing that? And that gives clue to how it can be avoided. I hope this answers your question.
Sit on to Jai Krishna now for 2 minutes. So Jai Krishna, we have 3 more very important questions. So, but I'll add on one more aspect to you on everything that we just discussed here on sin. So if you could just summarize all of that. If back to Keshav Rao's statement, if we don't know what the definition is of sin, what prevents a person from taking any action they want?
when you see someone suffering for apparent no reason, it simply means that he must have something. In that sense, the suffering is okay. But then what causes sin? Go back now. Amete prapurbhavati karma kute karma kute apisalpajyata. Shruti. So what Shruti is saying is, you first desire something. Maybe you shouldn't have desired it to begin with, but you did it. That's the desire. And so he makes preparation to fulfill that desire and then acts accordingly. Right? Because you did a certain karma, there is this one, what we have called with a capital G, as the person said, that God is karma. He is the one who distributes what sin or what is not a sin. So we won't decide that, first of all. That's all. Allah could be sin or punya. In either case, we don't have control. This is the same question Arjuna had, right? He thought about killing all these elements to the sin. But Krishna has decided, no, don't worry, I will take care of that. Whether it is sin or not, leave it to me. You do as the worship of God. That Nishthamkarma and all, the whole Gita behind it. And I will come back to this point in my talk. Definitely.
Thank you, sir. Just a reminder for the audience, if you have any questions, there's Chetan was passing on papers. You can write them on the piece of paper and we'll continue to make sure they get answered. A very important question, again, I would like to probably run this with Krishna. Why don't we continue with you, sir, for 2 minutes or maybe even less on this, and Dr. Clooney. And this cuts across all the 3 topics of right versus wrong, devotion and everything else. So it's not a specific question in that sense. A common challenge, particularly that is being faced in the US with the folks who are in their 20s to 30s, is moving away from this institution of marriage. Why should one get married?
Actually, what you are asking is more of a social question.
It goes against the right versus wrong. That's why, because there is this discussion happening on, is getting married right?
Oh, he's getting married right. Maybe Swamiji can answer.
I wouldn't ask him that question. That's why I didn't ask him that question. I have other questions for him.
The right thing.
I didn't ask him that question.
Anyway.
By the way, just to make this even a little bit more, I realized I did the right thing not on the day I got married. After 25 years, I realized that.
Well, realization occurs, sometimes later too. That's okay. It's a personal choice, I would think. Because there are, finally, we all have to know why we are here, which means to know who am I, why am I here, what am I doing here. That itself is the greatest, what shall I say, the reason or purpose behind our life in general, in particular daily life. If marriage helps you get there, please get married. If marriage does not help you get there, don't get married. As simple as that.
Thank you. Very well said, very well said. Let me move on to Dr. Clooney here. And Dr. Clooney, you could answer this question, but I'll put a little bit more color, particularly for in the case where the church is more and more challenged with this question of marriage nowadays as an institution. How do you see that? Again, the benefit of having you is you have both the sides of Vaishnavism and Christianity. So how do you see, and is marriage the right thing to do?
So I think if you can hear me, I hope you can hear me, that there is, in part, the answer has to do with what we were talking about earlier, that any of these important issues have a personal, even private side, and then a social communal side. And insofar as a relationship of a couple with one another is a matter of their personal relationship, their decision to relate to one another in a deep way, then one could say that the social conditions of a formal marriage certificate, going to City Hall, the Justice of the Peace, or going to the temple or the church or whatever is less important, because the personal relationship is what matters. But I think one thing I would say about the Catholic Church, which has a long, long history, is that it's also concerned about the social context and arguing for the good of society if there are stable families, and there are stable families if there are stable households, and there are stable households if couples remain together and raise the children together if they have children, and so on. And so there are many kind of social factors that favor some kind of stability of relationships that has been in the West, and I think in India too, expressed through the institution of marriage. But I think today, and many priests I know are aware of the fact that getting married does not guarantee love. Getting married does not even guarantee the permanence of the relationship. So you can put it on paper, you can sprinkle holy water, you can say words in church, but that doesn't work unless there is the personal, deeper relationship. One other thing I would say about this would be that sometimes people come to me, since I'm a Catholic priest, seeking advice on getting married. And it may be that they're already living together, a young couple. They're already quite intimate with one another. And yet I can say to them, it may not be time for you to get married in the church, because you seem to be in love with one another, you have a relationship, you're living together, but I don't see any sign that you want it to be a Catholic marriage. And don't do it just because your grandmother wants it to be a Catholic marriage. You have to want it yourself. And so wait until you see the spiritual value of having it blessed in church, witnessed by the priest and so on, and continue as you are until you're ready to make a commitment in front of the community in the church. So I think there are multiple levels to this, and why get married has to do on a basic level with personal love, personal relationship. I'd like to think with a permanent relationship, that I'm not doing this just for a year or 6 months or until I find somebody better, and caring for the children, but that we should not identify the institution of marriage and the legalities with the fact that a couple may not be ready for it to be a political, social, legal event. So it's possible to be well married, a bond of a couple with one another, even if they're not married. And yet we should not say, therefore, marriage as an institution doesn't matter, because it does for the good of society.
Let me summarize this. Dr. Clooney will continue with you because you have the mic, and then we'll go to come here back onto the audience here. Sorry, onto the stage here. Particularly for you, Dr. Clooney, I'll add a little bit of flavor of Christianity. If the very purpose for Jesus coming on to this manifestation and this instance was to start a new spiritual bloodline and not a physical bloodline? This is not the question, by the way, I'm putting this color. If the very purpose of Jesus coming here was to start a new spiritual bloodline from where everyone following the path of Christianity gets absolved to some extent, then how do you compare and contrast what a person does on a day-to-day basis as good or bad?
So this is for me again, I think. I would say, again, to be brief, if you go back and read the Gospels, if you read Mark or Matthew or Luke or John, Jesus was calling people to follow him, not simply so that they would be forgiven their sins or healed. He was looking to help the larger crowd, but he was also interested in helping individuals to become part of his mission. And while there are many ways in which mission has been abused in terms of oppression of other cultures and colonialism and so on, the mission of Jesus was to preach the kingdom of God, to preach the love of God in the world, to teach people to find their way to freedom and happiness. And what Jesus was calling people to was to be like him in bringing good news to people who are in trouble. And I think we see this very much currently in the teachings of Pope Francis, who is less concerned about the formalities and the details and more about our job is to be like Jesus, who helped people in their time of trouble. So to become a Christian, I think we're aware, is not simply to go from being not saved to saved in the way it was said many years ago, but rather to say, do you have a mission or not? And if you enter the mission of Jesus, then you dedicate your life to helping people in trouble. And that, I think, is the basic thing. There are many more things that could be said, but becoming a follower of Jesus has to do with the mission. Therefore, I know people who are not Christian who do the work of Jesus. And I think people always talk about Mahatma Gandhi, who in many ways was more Christian than many Christians. And I think to respect the possibility that somebody is doing the work of Jesus in the world, even if they are Vaishnava or Shaiva or Muslim or Buddhist, whatever, is something we should respect, even if the Christian community does want to keep its boundaries. The main thing is love of neighbor, service. And if you share the work of Jesus, then you show it by your love of your neighbor.
Follow-up question related to that, but now it's the same question to all the three other panelists. When we talk about actions, it's often said, be aware about your consciousness, or be aware about what your, I don't think the person meant consciousness, I think the person meant conscience in this, by the way, when this questioner put this question. It's not consciousness, but conscience. So it's often said, do what your conscience says, or do what your gut says. How far is that accurate? Jayapatji, this is for you, and then I'll pass it on to Keshav Rao and then to Jai Krishna on that same question. How far is it fair and accurate to say, do what your conscience or your gut says?
We all have to train. We all have to train our minds and our impulses. That is part of what religion teaches. It deepens your thought, makes you understand the consequences of your thoughts and your actions. Assuming that to be the case, certainly one must be active and do what one's conscience says. But I don't know what the questioner means when he says, do your gut feeling. I believe in a trained mind, a watchful mind that watches my instincts, my impulses, and the consequences of my actions. Such a mind, such a thought process certainly must rely on one's conscience. There are some four walls, there are some boundaries, and those boundaries are typically the vows that we take. Ahimsa. So your conscience says, go and kill people, there is something wrong here. Satya. If my conscience says I should do something which is not truthful, there's something wrong here. Ask again. So there are some boundaries. So long as we understand that and work within those boundaries, of course, conscience is that little voice Mahatma Gandhi, Francis talked about Mahatma Gandhi, that powerful little voice within you is obviously the voice you want to listen to.
Basically, it's about consciousness.
Very interesting questions, because what happens most of the time is when we ask the question if something is right or wrong or doing according to conscience, the one question that we have to remember is how we understand the consequences of that. For example, is marriage is right or wrong? That's one of the questions. Suppose you say entering the house is right or wrong. But entering the house, what is it going to do later on? That's what matters. Entering the house is an evil, like that a marriage is an evil. Same way, any action when we take, if it is a facilitate, if something that it facilitates, then we have to concentrate on what it facilitates. So the further actions will determine whether it's right or wrong. So that marriage, people who get married and do wonderful things. People like mendicants, they don't get married at all and they do wonderful things. So it's marriage has nothing to do with their actual way of life. The way of life or the right and wrong in the life. This is going to talk about the right and wrong. So when we ask for right and wrong, we have to concentrate on whether it's a facility we're talking about or further act that we are going to do. So we have to differentiate between that. That's important. So we are talking about events, then the events themselves don't mean much. How we use the events is what matters. So that's what determines whether the event led to the right thing or wrong. So that's important. So the conscience now, there are people who say, oh, I'm doing everything according to my conscience. He may say, even you go on rob a bank and say, oh, this is according to my conscience and robbing a bank is good. So is he listening to his conscience? Probably he is killing his conscience. So the conscience is a kind of a vague term because people will say, oh, I'm doing according to my conscience. Who determines whether the person is doing really according to the conscience or not? So there is some superpower that has to determine whether something is right or wrong. So somebody claims I'm doing everything according to my conscience. Doesn't make everything right. So the conscience, sometimes people misuse that word also. So we have to be very careful in saying what the claim of the person is, as against what's the outcome of the action. So remember, the outcome, the action itself determines whether something is right or wrong. Just the claim that it's being done according to the conscience or not will not determine if it's right or wrong. So that differentiation you have to make. Conscience normally tells people what is good, but people can kill their conscience and do something against it and still claim I am doing according to my conscience. It's a very dangerous game. So that is what we have to remember, that that's why the Shastras or the religion or any scriptural things, they come to our aid. They determine dharma. The dharma is a very, very deep word. What is dharma? What is not dharma? Dharana dharma. So that which supports when we follow it, it protects us. So this is what is important. So conscience or not is something that each individual has determined for himself, whether it's according to dharma or not. So that is a more important criteria, is it according to dharma or not, than whether it's according to conscience or not. Because it's a vague term, the conscience. I'm doing according to my conscience. It's a very vague term. So whether it's according to dharma, whether according to rules, whether it's right or wrong. So this is what determines a lot more than just a claim of conscience.
Thank you, sir. Jai Krishna.
Why am I the last always? May I know? Anyway. Conscious. Thanks for correcting the word, first of all. Consciousness is a state, whereas conscience is an internal organ that we all have. We call it Surupa in Shastra, also known as Sakshi, witness in English. The knowing part of self. The thing is, one of the greatest contribution of Sri Madhva to the world of thought is what we call the doctrine of Sakshi. And in that one, he observes that Sakshi never grasps anything that is untrue. That is the reason. But then, of course, this will lead to a lot of questions. We were here in the same platform like 10 years ago. Doctrine of Sakshi was present with that. So, without going into all the details all over again, this Sakshi is the final arbitrator for what is true and what is not, what is right and what is wrong, in a given situation for everyone. That's why people choose different, based on their own conscience. But what happens, as Keshava pointed out, many a times people are thinking through their mind, not through their intellect and scientific, but through their mind. And what it does is, they do as the ways, on a soul chain. So that is the one they confuse it for by.
It'll be ready, Ashwini, at 1:30.
Yeah.
You like to play against the
But actually,
seniors?
what they're doing is basically.
But I'm so tired.
Now you're tired.
I'm not tired of
We will get into all this if time permits during my talk.
Now you're tired, yeah.
On little bit on side.
In the afternoon session. Yes. Thank you, sir. Dr. Clooney, I know you have to step out in 10 minutes, so I also want to make sure we give Swamiji 5 minutes to at least to summarize the morning and thank the folks here. But before that, one last question which has been coming, and hopefully you can keep it for a minute, and I'd like everyone else to keep it for a minute or two at the most, so that Swamiji gets some 5 minutes and then we can wrap up this morning session. There was this discussion about the big God with a big G. Why are we making it so complex? Why isn't there just one God?
Wait, please ask.
Dr. Clooney, for you, sir, first.
Why did you want to come?
Why did you want?
Why did you want?
We're also hearing somebody else's voice.
Like that.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Anyway, next week you're not coming.
Where?
We're hearing another voice. Is that okay now? Can you hear me? Okay. All right. So I think it doesn't need to be complicated, but I think when we start thinking about terms like God, then the full apparatus of our minds, our philosophy, our languages, if we're thinking or using Sanskrit or English or Chinese or other languages, all of these things come into play. And I think my sense is that in the history of the encounter of Christian thinkers and Hindu thinkers, there's been always a confusion between some basic understanding of the principle, the karanam, that causes the world to be, and some kind of sectarian personality for the divine person. We can agree in general terms that there is God, a single God, a source of all, Ishvara, Bhagawan, whatever. But some groups, and I'm not recommending this, but some groups have then tried to say, well, therefore, ours is true and yours is not, and that becomes a great dispute. And also, I think people wonder at times about how is it that there can be the worship of many different deities and a sense of the one God, and they don't understand that it has to be explained to them how this works. So I think on the one hand, it's very simple, but because human beings are complicated, our minds are complicated, language is complicated, then many complications arise along the way.
Hey, 1 minute, 1 minute. 1 minute, sir. Japaji, go ahead.
I could not hear your question. I think you asked me something.
Yeah, let me repeat the question. We spoke a lot about in the morning session about this God with a big G. Why are we making it so common? And then we spoke about gods without that big G. Why are we making it so complex? Was the question. Just briefly, you can summarize and you can expand on it in your talk later. I think you're on mute, sir.
Can you hear me now?
We can.
Yeah, we are making it overly complicated. In the Jain scheme of things, this is an irrelevant question. And this question is not necessarily to be answered in order to lead a moral, spiritual, cooperative, peaceful, happy life. It is possible to live a life which is at peace with oneself and with others, with all, not just humans, but non-humans as well, without answering this question. That is the Jain view of it. As you know, there are two ways of looking at some of these issues in India. One, the Shraman way, and the other, the Sanatan way. This is one of the points on which there has been much discussion and debate over the years. The idea of a creator God. Jains say that it is not within our powers to answer those questions. Because if a creator God created the world, then who created the creator God? And it results in an endless, ad infinitum, you keep going back. So Jains don't approach this question at all and don't feel necessary to do so. And therefore, I have no difficulty in accepting principles, ideas from other faiths, because this issue doesn't arise for me. But I agree that as a society, we have to establish and focus on moral principles, ethical values, without having to get into this dispute, my God, your God, whose God?
response is precisely why we do this conference here every year. That's exactly why we want to get these different perspectives. Thank you for that.
And I applaud you are doing this conference.
We'll meet. No, let's fulfill his desire. Exactly. So let's.
I wanted the last now.
Let's fulfill his desire. 1 minute, sir. We need to wrap it up. 1 minute for you, 1 minute for Keshava.
Sure. Look at the universe. Do you think it is simple? Take a flower, take a tree. Do you think it is simple? Then why should God be simple? That's what Buddhism said. So this path of knowing God is not easy at all. Should not be. Because look at the universe. It is so complex. One who has made all this, why should he be simple? That's my simple question to that question. Secondly, when we mention God with a capital G, we need to be aware of the fact that what Sri Mantra calls as God is not a sectarian God at all. We can call it by any name, in fact. Sarva Shabdavachya. Then what is Mantra's name? It is Shruti. So without a pramana of Shruti, we shouldn't be talking about God to begin with. Because that concept belongs to Shruti. So it has to come from Veda. So we have to discover two things here. One, pramana for God, and then whatever the pramana is supposed to reveal for God. So everybody is busy finding God without pramana for it. Hello. It's like talking, a blind man talking about green color. It is just a word for it, isn't it? So that's fine.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you.
I would like to extend that further. So why should it be complex means, first of all, the very question, does God exist or not? Itself is a big question. Then if God exists, what kind of God he is? And then what kind of God he is, then what are the things that he does? There's Brahma Sutras, 564 sutras, which have further commentaries, and still it's not complete, and people still have. So even to get the very basic concept of God, we need that much, and still we are not here. So there's a beautiful saying in Upanishad: whoever thinks that he knows God does not know God. Whoever thinks that he does not know God, at least he understood that he cannot know God. So to that extent, he knows that, okay, he understands that God is so incomprehensible. That's why we have so many faiths where some accept the existence of God and some faiths, like in Buddhism, they don't even believe in the existence of the Supreme Being or a God. So why is capital G so complex? Because it's hard for us to understand that there can be only one independent being. What happens is there are two independent beings. Why not? Why capital G, one God? Maybe there are small G's, multiple gods, no capital G, no one God. 4 gods, 5 gods, 10 gods, whatever, and all of them are independent. How can it work? Because only one independent can control the rest. If 2 are independent, then this controls this and this controls this. This becomes a big issue. 10 independent, even a bigger issue. So that's why it's a lot more logical to believe in the existence of one independent being, Swatantro Bhagavan Vishnu. That's what Nakshatra went with. He says Vishnu is an all-pervading infinite force. The infinite force is only one. It can do only one. That's the creation.
Thank you, sir. Now we'll go over to Swamiji. Swamiji, if you could just close this morning session for us, and then we will meet up again in a little bit.
I conveyed my Sashtanga Namaskaras by performing the action. I never mentioned
in the words, but our Sashtanga and the Pranamas to beloved Swamiji, it's a good fortune that he is here with us to give blessings at the same time, his depth of knowledge, and bless us all. Krishnaya Vasudevaya, Hare Paramatmane, Pravatat Deshanashaya, Govindaya Namo Namaha. Vyasaya Manashaya, Srishaya Pudarashaya,
Pratyaya Shuktavityaya Patraya Chanamam Pratyam Yashothiryam Nirpayatam Bhavata Ajatyam Yaptatam Cha Holiness Swamiji Pratamo Kalvannava Titiyo Bhimayocha Pura Pratyaha Titiyasthi Bhagavat Karasa Tapo Vidya Vyati Sukho Kankaranam Vajraja Guruvande Petri Varayashya Mukopi Prasadena Mukunda Shayana Yate Raja Raja Yate Jitsa Pakhavedam Tabashya Aparaman Paryantam Puruna Markazim Spare Veda Vidna Kanashanti Siddhavita Samanavata Sri Guru Krishna. First of all, we appreciate the Jnana Katha, Tattva Nirnaya Katha done by three scholars in connection with our 60th birthday. This is the birthday of a spiritual person that should be celebrated in the same manner. That is why we wanted to have the Jnana Sangama program in connection with our 60th birthday today, and to notice that it's going on in a good manner. We are very glad and we appreciate more and more. Though we stick to one school of thought, Samatha philosophy, and though we accept Samatacharya as Jagat Guru, and we are following, but at the same time, we are eager to know all other school of thought. Then only we think our spirituality will be more meaningful. Our philosophy is that life means journey, travel. Our slogan is travel with radar. Don't travel with blind eyes. Though you have the particular ways, particular address, but you should open your inner eye and you should watch all others. What are the things coming in? That is why all the time travel with the radar. So you should notice what are the things, what are the thinkings are there, and you should consider and you should conclude that. Then after that only you can proceed. That is why, though we are stick to one school of thoughts, we kept our radar open so that all the time we watch any different and any new things are coming. So once the new things come, we put into the test and we will decide whether it is good or not. This should be the quality of every spiritual person. That is our policy. That is why this kind of meeting, this kind of debate is considered as more useful and more powerful. That is why we started since many years Jnana Sangama program, and this time in connection with our 60th birthday, we wanted to have this Jnana Sangama program like this, and today we noticed it's very interesting and very useful debates going on about sins and about Sakshi. All these things are very important, and not only within time frame, it can be decided, but it's ongoing process. So we should give the focus on that, then only we will be benefited. In that view, we appreciate the discussion of sins and about God and science, and all these things are very much important. I appreciate the new type of debate is going on. Sampradaya, Vakya, just scholars, they fight with the sentences in the scriptures. But here we are discussing with our conscience, and we are discussing with our experience. That is why this kind of debate is more valuable and more useful. That's why we appreciate this Jnana Sangama program today. There's scholars like Francis Clooney and Jacob, and also Dev Krishna and Keshava. And we are very glad to have the debate here in our Sri Krishna Vrindavana in connection with the 60th birthday. We feel this is the birthday, birthday of Janma, Janma. So if some new knowledge will come, and that is the Janma Nakshatra itself. So Nakshatra means Jnana Nakshatra. If Jnana Nakshatra will know, then Nakshatras are Janma Nakshatras will be meaningful. That is why we hope this kind of debate will be more useful for our devotees, because devotion contains jnana. So Acharya says, Mahatma Jnana Purvastu Sudrudaha Sarvapoditaha Tehaha Bhakti. Devotion should not be blind. It should be having the inner eye. That is why this kind of debates are more useful for our sadhana. That's why we appreciate. We appreciate all the scholars here, and we hope this kind of Jnana Sangama to be continued today, not only today, it should be the ongoing process, so that everyone will be benefited and everyone will be innovative. That is why we appreciate this session today.
Thank you, Swamiji. Dr. Clooney, probably I know you had one more conference starting, so I just want all of us to give a big hand to Dr. Clooney. And sir, we'll make sure we send you the Krishna Prasada from this place. I'm looking at Yogindraji for that. Yes. Okay, so just the rest of the Jaipunji will be with us all through. So Jaipunji, I'll reserve our thanks for you later because you'll be with us all through. Your session is coming up after lunch. But there's a couple of interesting, sorry, not after lunch, one after that. So there's a couple of interesting things happening this afternoon. We'll take a 30-minute Prasada break here. But right after that, at 1:30, the Edison police team is coming here to show their commitment and involvement with our community. So that team is going to be here at 1:30. They'll be here for half an hour, and this is also an opportunity for us to recognize their efforts. And then at 2 o'clock, we'll again start off with the program. In the afternoon session, we'll hear from Jaipunji, we'll hear from Keshav Rao and Jai Krishna. Then there's one more panel in the afternoon, after which we'll wrap it up with Swamiji's Ashirvachana in the afternoon, late in the afternoon. Krishna Arpanamastu, please stay on, and definitely welcome the Edison Police at 1:30. Krishna Arpanamastu. Jaipunji will log back in at 1:30.
Let's proceed to the Puja. Swamiji will be performing the Mangalarati, followed by Prasada, then the continuation of Jnana.
Shri Krishnaya Namaha. 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 Shri Krishnaya Namaha.
It doesn't work. If you want, you can try, but no. Well, if I stand for
Shri Krishnaya Namaha. Shri Krishnaya Namaha. Shri Krishnaya Namaha. Shri Krishnaya Namaha.
there are literally 12 pens here. Do you know which? Look how much of these there are.
Shri Krishna.
Look at how much these are. There's so many ID banks. This one It's called Pigment.
Shri Krishna. Shri Krishna Namaha. Shri Krishna Namaha.
Look how much pens they're like 24 iPads. Stop. No, that's not our iPad. It's someone else's. No.
Shri Krishna Janma Shri Krishna Janma Shri Krishna Janma Shri Krishna Shri Krishna Shri Krishna Shri Krishna Shri Krishna
Guys, stop playing with phone. Put it down. We're not allowed to use it. We're not allowed to. Akrupya, put it down. Akrupya, put it down. I don't know where this is made from. Put it down.
They will come and say. So ದಯವಿಟ್ಟು ಆಚೆ ಕಡೆ ಕೂತ್ಕೊಳ್ಳಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಮಗೆ ಮತ್ತೆ ಸಿಸ್ಟಮ್ಗೆ ಪ್ರಾಬ್ಲಮ್ ಆಗುತ್ತೆ so please I request everyone to take and go outside and have it on the grass. It's a beautiful weather, you will enjoy it. And please help us keep this place clean. Thank you.
Shri Krishna Janma Shri Krishna Janma Shri Krishna Janma Shri Krishna Janma Shri Krishna
Hello, attention. There is a change in program. You can take your lunch, please be seated in the auditorium. Because police force will come here and they give some presentation here and there. Next time, community events, they are connected with the SKV. So you don't have to go outside, eat, take your plate later, and then enjoy the weather outside. Thank you.
Shri Krishna
You can flame up there, right? It is open, right? Huh?
Shri Krishna Shri Krishna Shri Krishnaya Namaha. 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 Shri Krishnaya Namaha.
ಒಂದು ಯಾವ್ದಾದ್ರು ಫೋರ್ ಆನ್
Shri Krishnaya Namaha. 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 Shri Krishnaya
ಇದರ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ
Namaha.
ಹೈಟ್ ಕಡಿಮೆ ಮಾಡಿ.
Shri Krishnaya Namaha. Shri Krishnaya Namaha. Shri Krishnaya Namaha.
close on the portrait.
Shri Krishna Namaha. 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 Shri Shri Krishna. Shri Krishna Namaha. 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 Shri Krishna Namaha.
Please go back to the table for refill if you need like anything.
Shri Krishna Namaha. 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 Shri Krishnaya 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 Namaha.
It's going to go back to table for
Shri Krishnaya Namaha. 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 Shri Shri Krishnaya Namaha. 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 Shri Krishnaya Namaha.
Wireless, sir. 4 number. One day it was. Four ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ 4 ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿರ್ತಾರೆ ಈಗ ಏನು ಮನ್ಸಲ್ಲಿಲ್ಲ ಅದು ಇದ್ರೆ ಇದು ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ 4 ಮತ್ತೆ ಇದು ಆಯ್ತು ಅದ್ರ ಒಂದೇ ಕಡೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ ಐಪಾಡ್ ಯಾವುದು ಐಪಾಡ್ 1 ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್
Shri Krishnaya Namaha. Krishna
nothing coming out from the text. Without with that, so wireless.
Shri Krishna
ಆಮೇಲೆ ಯಾವ್ದಿದೆ ಬೇರೆ 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 ಮ್ಯಾಕ್ಸಿಮಮ್ 2 ಬರ್ತದೆ.
Shri Krishna
ಮತ್ತು ಆಲ್ ಐಪಾಡ್
Shri Krishna
ಬಟ್ ಇದು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಆನ್ ಇರುತ್ತೆ. ಐಪಾಡ್ ಬಂದು ಯಾವಾಗಲೂ ಅದು ಆನ್ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಡ್ಬೋದು. ಬಟ್ ನಿಮ್ದು ಇದು ಇಲ್ಲೇ ಆನ್ ಇದು ನೀವು ಮಾಡಿ ಇದು ನಾನು ಮಾಡಿ ಹಾಗಾದ್ರೆ ತೊಂದರೆ ಇಲ್ಲ. ದೆನ್ ಯು ಆರ್ ಫೈನ್. ಅದು ಆನ್ ಇಟ್ಟು ದೆನ್ ಆಲ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಇಸ್ ದಿಸ್. ಆಲ್ ಯು ಹ್ಯಾವ್ ಟು ಮೇಂಟೈನ್ ಇಸ್. ಸೊ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಇದು ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡೋದು. ಹೌದು, ಒಬ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಯಾರು ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಅವ್ರು ಮಾತಾಡುವಾಗ ಇದು ಆಫ್ ಮಾಡಿ. ಓಕೆ.
Shri Krishna Namaha. 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 Shri Krishna Namaha.
ಆನ್ಲೈನ್ ವರ್ಷದ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅದು 250 ಇದು
Shri Krishna Namaha.
no problem. They'll be like this.
They'll be like this?
Yeah. They'll be like this.
Okay.
Swamiji ge ಕಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದಾ?
ಶ್ರೀ ಕೃಷ್ಣ
Well, Swamy. Very good celebration. Of Brian could not come. Everything that they do as a and that was neighborhoods.
First time I'm in temple. It's absolutely beautiful. All of you guys look beautiful. I love the colors and looking forward to learn a little bit more about you guys.
knew a little bit when I got here. My wife's friend, we have a Lord Krishna in our house, so I was happy that I was able to know a little bit about your religion.
So let me ask you this. Hopefully you can all hear me. So I'll ask you a few questions, Sergeant. When you think about the Indian community, what comes to your mind first?
Delicious food and also the community is very respectful. The children are very respectful, and I like that they respect the elders. That's very most important to me in my tradition and customs at home.
And I know you cannot share statistics, but of all the crimes you see the Indian community getting engaged in those crimes as the offenders versus the victims.
In my experience, mostly the Indian community have been targeted as victims. You're a very kind community. You take care of each other. And I think that's something that's important that you guys embody, because it takes a lot to raise someone to be very respectful and have great values. We don't see that a lot in other cultures, but in your culture, it's amazing. And I hope you guys can continue the trend going forward.
Amazing, thank you. Good job.
One for the kids here. That's the first question. How do they become a police?
Well, to become a police officer in Edison, you have to have a minimum of 60 college credits, but I encourage everyone to get a full degree and go beyond that. I have 2 master's degrees. I'm almost at my doctorate. So education is important. Once you have your 60 college credits, you apply, and the chief and the mayor, they have a committee that will select you, or they will send you to the police academy. You can also attend the police academy on your own, but I would stress that if you do want to become a police officer, education is paramount, because no one can take away your education from you.
Excellent.
Excellent.
And second question to you would be, and for both of you, Shirley and Sergeant Kip, what do you say this community needs to do better on different support?
What I would say, if you want to do something better, or may not be better or differently, continue to have us engaged in your events. We are only as great as you make us. Once we learn your customs and come to your events, it's familiar faces that the children will see. We are your friends. We're there to help you. We're not there to get you in trouble if we can prevent that. My strategy in theory is, if you invite us in when you're having a good day, if you're having a bad day, we can make it better. I don't like when the first interaction with police is when you're calling for something bad. Like this event here, let's continue this and have more of these events. This way we can work together collectively.
Yeah, after Officer Shirley, yes, your guidance, what can we do differently or better? And production.
My advice for everyone is, if you see something, say something. You live in our community, you're there every day, you know when something doesn't feel right. If someone who's not from the neighborhood is in your neighborhood, every time something doesn't feel right, give the police a call. You don't have to call 911. We have a non-emergency phone. Report it so the police are aware.
Also, I've noticed with your community, sometimes you're very reluctant to call the police. So like she said, if you do see something, inform us, because then we can get to work on it sooner than later.
Thank you.
Very good.
Thank you. Thank you.
What we'd like to do is, again, we have been engaged with the Edison Police now for quite some time. In fact, Sergeant Chip and I have been, what is it now, 2 years into going, sir? You and I have been connected and talking. So, but he heads up the strategy unit, clearly trying to make a difference along with Officer Shirley. What we would like to do is, through Swamiji, we definitely want to give our recognition, our gratitude to the Edison Police community. So please accept our humble appreciation and gratitude for you. Yes, they are taking pictures, and we'll make sure we send it to you. Officer Shirley, oh, Swamiji didn't give you a sari, but he gave you a sari. Because if he had given you a sari, we would have said next time you join us on our events, but we will help you wear the sari. That's cool. No, he was respecting your uniform address. Okay, very good. Thank you. So any closing thoughts, sir? Any goodies you have brought for us?
For the kids, we have stickers
And we have a couple of folks. If you want to take an accompany in the car, there are some violent offenders.
Again, thank you. It was very heartwarming for us to be here, your invitation. It was very genuine. I've been in touch with Mahesh for quite some time. We do get busy, but we realize different communities are important. They want to hear from us. They want to stay in touch. And I can let you know from the bottom of my heart that the South Asian community is one of our most important communities. We respect everyone collectively, but you guys are very important, and we want to continue this moving forward. Thank you again, and thank you for your blessings.
Swamiji, so please go ahead. You can go on the other side. Yeah, we'll make sure we take it from your phone. Yeah. Can someone take it? Come on the other side.
All right, up here. 3, 2, 1 more.
Thank you so much. Yes, anyone wants stickers, please come on.
Hello. So just an announcement. Please, as you all know, there is increasing incidence of COVID-19, and there are guidelines that we need to follow. These guidelines confirm with CDC as well as the institutional policy here, and we require everybody to wear masks. No questions asked. And if you don't have one will be provided. And I don't want anybody to resist, because this is only for your safety and the safety of our community and our Swamiji. Thank you very much.